Audio commentaries, interviews, panel discussions. Looking behind the curtain of an era of television can reveal so much. What were the conventions of Chibnall's era of Doctor Who? How was it written and produced? How was it conceived of by those working on it? What sort of established practices ran through it? What are the conventions of how fandom receives, processes, discusses this television? And finally, what of literal conventions, fan conventions? Chris Chibnall's presence at the 2023 Gallifrey One convention in Los Angeles has driven all sorts of discussion, assessment, reassessment of this era. We're going to examine all of these things in our discussion today with three main focuses. The first is on the final commentary we have left for Chris Chibnall's Doctor Who era, which brings us some nice circularity as we first examined the commentary for the last episode, The Power of the Doctor, and now we'll end on examining the first commentary, which covers the first episode, The Woman Who Fell to Earth. That commentary lacks Chibnall himself, but is driven by two obviously extremely core creatives for the era, Jodie Whittaker herself and Jamie Childs, the director who established the look for Chibnall's era in directing this first episode of it, as well as Demons of the Punjab, It Takes You Away, The Battle of Ranskoor Av Kolos, and actually the TARDIS key short that introduced the 13th Doctor as Jodie Whittaker in the first place. Do you guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Since then, Jamie Childs has gone off to direct fantasy shows like His Dark Materials, The Sandman, and Willow, but he was a defining figure of the Chibnall era, and his commentary with Jodie is an interesting one to end on. That commentary lacks Chibnall, but our second focus for this discussion does not, as that is on an excellent interview with Chris Chibnall. Like how we examined and discussed the 2023 Gallifrey One Radio Free Skaro interview with Chibnall in Part 5, Convolution, of our Chibnall era commentary discussions, here we'll look at this great sort of, it's part a retrospective on Gallifrey 1 2023, it's part general, it's part thematic, but it's a deep dive into Chris Chibnall's era. So that's between Chris Chibnall himself and Joy Piedmont of the Reality Bomb and 5 Years Rapid podcasts, who did really great work in what is the most interesting Doctor Who interview with Chibnall that I've ever heard. We'll have lots to talk about with that one. Then our third and final focus will be on looking over all the insights and interesting notes from the 2023 Gallifrey One convention, which that Chibnall interview conceives of as a kind of appropriate bookend to his era, mirroring the San Diego Comic-Con Pillar of Hope panel that really started the era in the public imagination in some ways. So we'll look at and discuss everything interesting there, from the panels relevant to us, a big Chris Chibnall interview from Gary Russell, some interesting Jodie Whittaker interviews, some interesting TV panels that included Chris Chibnall. Those are the evolution of writing for television, Doctor Who production stories, and film and television production in the 21st century. And what's extra appropriate for us in these discussions is that they actually did live episode commentaries at Gallifrey One, so we'll cover and discuss those here as well. They are for the episodes Flux 1, The Halloween Apocalypse, and yes, another commentary for The Power of the Doctor, so there's plenty of bookending on our ends here as well. So like our first 5 Chibnall era commentary discussions, I've selected and clipped out particularly interesting segments of commentaries and communications to discuss here. So we'll all hear those, then you'll hear the three of us. That's myself, Neo from Australia, along with my friends Ingiga and Oliver, both from England. You'll hear us discuss and further comment on those clips, and in doing that we'll build on those sorts of discussions we've been having in our last 5 commentary discussions here, as well as getting into new points and topics as well, of course. So let's start with the commentary for The Woman Who Fell to Earth with Jodie Whittaker and director Jamie Childs. These first 2 clips are from the start of the episode with Ryan up on that Sheffield hill.
So the responsible grandparents that they are, bring your dyspraxic child to sit on the edge of a cliff to have a conversation. It's always
I'm getting that bike, because I'll try.
There he goes, sent down the mountain to collect his bike on his own. Dyspraxic grandkid.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they're calling it out in the commentary. I mean, like, well, were they not thinking of this like while they were making the episode? Like, they considered it an issue. Like, what's the?
Remember in our Spyfall, one of our Spyfall commentaries, we noted how Tozen improvised Ryan falling up the stairs, presumably as part of the dyspraxia characterization So it's weird. The dyspraxia is a weird thing in that it feels really part of the character design and the first episode, and then often it's kind of absent.
Yeah, it's in the brief for his character, but often it doesn't feel like anyone particularly cares enough to read the brief, or the brief is not interesting enough for anyone to actually take a look at it.
And it's odd because I guess, as Ty does it at one point, but if you're a guest writer on a show and in the character brief is that one of your companions is dyspraxic, it's a show about running up and down corridors. You would think it would be factored into the stories by more guest writers, because that's sort of how guest writers work. They get the character briefs and go, okay, how can I match this with the ideas in my pitch? It's odd that it's not more of an element even in not Chibnall penned stories. And it's odd that the intentionality between the fact that Graham in particular is painted as in this episode, functionally just ableist dick, right? It's interesting that intentionality is there in some of the episode, and maybe in this sequence, but also maybe not, because it's the implication that Grace is also...
Yeah. What Jamie and Jodie are laughing at there, like what bad guardianship of a youth to, be doing these kinds of things with Ryan, like that fits fine with Graham's characterization as a huge dick in this episode where he's yelling at Ryan about dyspraxia. But then Graham, for like 99% of the time, is characterized as a really cuddly old grandpa dude. Is it like early episode weirdness? It's always struck me as weird with this episode, the Graham dyspraxia stuff. And like Chibnall isn't like... I feel like it's important to contextualize. Chibnall has a nephew with dyspraxia, so it's not like he's just came to this as like a random thing. It's an interesting thing he wanted to add into the show, and like you can see all the goodwill in doing that. So then it's weird to have like the authority figure that's being mean to Ryan about it, and then he's not mean at all. He's really nice.
It feels like it's setting out the rift in their relationship, but doesn't have a real character foundation for that rift. So Graham needs to say something uncharacteristic to demonstrate that riff. So then because that element isn't a core part of his character, because the riff doesn't come from a core part of their characters, it then fades into the background and then they're sort of coming together at the end of the series. I mean, that's part of why that doesn't feel very dynamic or active as a character growth over the series, is because their rift never felt grounded in proper disagreements anyway, because elements like Graham's ableism just prove, to have never really existed and just been written for that one scene in this episode. There's something really interesting about the idea of having a show about running up and down corridors away from monsters and climbing things and blowing things up, and one of your companions really struggles with that, and so it sort of focuses in the threat of running away from monsters, not on the monsters, but on the running. I think that's really interesting. And were it explored properly across the series, would have been a fascinating thing to have done. And it's such a shame that, like you see in this clip, it feels like an afterthought.
Yeah, it's just window dressing for his first scene when he's trying to ride a bike. Yeah. And then at the end when he's trying to ride a bike again.
But another thing with these conversations that I notice is it reminds me of some of the Phasman discourse, in that what I see will often happen. People will point to they'll find someone online with dyspraxia who will like support their reading. And then they'll say, well, this person with dyspraxia says this. Or you'll see it with Phasman all the time. My gay friend says this, or I am gay and I say this. You see on Twitter, I saw a great one the other day about Phasman where like someone says, actually, well, I'm gay and I say that, this is fantastic, blah, blah. And then someone replies, I'm gay too. And I say, it's not, stalemate. And then like, where do you go from there? I see that with the dyspraxia conversations, less these days, but in 2018, I did see it quite a bit. And I hate it because it's so demeaning and so like, I think it's so telling how some people think that it's like, my token dyspraxic friend says this, and they're all a monolith, right? So therefore I'm right. It's like such a dehumanizing view to be like, it's like they subconsciously think all, like gay people will think this about Yaz, or all dyspraxic people. Like, that's such a dehumanizing way to think. I think, why are you, no one's like that. There's no type of group of humans that are like that you'll have different people with dyspraxia will have different opinions on how Ryan's dyspraxia was handled. Of course they would. They're people. It's a little Thasman link there, because we've seen that similar stuff with Thasman, where people will like flatten into, well, so and so says this, therefore it's that, and it just kind of demeans, I think, communities to think about it that way. So the dyspraxia thing is really interesting, because I think the interesting points are what Tozen does with it. That Chibnall has a relative with it, which is presumably part of the impetus to put it in the show. That it's integrated in such a way that, like the director and Jodie can like laugh at the way it's actually functioning in the episode. And then the weird adrift way it works with Graham's characterization in episode 1. Yeah, a lot of oddities there.
It's that thing we've talked about before of conversations about the show at the moment sort of refusing to be about the text itself.
Yeah.
It's avoidant, is the thing you say.
Yeah.
People so often aren't talking about what the show's doing and whether that's good, whether it's good representation by the text of what it is, but rather referring to people as if their token is just a way for this person to prove they're reading right.
Yeah.
Like, this person was closeted and queer for years and they feel represented by this. Well, that's great. But lots of us were.
Yeah.
And not everyone agrees.
It's like, what if you're a person with a dyspraxia that doesn't want to talk about how it's handled on Doctor Who? You don't want to be in those conversations at all. It's like, and then that's a whole exclusion. Or if you're someone who is dyspraxic and you just don't care, like you're not that interested in how the Ryan stuff is handled either way. And it's like all these viewpoints are excluded because fans will like glom onto, well, this person likes it and I like it, or this person dislikes it and I dislike it. Therefore, it links totally in with what we were saying about like readings where they're perfectly valid on their own, and then you grab at the author and then you complicate it and distract it because you're now saying, well, this is what the author's saying instead of this is what I'm saying. It's almost like that. Like, well, my friend, who is dyspraxic for the Ryan stuff, or my friend who is a lesbian for the Thasman stuff. I think it's related to that kind of authority thing where people feel the need to say, well, I'm proven because the authority says so, whether the authority is the writer or the authority is the person whose identity you see is validating your reading. It's dehumanizing stuff. It bothers me quite a bit. Obviously, you want to hear from people who are very much worth hearing from on things, but that's different from grabbing at someone to validate your reading.
I would be massively frustrated and I am when it comes to certain representations of queerness. It's massively frustrating to have things reduced down to, so what do you think?
Yeah.
And then that's it. We're going to stop the conversation there.
Yeah. And to receive the message where, before someone actually asks it, but when you can tell in a couple of messages time, they're about to ask you, like, so do you approve of the thing? Can I say it's good? I hate when someone leads with that. Because it's so obvious when they're doing it. Like, they'll ask a cursory question,
Yeah, for sure.
But they're absolutely just trying to get to you. Well, I know your X identity, so can I use you for this or not? It's so, I hate it.
One of my friends is a trans ex-Muslim, and she gets a hell of a lot of...
Yeah.
So considering... so I don't want to... And you don't have to answer but considering... What do you think about... Just, it's tiring, isn't it?
Am I allowed to like this Netflix show? Can you give me permission to stan?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so is this good representation? Bear in mind, I want you to answer right now, and it either has to be a yes or no answer.
And there's the kind of the subtext of if it's something they have a pre-existing attachment to, they might well be annoyed if you say no. Are they going to then try and like, well, have you considered that, does that make you like it if I tell you this bit of the law?
This was a quick again, Mandip didn't have a lot of time to do her introduction either. This was like, we arrived in Sheffield on the bus, and then we had to like get off the bus and do that scene in like a few hours, and just before the sun went down.
For me as an actor, it's much easier for me to just like come in and go, rather than if you have the luxury of time, you can overthink, particularly your opening moments, because there's so much. Knowing that this, even though we don't shoot it in order, knowing it's the first thing that they'll see as you as the character, it's nerve-wracking when you've got loads of time to do it. Because we didn't have loads of time for our later scene.
No, you didn't.
I swear, this isn't a prank. I came down here.
You're right. Actually, all the sort of opening scenes of each character have been like quite spontaneous, and maybe that was a good, like
definitely.
it was a good thing.
See, I wonder if that sense of spontaneity has kind of persisted throughout Chibnall Who, given that, I don't know, maybe there's some of the impressions we get about things being quite last minute. Maybe that's kind of what led to, like, with this example of Jodie saying she kind of likes that spontaneity, maybe that kind of led to the actors having a nicer experience on the whole. Just not having time to overthink things, not having anything to overthink in the first place, possibly.
I'm surprised looking back how effective that opening for Yaz is.
Oh yeah,
considering where it goes, she resolves a dispute between two people in a very Doctor Who-y way. She's teed up from that first moment as a Doctor type figure.
The point that she is shown to have reached in Survivors of the Flux, where she can lead and stuff, the thing is she was already there in her first scene. She just got regressed arbitrarily, so she could crawl back up to that point over the course of several years.
Something about the actor perspective, both Jodie and Giggs, I want to ask about, is that, so in TV, you have less time than a lot of other things, depending on how a film or a play is being run. So is it like a preference between like TV actors are going to prefer a certain type of thing, or just some actors are going to prefer a certain type of thing, with how Jodie is talking about she likes not having the chance to overthink? Because, like some film directors will want actors to do so many takes that like they have no intention of using some of the early ones. But in like a play, like Giggs talked about earlier, you kind of often workshop what you're going to make of the performances and of the script before you you make the play happen. That's like a whole process with theatre. So is it like a TV specific thing for Jodie to be really into, I don't have to overthink it, there's not too much like stature on it because you just have to go in and rush and do the work because you only have so many time? Or what do you think the acting sort of perspective is there with that type of work?
Maybe with it being TV, maybe there's an element of, because the way she talked about it, how there's more pressure for it being their first moments. Like maybe the fact that they're going to be on the show for an extended period of time, like it feels more like it feels bigger in that way. So in that sense that there's less, like, and given that they have so much to do and that character's going to be around for so long, like maybe the element of not wanting to overthink it too much is more prominent there, because if you spent so much time kind of dwelling on every little thing, you'd never get anything done, because there's just such a huge amount of stuff to do.
Yeah.
You really just got to get in there, get in the thick of it, and sort of learn as you go, almost, with like something like Doctor Who, where you're kind of doing all these adventures with these characters and doing so much of it, and it is kind of a learning process and a developing process. Maybe that's part of it as well. So give yourself an opportunity to just go into it. I think with something like a play, you kind of want to get it right, like when you perform it. So you kind of want to do a lot of preparation and sort of make sure it's there. Whereas, like, we can all see over the course of someone's run on Doctor Who how they grow into the part, or they get more used to it as they go along. So, yeah, it might be a TV thing.
Look at you. You're a Fed?
Yeah, we don't call it that. I'm still training second year probation. What about you? What are you up to?
Warehouse worker.
Oh, right. Like it?
Hey,
So
it's casual. I studied for my MVQ.
again, the illusion of maybe these close-ups were done
Good.
as pickups later.
Were they?
Yeah, they were. Yeah. So we had like a little bit of forest sometime. We thought, you know what, maybe it'd be nice to have like a little bit of a closer moment for that. So we shot that in a completely different forest, like
Cool.
a different day.
Wow. TV's magic.
It's amazing, isn't it? You put it all together, no one would ever know.
More classic pickup.
It's like the ADR thing. It's so obvious when you see it now.
That is interesting.
When they talk about doing pickups for that conversation, are they saying we went back and did the existing dialogue in the script differently? Or are they saying that dialogue didn't exist and we went and did a pickup with the dialogue there about him studying?
I think it's probably the former. And I mean, obviously, I don't know. That's just my guess. But like, I get the sense that from the way he talked about it, they were looking at the conversation and we thought like we could make this more intimate. And it's just in terms of shooting it differently. I mean, maybe Chib did add some stuff. I don't know. But yeah, that's just the impression I get.
Yeah, the impression from the wording there, I think, is that they're just getting new coverage on the scene.
I love it. Is like Jamie's right. It's the TV magic thing of. Like, I've watched that episode many times, and before I listened to the commentary, I never really twigged that isn't from the same filming. Look, the lighting is different. It's not just that we're closer in frame. It looks different, those shots. But just because, like, it's obviously the same, well, you know, it's meant to look like the same forest, and it's obviously part of the same conversation, your brain just totally rolls it, and it's like, yeah, let's go. This is all the same scene. I love that about film and TV. But I also love when you listen to something like a commentary, you're like the opposite. You're like, well, look at that now. That does not fit at all.
Honestly, that scene must have been so visually dull before they added those close-ups. Like, how the hell? I do wonder, with some of these like last-minute changes that we hear about the making, I'm like, how did it get to the point where that wasn't there in the first go? Like, damn.
We, the film that I've just wrapped on and I'm currently editing, we only had super slow motion cameras for a certain, at the end of our shoot. And we were filming, we had reds later on, which shoot at 250 frames a second. And so there were a lot of scripted things in earlier scenes that needed, the super slow motion, but but the locations we only had at the beginning of the week and the camera we only had at the end of the week. So there was a fair bit of that kind of pickup that, because of schedule changes, I had to figure out quite last minute, how can we make this scene for a super close up look like that other scene? And it is, you're totally right. You worry about it a lot in production, but people's brains don't notice. It happens all the time in films. And since I've started worrying about continuity, when I'm working, I've noticed it a lot more, but it extremely doesn't matter that people's position and direction of looking and what their hands are doing change between wide shots and close-ups constantly in the most professional, most successful films. All the time.
Yeah.
Someone's hand will be in a different position and you just don't notice. It just doesn't matter that much. It's not that big a deal.
Like, connected to what you're saying, I was watching an episode of Luther the other day, and it was like it's like one of those shots where there's a division down the middle, and it's like outside Luther's office, and Luther's talking to someone. Idris Elba's mouth was in no way, shape, or form saying the lines that Luther was saying. It was clearly they'd ADR'd it, and hilariously they hadn't even done like the classic B-roll thing of like, let's not look at their mouth. They just had the new dialogue going on top of the old dialogue. And if you were really looking at his lips, you would notice what I was noticing, that this wasn't the dialogue. But it was like a tense scene, and you were looking at, I think Paul McGann might have been the other actor in it. And so you're more looking at how he's reacting and everything, and your brain's not kind of filled with what is going on with how Idris Elba's lips are moving right now. Those aren't the vowels I'm hearing. So I love that. I love the magic of it's like in the old movies where they're entirely dubbed, and if you're not told, sometimes you won't even realize, just because it generally hangs together. I love all that type of stuff. It's like casting a spell on the audience. I think it's so cool.
Yeah, the human brain does so much of the work itself.
Absolutely.
Which is the same thing with narrative. Plot holes. It's like Scorsese says, it's never more important for it to make total logical sense than it is to be emotionally and dramatically coherent and meaningful. And even when there's something that absolutely doesn't make sense, if it's neat enough and small enough, we'll just rationalize it away with no problem whatsoever, right?
So when like a story is overwhelming you with the emotional truth of it or the really interesting thematics of it, your brain is more going on, and so you're less likely to be like, well, how did Batman actually manage to do that? Because you're less, because you're thinking about, oh my god, the Riddler's got, so and so. Oh my god, what's going to happen with XYZ? It is like the spell needs to hold on your audience for the attention to be in the right places. It's very much like an illusionist kind of thing.
I think when it comes to noticing stuff like pickups, like in this scene, or ADR, or stuff like that, or little bits of continuity, like Clara's hair curl being in the wrong place in Dark Water, which I always notice. I think with stuff like that, when you notice it, at the end of the day, all it is, it's a reminder that you're watching a constructed piece of fiction rather than a real internal reality. And at the end of the day, like that's not actually a deal breaker, because there are art forms where like, it's really obvious that the whole thing's a construction. I mean, if you go to the theatre, you're looking at a stage, you know, if you're reading a book, you're looking at lines of text. Like, that sort of acknowledgement or awareness that you're looking at a construct is not actually a deal breaker in terms of the story, because like we were just saying, the story takes you with it. As long as you understand the rules of how the story is being told, you can just go with it, and it's not a big deal if you know it's not quote unquote real.
I think I don't want to belabor this point forever, as much as I know all three of us really find interesting. I think there's also an element of audience. Like, obviously, we three are enjoying discussing this kind of thing, but some people, you hear, what's the term? This broke my immersion. Some people have this thing where it's a huge deal for them to feel kind of enfolded within a narrative or within a world. It's like they want the spell cast on them, and they don't want it broken for any reason. And for them, it will be broken in certain ways because they really buy into the artifice of something in a big way. It's like, and the funny thing is, though, like, to some other people, the artifice is going to be so apparent and not ruin anything. It's like with Kill the Moon, as we've talked about before, it's the strange thing for me is that people are immersed in the way they're talking about by other Doctor Who episodes, where I see their complaints about maybe Kill the Moon, I feel are so applicable to so many things. But it's like the rules they have for how they're immersed by something, or how this spell of TV magic works on them, means that, you know, some things will break the spell and some things won't. But I'm like, I don't have this immersion thing. I love all these elements. Like, I love learning about what will pick up shots, because that's all part of the joy for me. Like, it's, the thing works on the two levels and they reinforce each other. I'm watching a movie and I'm of course I'm immersed in the artifice of the film, but I also love the artifice. Like, that's the other half of the interest for me, is how did they make this? You know, like, you know, how did they realize this spell on me? Like, the fun with magic, if we're using magic as an example, I think lots of people will feel the same way, that the fun is twofold. The fun is, wow, that card trick, how on earth did that work? And then the other half of the fun for a lot of people will be, well, how did that work? I want to learn how you did that. That's so cool that you made that work on me. How was it achieved? But for some people, they won't want the second part. They'll just want the first part, which is fine. Different tastes.
Yeah, I think this is something I come back to a lot in writing and thinking, is that the two things we assume they're mutually exclusive, but they're not.
Not at all.
The magic and the science behind it are the same thing. The fiction and the world that's created is the same thing as it being a TV show, right? The fact that it is a TV show is why it is a fictional world. And some people, like, we've talked about this a bit before, but some people so buy into the world that you get all these, well, it is that way because it is that way sort of defenses. Because to certain people, I don't want to say the world's real, but they're bought into, I guess, the immersion, that for them it is a world they step into and act like it's real. I find it so interesting, the difference between it's like that thing we were talking about before of Clara becoming a teacher after being nanny, right? That doesn't need explaining to most people, because obviously that makes sense and whatever, it's a story anyway. But some people want all the steps in between and that rigorous understanding. It's like the thing I'm massively fond of, and I think comes back to this idea, is the way that the RTD era sci-fi mumbo-jumbo dialogue that means absolutely nothing but tells you that this is what this magic thing is and how that works. The way that gets replaced by the actual magic lines in the Moffat era, that stuff like, I didn't want to say magic door, that kind of thing, where the script just starts acknowledging, yeah, it's magic, whatever. This sci-fi thing, it's just a magic thing. There's no actual difference between the two. It's just magic.
I think people internalize rules about how to understand a story and the way stories work. So like people demanding an orchestral soundtrack for Wheel of Time because it's fantasy.
Yeah.
And when there is one, they say, this broke my immersion, this broke my suspension of disbelief. I think people act like there are certain things that must be done to preserve the reality, the immersion of this world. But in reality, they're also completely fine with stuff like, music or anything like that is makes it really obvious that it's a construction, that it's artificial. Yeah, but because they've internalized that, you know, something will have music or something will have this editing technique or whatever, then they're fine with that and they don't count that as immersion breaking. I think it really is all just like a big smoke screen, like the whole suspension of disbelief idea, the whole immersion idea. I think it's kind of a smoke screen for what's actually going on, which is people understand and have internalized certain rules about how to understand the story. And when those rules are violated in any way, they're like, whoa, what's going on? Oh my God, this has broken my immersion.
Yeah.
There's a certain kind of naturalistic narrative that is basically all-consuming. Basically, all narrative that exists is this same kind of naturalistic storytelling where things work in a certain way, and everything exists as if it physically exists. And whenever that's broken, even slightly, it freaks people out. There's definitely something about capitalist realism here. I'm reminded of the Anansi stories, which I grew up with and love to pieces, which like a lot of myth and legend, hinges on wordplay rather than naturalistic logic. It's why people have so struggled to adapt it. But the whole thing with Anansi is that in some tellings he's a old man, in some tellings he's a spider, and he is, of course, both at once. There's no contradiction there. The metaphorical description of him as a spider-like man is as naturalistic to the story as him literally being an old, cunning man, because he is just the story, right? He wins arguments and whatnot with wordplay, and narrative hinges around puns and whatnot, because it's a story and it only exists as a story. And that's an entirely foreign, natural, non-naturalistic type of narrative that people aren't used to. People expect narrative to be as if it literally makes sense. And it's interesting that whenever that's broken, even slightly, it irks people so much.
That's so much of the fandom disagreement we have with the Moffat era is the fairy tale logic thing, where it's like the rules that you might understand from that type of storytelling, or I might understand from, you know, certain fairy stories or whatever I've read. There are rules and they make perfect sense to us. They're just like symbolic rules. They're not like mechanical rules in the way that, you know, hard science fiction might be ran by. But the rules are there. It's just a different type of rule set. The other thing, originally I was going to say this is a tangent, and then I realized it's not at all. It's completely tied in. So this kind of circles back to the quintet of historical stories we talked about, in that my issue, most of the time I'm just like different tastes, different strokes with this kind of immersion thing. But the occurrence of it, which really actively irritates me, with historical stories, the issue, with fantasy, it's great if you have a certain type of immersion that works for you with fantasy. If, like, for fantasy you need potatoes in it, whether that makes sense or not, depending, you know, on the setting of your story. Fantasy needs horses. Fantasy needs a certain type of heroism, whatever. If that's what gets you immersed in fantasy, that's great. The issue is people will put this layer on top of fantasy in particular, and I think this happens less with science fiction, because science fiction obviously hasn't happened. Like, the idea of science fiction is this could happen in the future. The future hasn't happened yet. This is like a projection. Fantasy often is more like this is a quasi-historical thing, as people will understand it. And so people will, like, watch the Lord of the Rings movies, or, you know, read the Lord of the Rings, and they'll be like, wow, it really was like that back then, you know, or wow, they'll read Conan the Barbarian, or they'll read these stories that are at least inspired to some degree by the past. They'll read A Song of Ice and Fire and be like, wow, the War of the Roses was crazy. And so often I don't even know why they're doing this, because it's not like the authors are saying, so much of the time they're actually saying the opposite of, you know, this is historically grounded. They're saying, well, I took some influence, you know, and I also put dragons in, I also put sirens in, you know, I made it like, this is a fantasy story. I may have taken some influence from historical England or wherever, but this is not a story of historical England. And yet there's this real compulsion by people to read things as quasi-history with fantasy. This will come back to Doctor Who very soon. So you'll see, especially now with the new Amazon show coming out, all these arguments will be had, you know, particularly about like the ethnicity of cast members. Be like, hey, this is ahistorical. Yeah, it is. It is ahistorical. It's Lord of the Rings. Yeah, and I don't want to get into the huge rabbit hole, but then they'll cherry pick comments, and, you know, they'll cut off the start and ends of them to make it seem like Tolkien was outlining a certain vision for something he was making, which he wasn't. And even if he was, very tangibly, you know, like Westeros is not England. It's not Ireland. It's Westeros. George has taken influence from like the Accursed Kings historical fantasy series. He took influence from that. He's taken influence from The War of the Roses, he's not writing that. He's writing a make-believe story. And his understanding of history often is pop history. It's not, it's pop history kind of understanding of history he's incorporating, which is why it makes for great fiction. And I don't know entirely what drives it, but people will I think it's they want a kind of educational value or kind of an authorization or a validation of what they're consuming, I think might drive it to a degree, in which they'll be like, well, back in the day, so-and-so, because in Game of Thrones, this is like this vague idea that I've learnt about the monarchy because I've watched Game of Thrones, and you've watched a fictional show, based on fictional books, which are drawing some concepts from an understanding of history that in part may be fictional, from a certain point of view. And so there's this kind of quasi-education idea that comes through with all these things, which is how you'll get the ridiculous debates, where people will actively fight for ahistorical things as they're insisting something is historical, which isn't, because it's part of the rule set they've made for themselves. Like swords go swing, that isn't real. And if we all accept that isn't real, then there's no dramas at all, as I think often happens with other genres, where it's like people will say, if the equivalent of a horse not going clop, clop, clop in science fiction doesn't happen, I won't feel immersed. But it's not like the space horses actually go clop, 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 because we know space horses don't exist. It's science fiction. But with fantasy, there's that kind of historical element people read into it. And so people will actually think, well, didn't everyone get married when they were 13? That's from, Game of Thrones or whatever. That's history. And so where I think this links to Doctor Who is back to that responsibility idea with the historicals we were talking about and the great power the form of TV has over us, because it's such a strong form of storytelling, is that however you write it, the rule sets people interpret fiction through will have that kind of validating aspect for them. So if you are making a historical about a certain historical figure, people may have their rule sets affirmed by it, and so they'll get immersed by it, and they'll kind of take it as an authority, and then they're going to absorb what you're passing through to them. So I think that idea of rule sets brooking immersion is really interesting, because it's like people won't intake the science from Kill the Moon because it's breaking a lot of their rule sets, and so they're going to say this is crap, this isn't an authority, I can't even get immersed in it, the science must be wrong. Theoretically, someone may be immersed by the Serenga conundrum. This might fit their immersion factors for TV, and so then they're much more amenable to be intaking how antimatter is talked about and learning that, and then they'll think this is how antimatter works, whether it does or doesn't. But I think it's really interesting, that kind of confluence between this immersion idea we're talking about and this kind of power of TV, historical facts lodging in your brain idea we talked about in the earlier quintet.
If the moon really was an egg, it wouldn't put on mass, and that's science. But if there was a racist involving himself in historic events around segregation in Alabama, it would make science sense for you to have to keep history on its track by making racism happen. It's the rules. People think there's rules. And the rule sets are really telling. Yeah. Because it's such a personal thing. What defines acceptable to you, or why will the presence of, why will the exclusion of a certain ethnicity make the rules work for you? Like in a fantasy story, why does the presence of like a black actor break the rules down for you, and you can't get immersed and invested in the story anymore? Like, that's really interesting. It's so insidious, right? I remember Battlefield 1. One of them had one of the main characters was a woman with a prosthetic limb, right? Which people lost their minds over, as if A, anything in any of this is actually historically accurate, and B, as if that is the rule that needs adhering to. It's a very specific version of naturalism. And I think it's so interesting to compare it with other people. It's like, I know someone really into horses, and so for them, if they watch like Game of Thrones, Braveheart, whatever, they'll go, this is absolute nonsense. As if, like, why are we having this horse over here? Or why, how could you be having those different types of horses together? And so for them, that's like, this is completely ahistorical. This is crap. This makes no sense. This doesn't accord with my actual understanding of horses and horse history and everything. And then for everyone else who will like profess, the big thing about science, or the big thing about historical realism being important to them in stories, they don't know anything about horses. And so that doesn't flag up at all for them. And so that's telling. So it's like,
they don't know anything about horses, and perhaps they don't care about horses enough to learn any of that stuff. And so completely ahistorical horse storytelling means nothing to them. So what does matter to them? And then that's really interesting to see the things they do know about or have learnt about or want to learn about, and how that accords with their fictional rule set. Yeah, absolutely.
To abstract it out into sort of what we were talking about before with the TV language and how much work our brains do, it's so interesting that people are so willing to accept conversations between two characters where they decide major life things that take place in a minute and a half on screen. And they're so willing to accept, the basic logic of flashbacks or even just shot, reverse shot, that montage, Kuleshov relationship between images. That's okay. Those are the rules that exist now. That's how film works. So we're okay with that. No one's got any issue with the fact that we jump around the world illogically, or the camera shifts position or whatever, because we all accept this is how stuff works. No lighting in almost anything that anyone watches is actually anything like real life lighting. We all accept that these are, and some of those are more background than others, but we all accept that there's a set of rules by which fiction works. But some people go, and these are the rules, and no more rules are okay. There's nothing else. Nothing's allowed outside what I already accept as the naturalistic version of storytelling.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's all an artifice. It's an artifice of your choosing, though, to an extent. It's like, I think really good teachable ones for that are characters not saying goodbye, like they just hang up the phone because the script doesn't want to spend any more time. And also with conversations, often you'll see characters like in one location, and then in the next location, they're like on the exact same thread of conversation as if they haven't just had a car ride.
Yeah.
Or they'll be getting into the car, and then they get out of the car, and it's like, did they just sit in silence for an hour and then they resume the conversation? Like, it makes total sense with the flow of an episode or a film, but it makes no sense if you actually really care about these, realism rules that you're trying to apply to certain aspects of something.
But yeah, it was
also,
the same
this
carriage.
was my audition.
Oh,
a version of this scene is in my audition.
Yeah, I've seen that, yeah. This is a great scene for you. I thought
it was my least favourite in the audition. I found it so hard.
Really?
Yeah, I just didn't know how to place it because it was the first thing we did, and I was just like, how do you do that? Obviously, I did it right.
Yeah, I think you did. So what was so it was just what he'd written Chris had written a slightly different version.
It was just not on a train. It was a version of this, and it ended with putting my fingers up my nose and fainting.
Oh, which is yeah, right.
I'm not a massive fan of post-regeneration faffing around in general.
When we were just talking about rule sets, I was thinking, I didn't say it then, but like we've hit a few times in these commentary discussions, the Hartnell era is beautiful in many ways, and one of them I think is because there were no rules. It's making the rules. It's it's this transgressive new. There's no, when you're doing An Unearthly Child, you can't say, well, old Doctor Who stories. There's no old Doctor Who stories. You're the Doctor Who story. You get to set out what you want to do. Post-regeneration stories are like, once that was novel, and now it's like they're not all the same shape, although a lot of them are really similar shapes, like Spearhead, Christmas Invasion. Like there's a certain deep breath, there's a certain form of the sleeping doctor type of one. Not all of them are the same shape, but they all have, so many of them have very similar beats, which is why they kind of feel like, let's get this out of the road and then get into the real meat. Let's get into the Dalek. So yeah, I agree with you.
Sometimes when a story like Spearhead is so good, it almost traumatizes the show because we're just condemned to repeat it over and over and over. It was nice that 11th Hour sort of didn't do all that stuff. Like, obviously he's quirky and eccentric at the start, but like they kind of subsume it into his first interaction with Amelia Pond, which is very subdued, and we just we're spared a lot of the bullshit of post-regeneration episodes in that story.
Yeah, it's post-regeneration, but it's not. He's his character, right? He's the 11th Doctor. He's
just like that,
being a bit weird, but he's basically like that. Yeah, where for 13 especially, it's just faff. It's just time spent not getting to know the character yet.
And then it's also quite didactic. Like the episode climaxes with the, I'm the Doctor, a little bit of Sheffield Steel, a bit of Fizz. What I do is X, Y, Z. And earlier, she has that speech to Graham and Grace where she's like, regeneration is when this happens. So I'm feeling these emotions right now, which is good because now I can, it's very didactic, a lot of this episode.
I think like for the climax of the episode to be like, I finally remembered who I am. I'm the Doctor. Yeah. I think to structure a Doctor's first episode around them just being like, not knowing who they are really until like the end, I think it's kind of a symptom. I may have identified this back when it came out, but like it's kind of a symptom of there maybe not being much else to say, like Chib not having much else to say about this Doctor in the first place. So her first episode is just about her slowly remembering that she is in fact the Doctor. And it's just like, oh, is that it? Great.
Incredibly informative that her not remembering who she is isn't a moral crisis. It's not a question of character. It's literally, oh yeah, my name is the Doctor, right? She's not like, yeah, she's not acting. That identity crisis is the same identity crisis she has across her arc of the whole era.
Another thing with the Series 5 comparisons that I think is interesting, because we were also talking about how like the actors like the bam, 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 we're shooting your introductory scene, we got an hour in this location, let's get it done. With Series 5, of course, Matt, who's so fully formed in the 11th hour, didn't film the 11th hour first. He filmed the Angels two-parter first. And then it's like that TV magic thing, like with the pickup shots and all this other stuff we've been talking about. We get 3 episodes of, wow, that's 11. This is the Doctor. Wow, this is a firm characterization. And then we get the Angel episodes. So these are actually his first ones he's filmed. But we've been primed with 3 episodes of very, fully formed Matt performances. So they don't feel like a step back at all. It's like just, oh yeah, that's more 11. And then we go into Vampires of Venice. It all feels so smooth. So it's interesting that it's like that. It's kind of the production kind of helps the character formation there, because we're like, it's big shoes to fill with Tennant. You're going to do these ones first because it's not as huge a deal what works or what doesn't work with the character in episodes 4 and 5. And we'll do episode 1 when you're really confident and you can nail it. So it's interesting in But it's like we were saying, the 11th hour also has an interest in presenting 11 pretty fully formed, because it has other things on its mind. Like it has all this Amy story on its mind that it's really trying to tell, instead of just the post-regeneration hijinks. Woman Who Fell to Earth kind of puts the Doctor in that status where they are not remembering who they are and they're doing the post-regeneration kind of waltzing around. But then it's not like Arachnids and Saranga are really presenting like a hugely more developed version of the character, are they, would you say?
Arachnids even has that line where she's like, I'm still figuring myself out, I'm not sure who I am yet, I'm still quite socially awkward, I don't know.
It's kind of a wider problem than just like an early Series 11 problem, yeah.
Listening to Jodie describe how difficult she found this scene, it kind of makes me feel bad for her, because like she gets so much of this kind of fillerish dialogue throughout her era. It's like Chibnall on autopilot mode, and he just flings all the stuff at her, like for she can moat her mouth.
At the speed of which she was saying dialogue in the train sequence, it was also really cold that night, and so she got lockjaw in one of the takes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Right. Us 3 had to walk down a carriage, but there's only one carriage.
Oh, you're ruining the illusion.
No, I know, but we've got to say.
Yeah,
so then we had to go back to carry on the conversation. But the other thing that was quite difficult about this scene was that we were freezing and we had to keep putting hand warmers on our... Well, I certainly did. I had to put hand warmers on my face to make sure my jaw worked.
Did you?
Because it's quite... Obviously, it's very chewy, the dialogue. And we speak like da-da-da-da-da-da. And it was freezing. And I kept getting that like lockjaw, when your teeth chatter.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you kept that secret. I didn't even know.
I probably moaned.
Yeah, probably. I just forgot. I just blanked all the morning.
Might have been so soon I listened to my moaning.
Any more to say on the audition scene, or should we move on?
Just on the note on post-regenerative craziness, because like we've been kind of down on it, and yeah, it is quite kind of, it feels obligatory and stupid, but I feel you can probably get it to work in some ways. Like I feel it's not a hugely bad thing in Deep Breath, because that episode is all about the Doctor being volatile and his relationship with Clara kind of being on the rocks because of his new unpredictable personality. So post-regenerative bullshit sort of fits into that in a certain extent, because he's much more rough and like weird.
It's like with so many other things in this era, if you have lots of things going on, these things aren't issues at all. It's just when you don't have many things going on, it kind of invites, how's that working?
I mean, part of the role of the Doctor is being able to sell that kind of dialogue and make it interesting, even when it is filler, because sometimes it is going to be filler, because that's sort of how Doctor Who works. A lot of the guest writers, at the very least, are gonna put in some slightly dull Doctor Who-y filler, and whether the actor can sell that is a big point of casting them. So I don't think it's, you know, as much as it's a shame that Jodie is having to work with that kind of filler that is talking about Lego and candy floss rather than anything actually interesting, that is also sort of inherent to the role.
And again, it doesn't matter if there's anything else going on, like Neo said.
Yeah. The last little thing I want to say tangentially about audition dialogue that I just thought of is I really like watching leaked audition clips for shows. Often before a show starts, actors will put them up on Vimeo or whatever, and they won't always correctly like hide them. And so people will like find, oh my God, this is the audition scripts for the new Lord of the Rings show. I can watch this and get a sense of the dialogue, what the show is doing, the characters. They'll change names, you know, and they'll change some plot beats, and sometimes it'll be never intended for an actual episode, like the but it's interesting to give you a read on the kind of ideas that might be at play with the show before it's made. I've watched these for a couple of shows. I love when they leak.
The Master? My brother?
But what strikes me, a hook to what we were earlier talking about, is I often see, I remember with these Lord of the Rings ones, watching them, I think this was like, could have been 2 years ago, those came out, that I watched the leaked Lord of the Rings Amazon audition clips. And some people were like me, and they were like saying, well, that's interesting, the dialogue. So they're going for this kind of tone with this sort of people. Or they'll notice, hey, I think they're suggesting a certain story beat by this dialogue. They're trying to cloak it by changing the names of a city, but I'm pretty sure this is what they're going to do. And then some people will be like, I can totally see them as a Numenorian, or I can totally see them as a certain, you know, fantasy race or whatever. And other people will be like, I totally can't see them as a whatever. And some of that will be like what kind of job the actor is doing. But some of it will also be the kind of rules thing we talk about. Like, if you can't buy something as fantasy if the swords don't go swing and the horses don't go clop, clop, clop. You've seen audition clips. Like, the actor will be like in a t-shirt in front of like a drab modern wall, and they'll just be acting. That's all they'll be doing is acting. They're just acting the lines. Sometimes they won't even have props. They're just saying the lines. And so if you don't have all the trappings of genre and of TV in general, some people can't spark the what it's going to be. Whereas, you know, like a casting director, that's their job, is to be able to say, hey, I can see you as Sauron, you know, 100% from you in a t-shirt, you know, just saying a couple of lines, you know, to your wall or whatever. It just strikes me that it's kind of a similar thing to the different senses of immersion. Is like, if you're watching an audition clip, can you envision what this could be in finished form, or can the magic not spark at all with you because there are none of the trappings or props or whatever else? I guess it's kind of like theatre, like Gig was saying. Like, if you need the big visual immersion for certain things, theatre might not connect with you as much as other mediums might.
Man from Earth. Have you seen The Man from Earth? Really fun sci-fi story. I won't give it away because it's very good. But, a history teacher leaves his job one day without saying goodbye to anyone, clearly keeping some secrets, and all the rest of the staff come to see what's up with him. And the whole story is this big sort of sci-fi epic, but it's all told in one room as he has a conversation with them about it. Or Coherence. I watched Coherence recently. That's really cool. It's sort of a Schrodinger's cat, timeline explosion, chaotic sci-fi thing. But that's all just one room, people having a dinner party.
Yeah.
I think people want the trappings. People want the aesthetic and the clearly the literalistic version of sci-fi and fantasy.
This is like the whole Big Finish thing, where some people just don't like audio dramas. They like can't get into it. I see some people actually like the ideas they like hear. Like, they go, wow, that McGann run sounds really interesting. Wow, those Gallifrey audios sound really interesting. But I just can't. You know, it just doesn't work for me, the whole audio drama idea. I'm saying other people, it works for me very much. I love audio dramas. But for some people, it's just, not all mediums work for everyone. That's just the way it is.
I'm not great with comics.
Not everything is for everyone. You know, that's I think fandoms miss that sometimes, but that's normal.
Fast as you can, Yaz.
Good commitment, though.
Oh, by the way, I told Chris this.
Yeah.
I'd misunderstood that line,
Right.
and it wasn't until I watched it watched it, I realised that you didn't realise I'd misunderstood it, because actually I'd made sense of it. I thought I was saying an iPhone was worrying, like, oh my God, you've got this thing with all this information. That's worrying. But I was looking at that picture, but obviously I didn't have that picture, so I totally misunderstood. But then when I watched it, my misunderstanding was never revealed, because I made it convincing anyway.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. So maybe it was better that you didn't know. So you actually thought you
I thought I was good, because obviously I was looking at nothing. I was going, oh wow, look at this.
Yeah.
And then like, oh, it's actually quite terrifying. There's this box
which is kind of true.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why. But I was looking at the.
I'm pretty sure the Doctor's come across iPhones before.
I know, but I'm still fizzing because I'm still regenerating.
That's true.
And I don't even know what a tongue is, so I can be.
That's true.
You can give me a little moment of not knowing if I'd connected iPhone yet. I'm in a new body.
Well, actually, it was just Jodie who didn't know anything was going on.
Yeah.
Jodie's misunderstandings a more interesting read on that line.
Yeah.
That's actually sort of interesting. The Doctor turns up and just goes, what the fuck is up with society? Oh, holy shit, this is screwed.
Sort of reminds me of like Moffat's Doctor complaining about Twitter all the time. Oh my God, smartphones. There's something incredible, given how micromanagey Chibnall scripts can often be. The fact that Jodie had a line that she didn't know the meaning of at all, it is quite interesting. I mean, I'm puzzled. Well, I say I'm puzzled as to how it happened. I'm not that puzzled. But I think it's indicative as to how unclear everything was in terms of just what the hell was going on with the story and the character and the script.
The post-regeneration thing we were talking about, she was still fizzing.
Which is also the reason why post-regeneration sucks so much. Nothing I say counts. Nothing matters. I can say anything, whatever.
Yeah, it's not a real character beat, because she's just confused. She's just confused.
It's like an amnesia plotline, or I've banged my head really hard and my personality's changed.
That reminds me, it's a shame we never got, the classic, like all the shows used to do them. Buffy did a big one. Torchwood did one, where the characters all swap personalities for an episode. Torchwood did it in the Adam episode. Like Owen becomes the meek little lovesick nerd and Tosh is like the big alpha cool girl. Could you have done that in series 12 with the gap? Like, are they defined enough that you could have like mix Graham and Yaz's, even if it's not a body swap, have them change personalities? Would that have worked with this set of characters?
I think you could probably do something with Graham, just in terms of like he's so obviously the archetypal, like, sort of cuddly, dopey, kind of older granddad guy. I don't know about... I would like to see Mandip doing any of the other, like, characters, because I think we saw her in Once Upon a Time, and obviously we like Mandip's performance in general. I mean, I do. I think Neo does as well.
Yeah.
Like, I think that would be fun to see, but I don't know how revealing it would actually be of anything in particular.
I remember the Torchwood Series 6 audios, so I know Gig heard these too at my insistence. They did a body swap story, and I remember feeling like, hey, I haven't seen a sci-fi thing do one of these in ages. Has this like gone out of style? Because I enjoyed hearing that kind of, it's a very like obvious trope. Like a body swap story starts and the sort of lessons that are going to be learnt, the sort of games that are going to be had, but it's quite an enjoyable structure. It's interesting that, we don't get a lot of these archetypal, these are the stories you do in a long-running show, with a big set of characters.
There's a degree of letting the actors play around as well, like just seeing what else they can do, giving them an opportunity to do other stuff. Like obviously Clara got some of that with the Zygon and stuff, and Mandip gets a bit of that in Once Upon a Time, I suppose, with and as well as John Bishop. It's like it's inherently fun for anything involving actors to swap them around in that way. Like it wouldn't work in a book, for example. It'd be completely pointless.
This is going to sound like a double standard, but the Capaldi era feels like it shrugs off a lot of the more obvious sort of gimmick stories. You don't get anything quite like Amy's Choice, for example. There's bits, there's stuff like that, but the more obvious sci-fi tropes you don't particularly revisit. Especially, there's nothing all that body swappy. Obviously, you've got the Zygons, but the Doctor and Clara don't swap or anything. And a lot of that feels like, because the show's aged at that point and it's
very much a second era, yeah.
Yeah, They've done stuff. They've done all the most obvious things, and now we're revisiting them and doing them again. You don't get a straight up sort of trolley problem, Beast Below type situation. You get stuff like Kill the Moon, which is just more complex. There's layers on top of it. You know, we're adding to the types of stories we've already done. You don't get another silence story. You get Listen instead, which is an inversion of the silence story. It feels like it's developing away from those cliches where, and this is the bit that sounds like a double standard, but this era feels like it's not doing the cliches because they're too complex or they're too out there, and it's not really on the level.
Well, it's that weird thing of like Series 11 belabors the point of the whole premise of the show for so long. It takes so long to establish, you know, the fundamental things. And then it's like, this is the big tangible expression of this is Thasmin, where it's like, we've got barely any of the era left and now you do it. What were you busy doing before? Like, what was taking up the time that could have been spent? So it's this odd thing of like, there really was space in this era to do a lot of things. So it's odd to look at the actual list of all the episodes we get in this era and think how the time was spent in a lot of cases.
Remember in Can You Hear Me, they finally do, in a sense, a dream sequence kind of flashback kind of episode. That's sort of one of the tropes you can do with characters. But like in that episode, like Yaz and I guess Ryan and Graham get their things, but the Doctor doesn't even get one. The Doctor just gets, hey, Thomas Child. So it's like, even when they actually do one of those kind of sci-fi standards, they don't actually have enough material to have it extend to the main character properly.
Yeah.
So like, which I think just perfectly sums up what you're talking about.
It's like Once Upon a Time, which I quite like, but the flashbacks don't flesh anyone out to any real degree. Dan gets a bit, Vinda gets a bit, but Yaz's flashbacks are just plot, and the Doctor's flashbacks happen to another life that doesn't inform her character in any way. So, do you remember how the second episode of the whole revival is this weird, mournful, just watching the world die and there being nothing anyone can do about it, as a reflection of the Doctor's grief, but also an expression of his presentation, his perspective as a time traveler, the fact that the whole universe is aged and dead to him, and that's how he sees the world.
It's so much going on in that episode and in the series.
But yeah, it's just I don't like spoilers.
Yeah, and actually, like, I was amazed at how, you know, Chris and Matt had kept these secrets about like everything. I mean, in some of the lengths we went to, like with the warrior, like the main sort of baddie in this, like we had to shoot in places where, like, you know, nobody would ever be able to get even close to it.
Yeah,
that was really hard.
So to hear that they had to go to such lengths to keep Tim Shah secret of all things, I mean,
why?
I mean, this conversation about Chipu has been had so many times. Like, why are they being so secretive about stuff that is so not worth the secrecy, when they could just be, you know, trying to attract people and being, like, you know, having fun instead? And it just comes down to, I guess, what little they do have, they don't want to like saturate by promoting it early or letting it out early, I guess. Just on the spoilers thing again, I'm reminded of during Flux, they kept the episode titles kind of secret, but then one of them leaked because someone like worked out the URL on the website or something. And there was a whole drama about that. Like, how could you leak the title of the upcoming episode? And it was just The Vanquishers or something like that. Like, it just didn't spoil anything, but like they kept it under wraps to such an insane degree.
There's literally no information in that title. It means nothing.
A couple of days ago, I was looking at a comment section for the trailer for Elden Ring, the video game, and there were a bunch of people genuinely upset at the trailer showing locations and showing characters, and there were some confused people in the comment sections with them, who I felt akin to, who was, why did you watch the what could have been in the trailer that would have worked for you? Like, if seeing a location in the game is a ruinous thing for you, what?
Yeah, why did you watch the trailer?
What could be in the trailer that would not upset you? Like, if seeing, I can understand it upsetting you. Like, I can understand I don't want to see an ounce of the aesthetic for the game. I can understand that, but then why watch the trailer? Like, it's curious. It's like people have their rule sets for fiction. People also have their rule sets for spoilers. And it's interesting what defines, you know, a spoiler to people. Yeah, episode titles are like made to promote. They're like it's the name. It's
They just wanted the trailer to be Chibnall promising a big box of treats and chocolates for Elden Ring. That's what they wanted it to be.
People genuinely want those 3 episodes until the finale trailers, which just tell you what is coming, like in a vague but factual way. It's I was talking yesterday about the Star Wars TV shows that I'm never going to watch, but they introduce their villains for each series like in the penultimate episode, and I think the Marvel ones do it too. Rather than having them introduced early and building up a relationship, they just...
I'm not really negative towards the Disney Plus Star Wars shows that I've seen. There's a lot of them. I haven't seen all of them. The way that I was initially, they did turn me around a bit eventually, some of them. But the thing you're talking about does happen. In the Boba Fett show, the penultimate episode introduced a character I wasn't familiar with, who was a character from the animated shows as like the villain. And the Hawkeye TV show did the same thing, although in that case it was a character that had been in shows before and is pretty well known, Kingpin, but well known among comic people and Marvel fans. But still, it is the kind of big, not building up the villain earlier, but having them like as a surprise in the penultimate episode sort of thing, which you could see relies to a degree, arguably, on like the general knowledge or general appreciation or interest in like the character worlds, like the universes, the lore.
They hold off and then go, look, it's that guy from the Clone Wars. So everyone on Twitter can go, oh my god, this is the guy from the Clone Wars.
We've entered this interesting new age of trivia, I think really bolstered by like the wiki. Like people will have never like read a Batman comic, but they will have looked up the Riddler or whatever on a wiki, and then they like want the thing from the wiki. Like people have never heard of Moon Knight, but they look him up on the wiki and they're like, well, did you know, blah, blah, blah. It's such a weird thing. And now you're getting this thing, especially with the multiverse stuff, like we talked about in an earlier commentary discussion, where people are like latching onto trivia of things and then wanting, like you see how people want Tom Cruise in the new Doctor Strange movie because he was attached to an Iron Man film once and then he didn't become Iron Man. But the trivia of Tom Cruise was going to play Iron Man once, even though it didn't happen. It's like, well, fictionally in the multiverse, Tom Cruise would have been Iron Man, so you should have a Tom Cruise Iron Man in the multiverse movie because that's the trivia that I read on Wikipedia, that Tom Cruise was going to be Iron Man. It's like it's a really interesting evolution of like now, well, Cad Bane, this didn't happen in the Clone Wars animated show, but they were going to do this. So, you know, the Boba Fett show should do the cancelled thing that they didn't do because I read on the wiki that there was this cancelled arc. Oh my god, they've incorporated him. Are they incorporating the cancelled arc? This is incredible. It's such a weird... It's not just attachment to something that happened in a previous thing. Now we're at the stage where people are attached to things that didn't happen, but that could have happened if things weren't cancelled or didn't fall apart. It's quite interesting.
It's just we'll definitely get a Series 5 with the 10th Doctor what if audio at some point. And that it's nothing. It's nothing, but it's an idea that could have existed. All possible worlds have to exist within this world, right? It's the multiverse thing we were talking about. Everything has to be in this one narrative of our world, and alternatives can't exist separate to what exists here.
It's interesting. I guess part of it is just general hunger for content, lots of TV having to be produced for streaming services. Well, not so much as in the real streaming services boom days when lots of original stuff was getting greenlit, but still for big IP stuff, lots of streaming shows happening, sure. I want to be clear though that when we're like talking about this is interesting, when we're talking about these things, I do actually mean this is interesting. It is interesting to me. I don't just mean that in like a judgmental way. And I don't think TV series need to abide by some conventions where they absolutely can never have a villain from a previously cancelled show or something come up in the final episode or penultimate episodes. I don't think that can't work. I just think it's interesting to kind of link that or compare and contrast some of these ideas. People getting annoyed at marketing showing anything tangible and people getting excited about the promise of an intangible thing made tangible, like getting something from a cancelled project or getting things people haven't experienced in their tangible forms, like not having experienced the actual novel or comic or whatever, but they've read about it on a wiki or they've watched a YouTube lore channel cover it or whatever. I'm not saying this is all bad or whatever, just that it's interesting. It is interesting to talk about and think about. Also relevant here is there's that kind of Marvelization, I guess, of things where like people want all these sorts of possibilities enfolded within the same like fictional rule set that they understand and that they like and that immerses them. So everything kind of homogenized within that one multiverse, as we've talked about. Although I guess that's kind of the appeal of TV in general in a way, isn't it? And it's why watching TV episodes feels easier than watching movies, I think, to a lot of people, because of that expectation. You know how an episode of a TV show is generally going to work. So there's kind of that comfort expectation level. But I guess to wind this back to where we'd started on this topic, the vacuousness of marketing stuff, I remember when that third Harry Potter Fantastic Beasts film was getting promoted, you drew a parallel with the tagline on all the posters for that film and some Chibnall Era promotion stuff. Do you remember that? What was that film's tagline?
Return to the magic. That's like the tagline for all of them now. Like, nothing to do with the story of the film. Literally just the fact that these are set in the magic world. Therefore, you should watch them. Please. We have nothing else to promote our film with. That's kind of the vibe I get with some of the Chibnall promotion as well. Like, hey, space for all. It's space. Come and watch the epic Doctor Who thing, please. But when you've got nothing to promote, you just fall back on the it's franchise. You should watch it because it is.
And that's the pre-Hartnell Doctors, right? They're the Doctor because they are. There's no tangible material character relationship, but they're the lead character of the show, and therefore
you see there are these guys that the Morbius Doctors mean a great deal to, and on one level I kind of get it. Like there is that Moffat interview at that Radio Times party, I think it was, where he's talking about how...
When I remember watching the Brendan Morbius and just going, what? I was disappointed when they revealed later that wasn't... I hated the fact they said... the next year they said that the Doctor could only regenerate 12 times. I thought, I had subtracted from me all the joy of imagining those other Doctors by this bloody rule that came in, that for some reason we all decided was true, despite the fact that there are many contradictions.
Some rules have to be obeyed, others can be flatly not.
It was Morbius. Yeah, he really liked the brand of Morbius. And then he was annoyed by the Deadly Assassin, which he viewed as subtractive to how to his understanding of the show. Like the show in his mind, the Deadly Assassin interrupted the way that The Timeless Children did for many people, and it subtracted what he liked about the Doctor's lore and all that.
It irrationally irks me a lot when I see people mocking up like posters for Morbius Doctor adventures, because who cares? Because they're literally nothing. They are just the idea of another Doctor. Yeah.
What I love is, and I've seen this specific phrasing, but often it's just things in line of this phrase, is where people will be like, Philip Hinchcliffe is the Doctor, whether you like it or not. You know, it's like we've had this line that kind of meant something in a specific story. It's just kind of become this kind of marvelized, homogenizing thing of, this is the franchise. So this is the franchise. This is it. You know, this is the story. The Morbius Doctors are Doctors. All these recast actors are Doctors. You know, everyone's a Doctor. I feel a kind of devaluing of the character and the show in general by this kind of thing. Like, what does it mean to be a Doctor if all these recast guys are the Doctors, and if, you know, there's a zillion Doctors before another Doctor? Like, I have a hard time construing it as anything but kind of making it smaller, making it more common, making it lesser. But some people, it's the other way. Like, it's a really affirming and validating thing that, hey, I watched The Brain of Morbius as a kid, or I didn't, you know, or I just read about it on the wiki, but I like this idea of more Doctors. It's cool, it's mysterious. Philip Hinchcliffe is the Doctor. I guess it's that rule set thing again. It's like people have different understandings of the show, and so it's funny how that sort of stuff plays out for people. But yeah, just... it's because, like, Peter Capaldi is the Doctor. He did a bunch of episodes and he had a very formed characterization, and the role meant a lot to him, and that was a whole big deal. Same with, like, pretty much with all the actual Doctor actors. With all the Doctor actors that played the Doctor for any amount of, you know, time, be it on TV or audio, like, yeah, that they are the Doctor. They formed a relationship with the audience over seasons. Including McGann, very much including McGann, over seasons. So for like the Morbius Doctors were like a frame. So it's like, I guess you just have a very different understanding. We have very different understandings of what it means. Maybe they're more imaginative than me, and maybe it's like, as a kid, like as Moffat, they thought up all these adventures with the frame of Philip Hinchcliffe's face, which is cool. It's just a very different place they're coming at it from where I am.
It's also literally only the face is the thing. there's nothing else to base those adventures off. Like when I talk about liking a character, I mean that I like the aspects of their personality and story and their experiences and how that informs their actions. I don't mean that I like their name being attached to a face and I can imagine adventures that happen to that face. 'Cause that's nothing. That's literally nothing.
I guess my double standard is I do actually like Joe Martin as the Doctor, and I like some of the Curse of Fatal Death little micro performances they do, but I think they're not a face. They don't have much time, but they do a little impression of the role in the time they have. Like Joe Martin sets out a couple of ideas, that could absolutely be expanded into like a 3-season run or whatever. Like it's the classic line people will like say is that I got more of a doctory sense out of Joe Martin in however many minutes. But I think what they just mean by that is like in the 11th Hour vein we talked about, a lot of people feel that character feels more fully formed. And maybe that's because she's a side character who often get more allowance to be kind of more like that in an episode. But it's like I can get my imagination stoked from like the hints or the suggestions of a performance in like a parody or in a tiny performance.
David Morrissey.
Yeah, David Morrissey, Joe Martin. You can see like there's suggestions that you can extrapolate out into a performance there. I don't think the face of people is enough for me, but for some people it is, and that's just a different way. And that's why I think a lot of different attachments to the Morbius Doctors and other things like that exist.
It feels like The Timeless Children was explicitly built as a thematic counterpoint to Hellbent, doesn't it? Because when people talk about The Timeless Children meaning that anyone can be the Doctor, they literally mean anyone who has ever existed can be a mind-wiped iteration of that. Physically, anybody who's ever existed can be a personality replaced physical incarnation of the character, in the same way that I guess anyone who's ever existed could be a Tesselector, right?
It's the difference between anyone can be the Doctor and the Doctor could be anyone.
Yes.
Yeah, precisely.
Yes, well put.
That's far more succinct. Yeah.
I think in a way this was inevitable, just because New Who as like a modern genre sci-fi show, well, as a modern genre show, and the need for more content, more episodes to happen, and how episodes are going to be more lore-y than they might have been in the past sometimes, because that's how you get your drama and, stature out of finales and things can always be going back to the lore, is like how a modern show like Doctor Who works now. I think that, and the increasing amount of regenerations and kind of stunts and gimmicks around regenerations and other Doctors that RTD and Moffat pulled, I think that meant that what I see is a devaluing, and I think a lot of people don't see it that way, and that's totally fine. But what feels a little bit to me like a devaluing of what the Doctor means was kind of inevitable, because of course that was going to keep happening. Whether it was going to be done well or poorly, there were going to be more gimmicky regenerations and things. And, sometimes that works really well. I just think as a structural thing, it was increasing over the course of New Who and has continued. But I also think it's like how we've said for these earlier commentaries we've talked about, it's coming back to that candy floss ADR thing. If there was a lot of other stuff going on, it wouldn't matter. Now I think back on it, with The Timeless Children in mind, I can go, RTD and Moffat did increasingly play regenerations for stunts a lot, and that I can kind of draw a line from there to The Timeless Children. I can do that now, because what else am I going to think about? But when I'm actually watching Journey's End, I'm not thinking about like a big meta sense of how regeneration being treated in the show has evolved. I'm thinking there's a zillion things happening. What do I think about it? Like this is so much RTD is putting into my head. So I guess that's kind of the synthesis of it here, is all these kinds of things just come back to, is the show giving you lots of other things to talk about and to think about, or is it letting you meander into, man, it's a bit weird, for this frame to be the Doctor, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, the trouble is The Timeless Children's most interesting focal point is this ridiculous fan wank montage with Morbius Doctors in it and stuff.
Yeah.
Rather than any of the actual, well, quote-unquote story surrounding it with the death particle, whatever the fuck.
I suppose you'll be blaming this on the dyspraxia as well. Can't ride a bike, started an alien invasion.
I love that. I always remember that from my first read of the script. That line just stuck out to me. It just thought it was brilliant.
Great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chris isn't here because he's ill, so we would be having some wonderful anecdotes, yes, script bants, anecdotes from Chibs, but unfortunately he's not here, he's ill, so we'll take full credit for all the writing. Thank you.
And it certainly connects, and we were talking about that line of dialogue earlier, and interesting that they want to take credit for it. They really liked it.
It does blow my... I've talked about this loads, but it does blow my mind that Ryan summoning the invasion has nothing to do with anything. It's not relevant at any point to anything, the fact that Ryan consented.
You can cut it out. Episode doesn't change if you cut it out.
Yeah, the idea of needing a consenting participant for ritual hunting, there's something there. In any other story, at the bare minimum, you would have had it be somehow that the contract is tied to Ryan and Ryan has to do something to break it.
Even because the episode starts with him, having issues with the mobility with the bike. Your climax is on somewhere where mobility is really important. The crane's up really high. I mean, I wouldn't have liked a climax that was Ryan saved the day because he overcame his dyspraxia by jumping over the thing. But it would feel kind of about something, like knitted in. Whereas
the Doctor jumps over from crane to crane and we're like, oh, wow, Doctor moment, whatever. And the moment where she thinks she's lost, actually, and her plan didn't work, we see that Ryan's followed her across, and pure bravery has spurred him on. And
yeah, you could. He doesn't necessarily have to win.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, he doesn't necessarily have to do the eye-rolling, we can overcome dyspraxia. You could have it
in the hoop.
Yeah.
He nervously climbs onto it, and that distracts Tim Shaw, and then that's like his triumph, is he conquered his fear. He didn't have to do a jump. We're not asking him to, magically overcome his dyspraxia. He just had to have the bravery to climb up to the unit or whatever to distract him. Am I misremembering, or was there an episode, I think in Capaldi's era, where... No, I'm thinking of Class. I could remember someone's lost their leg or something and the Doctor replaced it, and I was thinking about what are the disability implications. No, that was Class.
There's another odd thing in Class where a character who's in a wheelchair gets the ability to walk back temporarily. That was the whole thing. And the actor who played her was actually in a wheelchair, but they sort of simulated her being able to walk. It's a funny show, Class.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
In conclusion, Chibnall Who is a land of contrasts.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, as much as I think often when you've had something that was maybe not so good or seemed very troubled or just like a mess, like you really want to know what was going on with the production team. Like, I wish there were more commentaries. I wish there was more documentation. I wish we'd get a tell-all book about the experience. I just want to know everything.
It takes time, especially if it's stuff like that people don't want out. Like, there are some RTD production facts you learn from you learn, like the whole thing about a certain kick down a certain staircase.
Very subtle.
That came out that came out, at least where I learnt that, was from Twitter accounts from people who were involved with the production but aren't like, they're not like the RTDs. Like they don't have the interest in, protecting their reputation so much. I mean, they're not screaming to the world this happens. Like, you have to follow down long comment chains of just guys having bants with each other about something they worked on a few years ago. But that's where a lot of these little nuggets come from. So with this era, I think we will learn things like that through hard to track little things, like little wry comments Wayne Yip makes at his first Gallifrey One convention, revealed some stuff to us. And, those are they're so wispy. Because they're hard to archive. It's not an interview. It's something you've said offhand at a convention where recording is banned at. But I think things like that are how we're going to cumulatively get more of a sense of what happened with this era. More so than I think we will get complete history books or something like that, like long form Doctor Who magazine, rifling through drafts and stuff. I think we will get something like that sooner rather than later. But the real juicy bits, they'll come up as they come up, and they'll come up in strange places, but we'll get more, for sure.
It's just awkward with an era like this, which is perhaps maybe I just feel like maybe the amount of interest there will be in terms of revisiting it and like going back to it and like finding out what's going on behind the scenes, I don't know, it might be different compared to like the RTD era. Like I worry that it will be allowed to recede into the mists of history.
2018 is not 2005 also in a lot of ways. Like there are things that could happen at one point that can't happen now, and there's information that would be more readily revealed once that wouldn't be more readily revealed now. So yeah, it's why I hate when people are like, oh, this Doctor is like the classic Doctor of New Who. They're going to do all these arbitrary connections I've made. And people like do it with the ears as well, but it's not true because years are very different from one another and times do actually change. So not everything is going to be revealed the same way. Yeah, I agree. Things are different now.
It's like when people go, well, this is exactly Doctor Who in the 80s because of the number of characters in the show and the hair colour of the Doctor and other just unbelievably surface comparisons.
As the 8th Doctor would say, it's humans love seeing patterns and everything. But when people actually start like, seriously, it's not just like a cute little pattern they've read into something, but they actually kind of believe it as a real thing. That's when it frustrates me. Also with commentaries. So like, less commentaries are made now than they used to be. That's not like because of a certain different way Doctor Who is viewed now way. That's because the DVD industry in 2005, in the late 2000s, is incomparable to the home media industry now. It's just a completely different arena. We're lucky in an extent. I consider myself lucky that we got, a Flux commentary at all, and I appreciate that we did. But that said, things aren't over just when a series is released on DVD and Blu-ray for the first time. Like, the collections doing the behind the sofa thing, that's a kind of commentary, and that's come out decades and decades after episodes. There's also a thing a company, Phantom Publishing, does for old Classic Who episodes, which I think is quite clever. They do these they're called Who Talk commentaries, and what they are is like they get cast and crew and writers, people involved with creating these classic episodes, and then they don't have the episode audio playing in them, so they can sell them because all they're selling is conversations that people are having. But you sync them up with the episode and you've got a commentary that this company that isn't the BBC can sell you, as they should. They've created something of value. They've created a good commentary by setting it up. So you see, commentaries can happen even outside of the people releasing the Blu-rays and DVDs for a show. Like, there's always ways more of these things can happen, and I hope they do because I love commentaries.
And the lockdown tweet-alongs.
Yeah.
Obviously, those kinds of things are another avenue for this stuff. And where you see, like you said, it's little wisps of information that you get offhandedly that help stitch it all together.
I like that we keep things in conversation, which I like. I like that it's not like the woman who fell to Earth has gotten locked away and the discourse is trapped in 2018. I like that things keep getting talked about and the way they're talking about evolves. Well, there's one 1970s episode that I haven't seen conversation evolve on, but generally discussions on episodes evolve, which is really interesting. That's why it's just lovely to have all this stuff to talk about. The commentators talking amongst each other, us hearing it and talking about it. People will talk about what we talked about. It's great to have all these conversations. I really enjoy it.
That can segue into the please comment in the YouTube comments any opinions you have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want us to watch any random commentaries for anything else, leave a comment.
What I wish they did, they did it for most of Series 5 and Series 2, and I think a bit of Series 3 and Series 4. I had a hard time getting these because they weren't on all the DVDs, only certain printings. I don't know if you've seen them, Oliver. They're called Envision commentaries, where not only is it a commentary, but you get the little picture-in-picture of like David Tennant and RTD talking about it. So you actually get to see like their facial expressions and their hand gestures as they talk, which is such a cool addition. I wish that had become a bigger thing with commentaries. Some streamers are getting more into behind the scenes stuff now, which is great, but it's like it's never going to happen at the scale of what the heyday of DVDs had been. Like, they were crazy. The Lord of the Rings like special features are famous for like the breadth and scale of them and length of them. Just incredible stuff, and we get so much less behind the scenes stuff now, and I think it all gets farmed out to like the little tinier YouTube clips. Like, that's what happened from the move with Doctor Who Confidential to the YouTube things now. They're so much airier and lesser, and they're not as meaty, and it's just like the online content. What can you release every week to keep engagement? It's just how things evolved. It's a shame. So it's always nice to get actual meaty stuff like commentaries.
That's a good place to wrap up, I think, of the whole discussion about commentaries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll wrap up our first focus there, the actual audio commentary for The Woman Who Fell to Earth. At the top of our discussion today, we talked about wanting more of a look behind the curtain, and we have a really excellent one in this interview we're going to have a discussion about now from April 2023. It's between Chris Chibnall and Joy Piedmont of the Reality Bomb and 5 Years Rapid Doctor Who podcasts. And she does a really great job interviewing Chibnall. This is the best Doctor Who interview I've ever heard with him. And so much of that is specifically from what a good job Joy Piedmont does with her questions and her conversation with Chibnall here. So this isn't an interview contemporary with, like actually recorded during the 2023 February Gallifrey One Los Angeles convention. There's not one every month, I just mean it happened in February. Like the also very interesting Radio Free Scaro Chibnall interview we looked at and discussed in our Part 5 convolution discussion of our Chibnall Era commentary series. So no, this one wasn't recorded during the convention like that one. This one is more of a retrospective, released April 2023, and I gather recorded not too long before its release was my impression. So that's really useful, as our third focus today will be on information revealed at the February convention itself. So I think this more retrospective interview is a really nice and useful framing for that. I really recommend going to and listening to this interview in full on the actual Reality Bomb podcast. Go boost it. It's 100% theirs. It's great and it deserves the boosting and the engagement. And you might be interested in stuff from it that we don't talk about here as we narrow in on things specific to the sorts of conversations on Chris Chibnall's era we've been building on in our discussions. The interview was great. Go engage with Joy Piedmont and her Reality Bomb podcast interview here with Chibnall. It deserves it. We ourselves now will have our own discussion on it, narrowing in on certain segments of it, and then commenting our own discussions over that. And then when we finish that, we'll move on to all the interesting bits from the convention itself, which I've collated and put together and archived and all that good stuff. So this first up now is just a bit of framing, setting up Chibnall and this excellent interviewer of him, Joy Piedmont.
I had the opportunity to have a lovely talk with Chris Chibnall. And first of all, he is a delightful human, very humble, and he was genuinely floored by the warmth and generosity of the fans there. As he and I are both adoptees, I wanted to be able to tell him in person what the Timeless Child storyline meant to me. It was the highlight of my weekend to be able to do this and also to just chat as two fans of the show. Subsequently, Chris Chibnall was kind enough to schedule a Zoom interview with me. We discussed his role as Doctor Who's showrunner, got into specifics about assembling his writer's room, and the largest chunk of our conversation is breaking down the Doctor as the Timeless Child. I hope you enjoy listening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's the best interview with Chibnall I think I've ever heard. I've never heard him get so specific about his run on Doctor Who before. So the interviewer does a fantastic job drawing this out of him, and he does a good job opening up about the show and his approach to it in a way that he didn't really, I think, when he was actually running it. So it's a real treat, this interview. I felt really thrilled, I guess, listening to it. There was stuff I wanted to hear him be specific on forever, and so it's just kind of surreal hearing him actively talk about it. So great work on the interviewer's part. Let's listen to what he thought of Gallifrey One 2023, which of course we'll get into more detail with after we go through this retrospective interview. How did Chibnall feel about Galley?
It was really unexpected. First of all, it was really wonderful. It was, completely unexpected. Everybody was so lovely. The whole organization of it was amazing. It was particularly great. There were a number of reasons why it was great. It was a really life-affirming weekend. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, I think. Just for me, I know it was for Jodie and for the other guys from our era who were there. So I think the great thing was, like Dav, our production designer, Arwell, who did our first season, was there. Craig Ells, who obviously played Carvanista, and Narcissus the Sea Devil, was there. Jamie, Magnus Stone, Sophie and Janet, who we got to know really well. There was a big gang of us, actually. And so to do it at the end of our time on the show, that felt special. And then, but to be there all together was great. And then the big unexpected thing was the sheer love bombing that we were on the end of, because you just don't know, and you can hear that the in-person fandom is much warmer and positive than the online fandom, but you don't necessarily. You can't know that until it actually happens. And I suppose the thing that really struck me was the amount of people in cosplay from our era, and the amount of women there, and the amount of kind of young women there, and the amount of people from all different backgrounds, heritages, like everything that felt really wonderful. And I think the thing for me was really surprising was particularly at the photo opportunities, which I hadn't thought I'd do, but they kind of asked, and I said, well, let's give it a go. But also autograph lines and stuff was the amount of things people wanted to talk about, how emotional they were, how grateful people were. It was, the whole thing was really, really unexpected. And I was really grateful to have had the chance to do it, to have been invited, and then grateful for the response and the warmth and the openness and the love. And one of the greatest things, and I actually don't have a record of who gave this to me, and obviously it was the work of a lot of people, but a group of people gave me this hand-bound book with illustrations and it's letters from over 80 fans from around the world. You possibly know who has done this. I don't, but it's one of the most beautiful, wonderful things that you could do for any writer or showrunner, but also, to all the people who were on the show during our time. It was an incredible thing. It's incredibly moving. I found the whole thing incredibly moving, and every interaction I had was just incredible. So I'm still slightly reeling from it, to be honest.
That's nice. It sounds like it was a really lovely time for the people who were there.
Yeah, people there.
He mentions a lot that aspects of it were unexpected and surprising. In particular, he was surprised at how many women, and young women in particular, were there, which is maybe interesting, because I wouldn't have. I mean, how long has New Who been running? Like, it's going since 2005, right? When has New Who not been?
I know more young women into it in like Meat Space than I know men or anyone else. It's always been that way in my experience since I was a teenager, that mostly women are into. Does that sound weird? But that is my experience always, that it's been more women into the Revive series than men.
I think that might be true for me as well.
Yeah, I think the fandom experience of New Who has been a feminine one, like, for a long time. So maybe it's like Chib's past experiences as a classic Who fan sort of colouring his assumptions about what Who fandom's like.
Interesting he mentions, because I know he's not much one for reading like reviews or looking at online fandom stuff. So it's interesting to hear him say it was much warmer than I guess he knew from some experience or he imagined online fandom to be. That was interesting. It's
a reputation thing, isn't it? I think probably if you're in Doctor Who fandom at all, you're just culturally aware, I think, of the claws can come out, right? Even if you're not actually engaging with or reading any of that, it's part of the territory at this point, I suppose.
Yeah, so I think that's just useful framing for the rest of this interview we're going to go through, and then all the actual stuff from Gally will go through, just so we all know. As we heard in the Radio Free Scaro great interview we looked at in part 5 convolution of these commentaries, Chibnall had a great time at Gally and he was surrounded by love. And it was just an extremely warm thing for him. Lots of love, people loving him and, him returning that love. Excellent time. He's a very nice man. People very nice to him. Love, love, love. That's kind of the framing here. So let's get a little more specific. Let's listen to some specifics about stuff he was doing.
Is there anything about Doctor Who that you appreciate more now that you've had that zoomed out big picture view of it?
Yeah. It's a really good question. I think the thing I appreciate, some of the things go directly back to my childhood memories. So there are things I can really appreciate that now feel very personal. So I can appreciate, one of the first, there are 2 sort of first episodes I remember seeing, if that's not contradictory, but the Sea Devils had the Pertwee Sea Devils story had a repeat over Christmas on BBC One, which I must have seen just before Tom baker had his first episode, I think. And just before that, the Time Warrior was the first episode I remember the cliffhanger of, and I remember discussing with my great aunt the next day. And I, kind of been like, I was been like 3.5, 4 years old, if that. And so that's kind of incredible. So to then write for those monsters. So to do a Sontaran story, to go back and watch The Time Warrior and then write for them and realize in real detail what an incredible creation that is. By Robert Holmes, and the Sea Devils with Malcolm Hulke and obviously Silurians, who I've written for as well. But the gift of other people's work is a wonderful thing, and so writing a Sontaran story where they can be funny and dangerous and kind of ridiculous and scary all at the same time, you're just really appreciative for the talents of the people who created that in the first place, the writer, the director, the performance. I just think that first scene where Sontaran comes out of the spaceship in the John Pertwee era and he puts a little flag into the ground, and it's like, it's so ridiculous and so great. And we're still telling that story now we're just breaking open that image and going, who does that? What is that? What is that monster? So there's lots of things. No, I think I just really, I just appreciate having done the job. I love the show. I'm really excited for the future of the show. You're just in awe of it. I think what's been amazing is to be part of an era, part of a time. I don't mean just our era, but where you can go and our first episode, seeing that screen live as it was broadcast in the US, and we were in Madison Square Garden and sort of watching it with 5,000 people, and then doing a panel afterwards and doing Hall H at Comic-Con. I'm really excited for Russell to have these experiences this time round, where it's gone out into the world and really connected with the whole world. That feels incredible for something that I loved as a kid and I loved as a teenager and has been through its hard times and is just now flying into stratospheric areas. It's been amazing to be part of it. There's so much.
The Sea Devils and the Time Warrior being Chris's two first stories. That's neat. I like that.
I liked his line, the gift of other people's work is a wonderful thing.
Yeah. I really, really dig that angle that the Sontarans were introduced with this one image of Lynx planting that flag, and that everything since has been unpacking that introductory image. That's such an interesting and writerly angle, I think, and something I think he really actually captures in War of the Sontarans, especially, so that it feels like it's going back to that opening image and taking it from different angles.
As all I'm thinking about there is just that I guess it is just emblematic of how these things that get continued on for a really long time. It's almost like, is that actually the best thing about Doctor Who, that you can keep sort of rehashing something Robert Holmes wrote in the 70s? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's very emblematic of how backward looking the show often is, which does not preclude its ability to come up with new things, but I think it's a double-edged sword, I think.
Look, you play a Robert Holmes episode in one of these halls full of people, and everyone there is going to have a great time. You play the Centenary there, everyone's going to have a great time. What's the problem here exactly? We can speak of these higher visions we want for the show. What matter are they really? What does it matter? Everyone's having a great time with doing this stuff again.
On the flip side of what Chris says about the Sontarans being defined by one image, which the whole show's unpacking, it doesn't feel like there's that sense at all with the Sea Devils, which is what you two are sort of talking about here, in that bringing them back feels much more like it's just about bringing them back. It's just doing them again, rather than the idea that there's a really very interesting nugget of meaning, of political media there that is worth unpacking. With the Sea Devils, especially Legend of the Sea Devils, it doesn't feel at all as much like there's a big interesting idea we're digging into and taking apart. It feels like doing the Sea Devils again.
Yeah, I suppose that's the crucial difference, isn't it? Like, the difference between just redoing something and actually exploring it, or reimagining it, or rewriting it even, or even just digging into it at all. And I think, there's always a danger with Doctor Who that one turns into the other.
Okay, that's fair enough. Later in this interview, he'll talk about the more novel stuff he did anyway. So, okay. So you were seeing a tension, I guess, you two are describing between the joys of just doing something again, because lots of us love it, and the value of bringing something new to something. So you're talking about a tension between these two things in running the show, are we?
Well summarized.
Okay. This is a callback to the Radio Free Scaro great interview we looked at in part 5 convolution of our commentary talks. I just think this is just a small little thing, but it's useful because this interview is very uncharacteristic for Chibnall in that he gets really specific about some thorny and knotty stuff about what he wrote and why he wrote it, which isn't like him. Also in part 5 convolution, we looked at that Flux story breakdown, which was bizarre because he's never really like that, is he? He never really unpacks his plots in that way. And so that was surreal. And this interview later on gets kind of surreal for me in a good way to hear him be so specific about why he does certain things and what he meant when he wrote something. But I think just this bit of framing, echoing something he said in the Radio Free Scaro interview, is useful to kind of explain why it's a kind of counterbalance, how he acts in this interview.
I think I was saying this, I did an interview with the guys at Radio Free Scaro, and it's like often the problem with doing interviews as a showrunner for Doctor Who is you often get asked about the problems and the troubles and the, all that kind of stuff. And you really just want to talk about things like you've just asked, which is what are the things you appreciate? What are the things you love? Because they are there on a day-to-day basis, and you often don't get the chance then to pause and go, oh my, look at what we just did, let alone we just built a pirate ship in a studio or something, and now it's been taken down after 3 weeks. But actually going and having those experiences, really surreal. Mm-hmm. And actually for me then, Gallifrey One was such a beautiful way to end my time on the show, and it really felt like a fantastic full stop. So yeah, doesn't really answer the question, does it?
No, it kind of doesn't. I think it's nice that you were able to have that bookend.
I think the reason that, for a showrunner, they're always getting asked about what the troubles, besides the fact it's just scandalous and whatever, is that all of the wonders he describes, like building a pirate ship and all of the amazing things that you achieve as Doctor Who, those are part of the general, and that's part of the job description, right? That's how making New Who works. You build all these crazy things, you do all these wonderful things, you make all this wonderful television. Like, that's normal, I guess, for the show. So what fans, I guess, are interested in are the ruptures, the points where things aren't actually going, normally, the points where things are actually, I guess, where the crisis moments are actually where things gain a unique texture. And this is a story that isn't just like the regular story of producing Doctor Who with all its usual joys that we're all terribly used to. So the stuff that fans who are outside the show are going to want access to are the moments that were actually not entirely normal, and the moments that actually demand specific responses and really personal, I guess, engagements with whoever's being interviewed. And those are going to be the problematic moments, the weird and bad and sad things. But yeah, it's not going to be fun to rehash those for someone who's worked on the show.
Yeah. As a hobbyist, I enjoy the sort of investigative work that goes into figuring out where things went wrong and how things fell apart. But if your day job is dealing with that, and those are the stresses that in this case, months and years ago, the stresses that made your job really difficult at the time, of course they're not the things you want to be talking about in retrospect.
The next clip goes more into the kind of tactile and specific experience of going to a big fan convention like Gallifrey One, especially as a producer, a showrunner, a writer, and especially the sense of community, the communal kind of experience of being physically in the same location. And it talks specifically of what we're going to get into this discussion, which are the new commentary tracks that came out of Gallifrey 1 2023, where Chibnall and other people, like the episode was up like on a big projection. So all the crowd, people in the hall were watching the episode. And then people like Chibnall were watching the episode, and they had microphones and they would commentate on the episode as it aired. So it's a live commentary. Amazing. It's exactly what we're doing here. Chibnall commentaries. It's a new kind of sort of them. Chibnall talks about his experience of doing those live commentaries. And I'm going to wait till later to kind of, I think after we've gone through this interview, I want to talk a little about my kind of perspective on Gallifrey One and things like it. But I think it's really useful to hear the perspective of the people physically there and the people kind of, well, he's not running the show. Well, literally, he's not running the show of Doctor Who or Gallifrey One, but he's like the very, very honoured guest, of course. So it's good to hear this kind of top level experience.
I was at that Comic-Con screening in Madison Square Garden, and my friends and I was, and we had we queued early, so we had to sit through at least I think one or two other panels beforehand.
Yeah.
By the time the show actually was screening, and then you all came out to talk afterwards, just the emotions were running so high. I remember as soon as they kind of were really starting the panel, they put the promo art on the big screen. I think I just started crying just seeing Jodie on screen in the still image. It was so emotional. So I love that you all were able to have that at your beginning and then have Gally at the end. It must have been for you kind of like a nice little story arc.
Yeah, it really was, and lovely doing the live commentary from The Power of the Doctor at Galley as well, with Janet and Sophie and Jamie and Dav. Just to be able to do that and sort of see these episodes play out in big rooms is really incredible. Because your work when you're writing for television, you never see it really with people. And I've been really lucky with Doctor Who and a little bit with Broadchurch. There were times when you'd be sitting in massive rooms and seeing them on massive screens, and it's such a privilege and a pleasure and so interesting. And because I started in theatre, so I love that with an audience where you're thinking, oh, is that joke going to land? Is it going to land? Yes, it did. And those things. It's really, it's really great. And I think the thing with having done Doctor Who is it's just so everything is so unexpected about the job, even when you know what the job is. And the show continues to surprise you and everything around the show. So it constantly gives you things back, and not a lot of shows do that to their writers and the directors and their actors. But actually, Doctor Who really does.
I'm reminded of the big rant Moffat once went on about how outrageous it is that these days storytellers don't sit around the same fire as the people listening to their stories, and how that's the right way for storytelling to be done, with a sort of give and take between the audience and the narrator, and how in the modern day of big commercial and digital media, you don't have that anymore. And the forums we do have are largely terrible and toxic. So it's nice that there's a communal space for that, and people bonded over it, and I think that's cute.
Yeah, I guess the phenomenon of Who doing screenings of that type, where the people who make the show get to participate, it's been I guess it's a positive thing, because I guess it turns it on its head a bit from the environment of producing this thing, being in the edit suite, trying to chop it all together, looking at these small screens and whatever, and just hoping that when it transmits, it goes well and it hits a vague mass of people out in the country, out in the world. Whereas I think actually having it play live to the audience, and obviously with a show like Doctor Who that is such a crowd-pleasing kind of show, I think it's inevitably going to get those huge reactions in the way that maybe something like Broadchurch maybe doesn't. So yeah, I think it's a natural fit for Doctor Who.
Yeah. Also, Chris Chibnall's theatre. It's always interesting hearing his theatre work brought back into stuff. I've got his script books. One day we'll talk about his plays in detail, but I always love the reminders that, he's kind of come from that field.
The first time we saw it with more than like one person or two people was at the press screening. I guess there was about 30 or 40 people there in London in a little cinema. And even the first time we had, Sophie on screen, and then Sasha coming on as the master, and then all the things, and obviously the Rasputin dance and stuff like that. It's and then you just sit there thinking, well, you've still got all the old doctors are still going to come in a minute. So there was a lot of gasping, and then everybody's weeping at the end when you've got the companions therapy group. So it's nice seeing an audience going, we've left a lot of little narrative Easter eggs or bombs or whatever you want to call them, and I'm just looking forward to it's sort of feeling the energy in the room as you pick them up and you respond to them. So that's twice I've seen it in a big room, and it's been delightful.
I thought it was really interesting to hear him use the actual term the therapy group. Like, that's...
I mean, in the commentary for it, he did compare it to like AA, right? Like Alcoholics Anonymous. Like, I mean, it's the same basic thing, isn't it? It's not... He hasn't made a secret of the fact it is overtly a therapy group, I think.
And I think that's interesting. I think making it explicit that this big group meetup of all the old characters who were in Doctor Who, making explicit the idea that they're all in therapy now because of the show Doctor Who, because of the trauma that travelling with the Doctor caused them. It's uncomfy, and it doesn't really line up with the episode itself, I don't think.
The fact that the scene is positioned, even as he describes it here, it's a thing where you see the old companions and you cry because they're back, and wow, isn't that so great? And that sits uncomfortably with the idea that they're all in therapy, doesn't it?
Very much, yeah. But it does also feel quite honest, because if you look at all his companion departures, they're all quite low stakes by New Who standards, but they're not happy, smiley things. They're people who've largely had enough, and one person who gets kicked out because the Doctor's had enough of her. But they're all things that people could reasonably need a bit of therapy for. So it does feel quite honest and keys in with the stuff in Power 3, for sure.
I wonder if... Surely not. This is just nonsense I'm proposing here. But I wonder if that sort of ending is part of what predisposes people to like interpret thinking, oh, the 60th specials are going to be aggrieved self-interrogation about how awful the idea of bringing Tennant back is, and how nasty we are for doing this, and how we should all feel shame for our words and deeds. And, you know, it's all about we need to accept Shooty and we're wrong for wanting Tennant back. I wonder if part of what seems like strangeness in that perspective to me is kind of predisposed by the strangeness of like ending your era on, and then all the companions had to go to grief therapy together and sit apart from each other with little labels. Like there's just this weird kind of self-interrogation negativity about the show itself that I feel like the centenary kind of ended on. So maybe the people who think the 60th is going to be similarly like unhappy about the show in itself, I guess there's kind of a link there.
And Power doesn't neatly tie anything up. You know, the Doctor never makes right with Yaz or anything like that. So there's definitely a sense of a lingering unresolvedness going into the 60th, so that would make sense.
I think it is rather because Power doesn't actually do the interrogation part of the self-interrogation. It just sort of has this uncomfortable premise just sort of lying there like on a slab, not really sort of poked at all.
Well, it's very much like Tegan and Ace are going, you know, the Doctor left and then didn't come back for us, and the Master teases them about that, and that's very clearly teed up as a failing on the Doctor's part. But where in Death of the Doctor, RTD's Jo Grant, Sarah Jane Adventures, the episode sort of justifies the fact that Jo Grant's never been brought back and the fact that the Doctor's never been to see her. It resolves that issue. And Power of the Doctor very much goes, yeah, the Doctor didn't visit them, never called by, and then lets that be. Which is spiky and complicated, and not very satisfying, for better or worse.
So this is about what Chibnall wanted to bring into the show. Before this clip, he talks about how he sort of saw his position as being like a gatekeeper opening the show up and that sort of thing. So he goes into more depth here about the people he was trying to bring onto the show.
What were some of those types of people or types of writing? What was maybe like the most important criteria for you all when you were doing those interviews?
I think there was a big long checklist, really. Mm-hmm. One of which was they had to have a real voice. They had to have as a writer, they had to have an individual voice. They had to be great at characterization. They had to be great at emotional storytelling. They needed to have a point of view and be opinionated. And they also needed to be interested in writing for television and for Doctor Who, and that needed to be exciting for them. And they didn't need to absolutely love genre, but most of them did, to be honest. Most of them had really been wanting to write this kind of genre for a long time, and some of them, had been trying to write on the show and hadn't been able to prise the door open. So yeah, it was a real mix, and they had to be really great people and collegiate and collaborative to work with as well, and to be in tune with the sort of approach that we were taking about what stories we were going to tell. So yeah, it wasn't, they didn't have to know Doctor Who inside out, because that's something you can bring, you can learn, we can give you a watch list. That wasn't the thing. It was more like, what are you passionate about seeing? What aren't you seeing? What would you like to try? All that kind of stuff, really.
Yeah, it seems like the interviewer's trying to, I guess, push him to talk about, on the diversity front, like what was he actually looking for in terms of the types of stories he was going after. And he seems to, I think it seems to be maybe a thing with Chib. He likes to talk around it a bit and just try and keep things in the most neutral and sort of euphemistic terms possible. So, yes, you need to be good at writing and need to have a point of view and on what they aren't seeing. And I think it's almost like he doesn't feel like comfortable like talking. Do you see what I'm sort of needling at here?
Yeah. There's something. I guess it's being amicable, but he's not talking about what Doctor Who is failing to do at the moment, or what it hasn't done before, and who has been excluded from it, right?
Yeah, that's it basically.
I also thought it was interesting that he mentioned watch lists when controversially. I didn't really care. But controversially, Jodie was told not to watch any Doctor Who because Chibs wanted the characterization to be sort of more... He wanted her to bring her own thing, and she was relying on his writing. But he mentioned to her, don't go back and don't feel the need to go back and watch other episodes. So it's interesting that regarding writers, he did give watch lists, or at least suggested that was a thing he would do to get writers familiar with Doctor Who. So I guess he supposes that the characterization comes from the writers in that sense, and getting the tone of the show is something that the writers do.
Okay, so here, next, Chibnall speaks a little more specifically about the types of people he was bringing on board and how... This one's actually super interesting. Let's just listen to it. It's really interesting.
So when you get everyone into the room, was there anything that came out of those discussions that felt really impactful on the direction you took going forward? Maybe something that you had not really thought of going into it?
I don't think so, because we had a really clear direction of travel that we talked to everybody about as we came in terms of what we were thinking about doing, why we were thinking about doing, the companions, stuff like that. It all felt relatively clear. There wasn't a sort of a big moment that turned everything. I think it was more me unpacking the version of what I wanted this kind of era on the show to feel like. I can now say era. I've always wince when people talk about the era, but it's over now, so maybe that's okay. You never want to feel like you're living through an era, right? But once it's done, maybe you're allowed to. I don't know. That's the first time I've heard myself say it. I think it was unpacking what we were going to do, and then hearing those responses. But no, not really. And then it just came down to the individual things. So, for example, I knew I wanted to do a story on partition, but then Vinay came in, and it was the first pitch that he made. He said, "I really want to do it," and I hadn't said to anyone, any of the writers, I want to do a story on partition. So it was a real lovely light bulb moment of, oh, great, we really are in tune, and also that he's happy to say that. Because that's a big swing, even to say that in a room is your first kind of thing. And I was really thrilled about that. So no, there was just lots of ongoing small delights. And then also sort of work the other way in seeing their faces as I would pitch them things, or I would say, we're going to do this and we're going to try that. And they would look at me like, what? Really? But that's the delight of a room, to be honest, and the delight of a group of people. It felt really, it was very energizing and exciting, and anything was possible. You know?
I miss Series 11.
Yeah, me too.
I assume the stunned faces thing was Rosa Parks' speed bus sort of talking.
It does feel like these meetings were very harmonious.
I like that Vinay and Chris both, because we've talked about trying to untangle where the partition pitch came from, but it came from both of them at the same time, so that's neat. I suppose the way it worked then was that Chris had the idea of doing a partition episode, and Vinay had a pitch for a partition episode separately. But I suppose that means that the story came from.
Yeah, I'm still not totally clear. So is Chibnall saying Vinay Patel had this idea of a partition episode, having no knowledge that that's exactly the thing I wanted a writer to do? Is that what he's suggesting?
I think it is, yeah.
Okay.
I think also part of this will be the narrative clicking into place in retrospect, where Chris probably had a big Word document with lots and lots and lots of Doctor Who ideas on there, and one of them was partition, and Vinay pitched, and Chris went, oh, look, that's the one I've got on my Word document. I think the framing of it as an anecdote makes it a bigger coincidence than it might actually be. But we don't know for sure, but there's an indication, right, that Demons of the Punjab invented Yaz, right?
See, I'm not so sure, because when you look at how Yaz plays into Demons of the Punjab, which is that she doesn't, you know, an episode that's normally about her past doesn't really concern her very much as a character at all. Yeah, and you look at how, you know, Chib has talked about how I went into the job, I wanted to do Rosa Parks and I wanted to do partition. I can see how it could have slotted together, like Chib came with, okay, we're going to have a companion who has like British Indian heritage, and she's going to go back and see the partition of India. And that ends up locking in with, you know, an actual partition pitch from Vinay, which ends up not really using Yaz, like, very much. I can see how those two things could have been, like, converging and resulted in the episode that we got, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. I, again, get the impression the interviewer, Piedmont, is trying to go down very interesting roads, and Chibnall is examining the signpost a bit.
Yeah. I think the interviewer is interested in like a discussion about race, for example, because, you know, that's one of the big, you know, topics that concerns what they're talking about. And Chib, in his usual magnanimous manner, is, I think, deflecting somewhat, I think, in his role.
Did you two enjoy it when Piedmont asks him, so did, you know, any of these other writers, you've hired loads of interesting people, did that affect your vision for the show or change what you were going to do? And Chibnall goes, no, it didn't.
Yeah. I think you should ask, like, were there any moments that were really impactful? And I guess the fact that Chib, nothing really springs to mind with Chib in terms of actually, you know, I think we might have brought this up in the Radio Free Scurry discussion, but I wonder to what extent can a showrunner like Chib in that position really actually perceive, like, what's going through the heads of the other people in the room? Yeah. I wonder, because if they're all, yeah, if they're kind of working for him in some ways, to what extent will he even be aware if they're maybe not entirely saying everything or there's subtext going on?
It's perfect what you're saying, because I was about to bring up Damon Liberal Lord Lindelof anyway. And of course, when we discuss that, we discuss Lindelof because he had an actor for his Watchmen 2019 series, kind of working as like a sensitivity consultant in some ways, which is a really weird arrangement to make someone just do when they've been hired for acting. Anyway, if Lindelof was in a room with the sorts of writers' rooms he assembles, and another writer came at him with like well, I think it's going to work this way, I think Lindelof's the type of guy who would absolutely bend around his vision and be like, what? That's insane. I'm going to reshape what I'm doing, you know, with the series, blah, blah, blah. If this was this sort of interview with a showrunner like Lindelof, I think he would have a super big answer directly down the interviewer's kind of line of thought there. Do you know what I mean? Gig, you've heard Lindelof interviews. He would have answered that question, I think, the way the question might have been angled.
Yeah, I think I will say, possibly in Chibnall's defence here, I'm not sure if defence is the right word, but I think possibly a lack of big pivotal moments for Chib to talk about there may simply come from the fact that the vision for Doctor Who that Chib was actually outlining to all of these writers and sort of sharing here wasn't necessarily specific enough that it could be wildly diverted off course by an idea. Because if it was basically just, we're doing Doctor Who, they'll go and do historicals, like, yeah, of course. Like, I mean, it's a pretty simple idea.
Yeah, the broadest outlines of Series 11 don't have the same sort of, I suppose, core idea that, say, Series 5 or Series 1 do, where you've got a very clear vision and other writers' visions have to incorporate into it in some way. Series 11 very much feels like an anthology of other writers' ideas.
I was just kind of amusing myself with the thought of the way some people think Series 9 worked or writing works in general is like, do you think some people think if Moffat had been asked this question, then he would have said, I have a great example of a time where I shifted around my vision for a series because of another highest input. It was when Sarah Dollard came up with the idea to kill Clara of her own volition, and I shaped my finale around that excellent idea.
I went through the script for Heaven Sent and cut Clara out of every scene but one. I accidentally left her in one scene, but I don't think anyone noticed.
Next up is the best part of the interview, and it's when Chibnall does more so start walking down the interesting roads Piedmont's kind of laying here. And so this is when we start getting into the timeless story and why Chibnall wrote that.
When you and I talked at Galley, we spoke a little bit about kind of your reason for going into the show in the first place and taking on the job as showrunner. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what that was, what your intentions were when you came in.
Do you mean in terms of the show overall, or do you mean in terms of particular story arcs?
Particular story arcs that you wanted to tell.
So I suppose the thing that I felt was, if the Doctor was going to be a woman, and that was obviously part of what I came in talking about to the people at the BBC, and that they were all on board for, it also represented other opportunities, which is, what if the Doctor doesn't know the full truth of their own story? And that felt, and I kept it very, very quiet and to myself for quite a while, and just feathered in a few things. But what I thought was, is there a how much do we know our own lives, basically? Mm-hmm. So you're always looking for an arc for the Doctor. Every Doctor needs one. Every showrunner is looking for stories for the Doctor. Doctor's a very, very difficult character to give emotional storytelling to, and a character arc that's going to be satisfying over a season, an episode, multiple seasons. But the thing that intrigued me was just this sense of how much, and the other thing to say about it as well is the notion of a theme that can be more than just a story about the Doctor, that can resonate emotionally with the audience or sections of the audience, or that it can have a metaphorical or an emotional resonance above and beyond the Doctor's precise journey. So this notion of how much do we know about our own lives? How much do we know about our own stories? And what if what we've been told is not true? And that was a big part of it. And the moment I started thinking about that in relation to the Doctor, it's like, oh, that's interesting, because so much of what we've seen on screen has been reported and has not, we haven't seen happen in terms of the Doctor's own personal history, and the mythology has been reported by people who may or may not be reliable narrators, who may or may not be have a stake in the game, of establishing myths. I mean, on screen, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So that felt potentially really interesting, and then really it was digging into that and going, okay, what if that's true? What if the Doctor doesn't know the full story of their life, how would that come about? What would that mean?
Interesting.
Okay, so Neo, you've watched the show Poker Face that was on recently, right? When Chib right there was saying how the Doctor's an incredibly difficult character to give emotional storytelling to, I just involuntarily said bullshit the way she does in that show, because I don't believe that for 1 second.
I think it's a bit harder when some people have already done all the obvious stories there are to do with the Doctor, right? All the ones that jump immediately to mind have been done at some point. So you need to dig a bit deeper than you do with other characters, and you're not building the character from the ground up. So I can see why it would be more difficult than other characters, but it shouldn't be, impossible. There's so much history and stuff.
And also, history isn't necessarily like the thing you need to make it about in the first place, regardless. You can do whatever you want. But that's not really the thrust of this clip. I guess what he's really getting at is this, the whole thing about, the Doctor not knowing the truth of their own life and how much of a story is in there to be revealed, I suppose. And now, I suppose, if there's something that I kind of, if there's friction, I feel I have that idea, is the idea that, I guess, it's a bit difficult, because the Doctor is so divorced from anything resembling like a distant past, purely because of how long the character has lived. I think, you can see the troubles and difficulties that this kind of storyline generates and how it actually plays out, with how we get this repeated beat of, actually none of this really matters to the Doctor. So, it begs the question of how far was Chibnall really able to dig into this premise in the first place? Like, how rich actually is it? This whole thing of the Doctor's past might not be what we were reported to have think it may have. I can't even construct a sentence at this stage.
The eternal issue is that it's not inherently an internal emotional story. The idea that the facts of your past are different is challenging, and that's a challenging thing to discover, but that doesn't mean that the content of the facts of that, newly discovered mythos and past doesn't mean that that's an emotional narrative in and of itself, and that is emotionally where the story is.
I guess there needs to be a context where you are already invested in the nature of what that story might be, and to the extent where it would really affect you having it changed. I think maybe that's the element that the Doctor doesn't quite have, or wasn't quite in place.
That's the thing, is it Andrew Ellard who said that of the characters in Series 12, the one who would be really shocked by discovering that their life story, their history, wasn't what they thought would be Graham, who defines himself by the things he's done so far in his life, and the Doctor has never particularly been a character defined by the past, but defined by what they do in the moment, which is exactly what Ruth says in The Timeless Children.
So it's a story that's kind of condemned to go on a big loop and then arrive nowhere, or where it started, more or less.
Like, really interesting stories take you, the audience, up on something that you thought. Right, they challenge you. That's the whole idea of stories being challenging, is they go, hey, you thought this thing, and I'm explaining why you're wrong, or I'm, exploring it differently. But the character hasn't been defined by their backstory. That's not generally how the character's viewed. So
yeah, I think with this kind of story, if you were trying to do a storyline about not knowing the full truth of your own life and make it resonate with audiences who that might very well apply to, it just feels more natural to do it with a companion, like you said, say Graham or anyone really. I mean, even Yaz gets something similar like that in Demons of the Punjab itself, right? That's about her history that she thought was different, right? So we see how so it's so easy to make that resonate with a companion. So why actually do it with the Doctor? That's the thing, like why actually? And I can't help but think it's something to do with the fanish impulse to solve Morbius and solve the other and do all of that is not quite as humanistic maybe as Chib is phrasing it here.
The other thing that relates to that I think is very interesting is right at the beginning of the clip, Chris links the decision to make the Doctor a woman with the decision to do the adoption narrative, Timeless Children stuff, and he doesn't exactly say why that one comes with the other, but very interesting to draw a link there, because I think it is a really gendered narrative, And people have talked a lot about the self-determination and agency in that story, and how that plays into the Doctor's gender. And so I think it's interesting that he draws that connection between the two of them, even if it's not explicit why one relies on the other.
I think he conceives of it as joint. I think he conceives them as joint opportunities. I think, like, by making the Doctor a woman, that is already perceived as such a big upending of the show, even though logistically it isn't. But it caused such ripples. Like, oh my god, how could you do this? That it's almost like, well, you might as well do the other big things as well, aren't they? Mightn't you? But it's just because those are also, you might as well just do them all. No point parceling them out.
It's interesting how he kind of framed the Doctor's history as how it's been reported on previously in the show, and he kind of used a stakeholder phrasing for it. Like, the Doctor's history has been reported on by invested stakeholders. What are we talking about here? I don't disagree with him. Just what does he actually mean? What? I mean,
maybe there are sort of bits and pieces from throughout Who where we might hear some stuff about the Doctor's past, or Theta Sigma, or I don't know, the Academy of Gallifrey, stuff like that.
Yeah, Deadly Assassin.
I guess War Games is the big explosion of lore, and that's some actual Time Lords coming down and kind of swatting him down. So, but they're not really defining who he is so much there, as much as he's like a runt of the Time Lords. Deadly Assassin, he's kind of out and about. So, like, yeah, they're all kind of categorizing him a certain way based on his past and everything. But I don't know. It's kind of like this impression that there's been like authorities that have kind of manipulated the way the Doctor has thought of themselves over time. I don't really disagree, but like in the Deadly Assassin, he's palling around with like people he's known before that aren't authorities. They're just like crappy little reporters now. Like, I guess you can say that the head Time Lords have like spoken down this manipulated history about the. I don't know. I don't know if I really. Yeah.
I think if anything, the biased reportage angle applies more to the history of the Time Lords than of the Doctor. I mean, and because that's the thing that Chib actually makes the.
Yeah.
Oh, I say tangible changes. Some of it's redundant. Like, oh, hey, here's another CIA. It's just called the Division now. And oh, here's the other, but it's called Tecteun now. And stuff like, oh, we got regeneration from some random child off in the desert. On one hand, it's changing the official story there, but it's not really changing it in ways that change our perception of the Time Lords to a great deal.
I guess what Chibnall is kind of saying is we've never gotten like actual flashbacks of this was the Doctor as no, we did in Listen. We don't normally get flashbacks of this was the Doctor as a baby, or this was the Doctor younger. Like, there was nearly going to be a spin-off about that at some stage that Russell struck down about a young Doctor like building a Sonic on Gallifrey and whatever. So I guess like that's true, that the show doesn't really realise this past stuff for good reason to, retain the mystery and everything. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with him that some elements of the backstory, especially in how it relates to, Time Lord mythos and the idea of the Doctor as a highborn, if you will, that's tied up in this sort of reported from the mouth of the Empire kind of thing. But it feels to me like the most explicit and certainly most recent dives into the Doctor's backstory are actually very intimate and direct, and are also already sort of adoption stories. Listen has the Doctor in what is very heavily implied to be the shed outside an orphanage. It's odd to do this big dramatic striking out of the previous story and go, look, a new story, and this one's an adoption narrative. But when the story that already exists that was being struck out was already sort of that same narrative.
And then, of course, with the new narrative of the Doctor being, a child abandoned alone, you also have the Doctor's memory wiped of it. So not only are you, and it's just, because Moffat with Listen, obviously, he's suggesting that the Doctor has this, sense of abandonment or loneliness in the childhood. And with Chibs, it's like, well, the Doctor doesn't even have that anymore because it's been mentally erased. None of those memories are with the Doctor anymore. That, it's literally a mind-wiped past life. So it's so distanced from stuff that could really, I guess, like hook into what we understand about the Doctor.
But we were talking earlier about how in Moffat's Doctor Who, the events of a character's childhood sort of define them, and the people in that childhood who influence them can be talked about as if they are part of the person that in this case the Doctor grows up to be. And the idea that your childhood is essentially constructing a person, it makes that all those flashbacks, especially in Listen to the Doctor's Childhood, are informing what we know about the character now, because we're watching them be built. Whereas the more you learn about the Timeless Children, the more it's just stuff that happened, none of which can really be said to impact the character that we're actually watching on screen for, 10 weeks a year or 18 months.
Especially before the next clip, it's worth, well, they're about to talk about it themselves, but of course, Chibnall is adopted. The great interviewer here, Piedmont, is adopted. I'm not adopted. So, of course, this is going to colour all those sorts of discussions we are having and can't have as well. So, the next one flows on directly from the end of the last one.
And for me as well, it was an opportunity to tell a personal story because I'm adopted. I'm really interested in adoption stories and narratives, and there were things that chimed with the Doctor's experience and what it would mean to the Doctor if there were things about their life that they didn't know. Because as an adoptee, what I have found is your story is sort of being written as you go along, and then your past is basically what you have been told, and what you have been told at any point in your life may be different later on. You may be told different things, and full disclosure, like I didn't meet my birth mother until I was 32, so didn't really know the story of my birth family until then, and it was quite a kind of extraordinary, wild story, and it was incredible to hear that, and it had lots of twists and turns to it. And so there was just a sort of connection that I could feel to the what do I want to say? The kind of the myth of the Doctor's backstory, and how much of it was true, and how much of it we've actually been told. On screen, it's very, very, very little, and even some of the stuff we've been told is very contradictory, and has even been hinted at as being contradictory within the show. Things like the Deadly Assassin or something just debunks, the mythology of the Time Lords before it's even got going, in a great way that sort of Robert Holmes has created, and then gone, oh yeah, well, I don't trust them. And that's a very kind of impactful story on me. I remember that so clearly, and you think, oh, hang on, this incredible society is not at all what it's cracked up to be. So all those things start coalescing, and in terms of where stories come from and why you do them, it's like weird when you think you could be telling a personal story in Doctor Who, but you're also responding to, going back to that kind of memory of writing a Sontaran, or the memory of the Deadly Assassin. Those things are kind of colliding in a weird way in your brain of going, what is the Doctor's story, and why? Hang on, when he turns up in an unearthly child, and that's his granddaughter, and there's so many gaps are built into Doctor Who, and I love that. Those are really conscious decisions they made at the start. And so what I wanted to do was think, okay, is there a story that can utilize those gaps without filling them in, without destroying all the mystery, that's something that would then create more questions around the Doctor, but that would also give the Doctor some emotional journey and some emotional questions to grapple with and scenes to play. So that's where it came from. It's a very long answer.
Interesting. You rarely hear him talk like that.
I did feel it was still somewhat of a circular answer, though, almost like triangulating around really specific choices he made in terms of what he actually wrote. I think he's describing like, well, I thought about what if I could do this as something that would also do this and this and this, but that's not really getting to the center of the vortex, I suppose.
It's just no pleasing you, is there?
No, there isn't.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like I'm not adopted. I feel like there's something I don't relate to that that intense curiosity in the narrative of the sort of circumstances of your birth. Because I suppose for me it's not a very interesting question. The story I've been told is the story that I think is true, and I have no reason to doubt. And I suppose I imagine that there's something very influential over your life if at a certain age you get told that what you had assumed was true wasn't.
And what he describes there about learning the wild twists and turns of the story of his own birth, quite far along into his life, that's really interesting. And yeah. I feel that how much of that actually survives into The Timeless Children as a story? Because I feel like in terms of actually learning things about who the Doctor is, well, not even who the Doctor is, but like how the Doctor even came about.
Yeah.
And what we learn there, the stuff that we actually get, well, we get the Doctor's time with the Division where they're doing doctory things, basically, except, as a bit more of a cop, I guess. And then you get the total, I guess, a blank void about what the Doctor was, what species the Doctor is, or, why the Doctor was just randomly walking around out by some tower somewhere. So it feels like we're not quite getting the actual interesting bit of that adoption narrative that Chib feels he chimes with.
You've hit on the thing there, which sticks out to me with a lot of how storytelling has worked over the Chibnall era, which is that often there's this kind of paratextual conception of a thing. Rosa is about racism and it's anti-racism. Or the timeless backstory opens up a vast expanse of new room for new stories within the Doctor Who universe. And these are kind of the assumptions. We're not looking at the actual episodes, but this is how we talk about the show, and this is how the people creating the show talk about the show, and this is how the fans talk about the show generally. It's this kind of assumption of how it all works, but it doesn't always actually marry up with the stories themselves. Like we've talked a lot about Rosa, there's all this assumption, well, it's a modern Doctor Who episode about Rosa Parks, it's anti-racism, and it's very good, and it's very progressive, and it's very forward-thinking. And then if you unpack some of the text of the episode, you can very easily make a very opposite argument to that. You can say, well, actually, it's very regressive in all sorts of ways, as we've expressed before, and there's no actual consensus. Among all manner of fans, there's not actually this consensus, which is kind of suggested. And so too with the timeless backstory, to some people, this assumption, well, they added more room, that's not even something to agree on. They added more room. Even that definition of they added more room, you can question, and fans do question and argue about. But it's just kind of an assumption of how we talk about the episode. Oh, they added more doctors, so they added more room. There's more space now. And that's kind of marries into the episode, even if it's not in the actual text. I think Chibnall being adopted and adding this kind of vague ancestry story with the Doctor into his big plan of backstory and what he wanted to put onto the show, this kind of exists separately. I don't know if you guys totally get what I'm putting down here exactly, but it's like the fact Chibnall is adopted exists in this one sphere over here, and the fact he channeled his adoption to some storytelling exists over here. But the actual stories are a separate thing.
Yeah, it's like the concept of the story, the story in theory versus in practice, like what it actually is.
Yeah, it's like the fact that Rosa was written by Mallory Blackman and Chibnall is, a progressive man who's, trying to invest all this
diversity into the show, this validates what Rosa is doing. You know what I mean? It's like so-and-so facts behind a production or so-and-so intention validates and legitimizes the goal or the stated goal, and therefore the goal is enacted, even if it's not actually. And so I feel like to an extent, the fact Chibnall is adopted, or Chibnall was trying to channel some adoption backstory into the storytelling with the timeless child stuff, it kind of affirms a certain story of the timeless backstory that I'm not actually is sorely engaged within the show. As Gig was just pointing out before I started speaking here, I'm not actually sure how much specifically the beats that is invested into the timeless backstory work as what we're kind of talking about here. I know it sounds ridiculous because he's the one who wrote it and he's the adopted one, but I'm just kind of unclear on some of the specifics of what he's saying here.
I think a storyline like this is much easier to talk around than it is to talk about.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what, in this interview even, and often I think that's kind of what Chib is doing here. He's talking about, well, I wanted to do a story around themes of adoption and stuff. But then you actually look at the Survivors of the Flux and what happens in that episode and what conversations happen between the Doctor and Tecteun and just how fucking empty they are. And, you know, as soon as you actually get into it, some of the premises kind of collapse.
The fifth penultimate episode of Flux concludes with the Doctor's adopted mother dying, and then the finale of Flux doesn't mention the mother once, and then that's basically not mentioned again for the rest of the show. So what happened there?
That's the thing. We mentioned earlier that that Power as well leaves more sort of raw emotional stuff unresolved. It seems to be a theme, and I don't want to assume too much, but I get the impression hearing Chris talk about his experience and learning the true story of the situation of his birth. It's something sort of still being digested, and it's big enough and complicated enough that there's not a clear sort of punchline to it. And I get that feeling that the unsatisfying non-conclusion of Survivors of the Flux it is sort of actually quite representative of the condition of the story. It's not something, I think inherently, it's not a story that ties up with a big satisfying answer, because none of the answers are actually going to be relevant to the Doctor now. It's at the most fundamental level. I used to think that the fact that the Timeless Children stuff is so set away in the past and behind a memory wipe, that made it inherently unworkable as a story. And I'm not sure that's true. But I do think that if you're trying to make that work as a story, you really need to draw out the way that the Doctor's emotions in the present are informed by that past. And it just seems to me that in the actual content of these stories, the emotional drama is so unclear and wishy-washy, and the Doctor's upset at Tecteun because she might have been waiting for someone at the bottom of the portal. It's almost like the story doesn't know what the conflict actually is.
We can all intuit the response to this, which is, but that's what it's like. You know, this with adoption and whatnot, sometimes your family history is unclear and the questions remain, which is all well and good. And soon we'll hear Chibnall actually talk about that. But the issue with the Vanquishers isn't that like Tecteun's dead and the Doctor never gets any answers, is it? The issue is that it's not fucking talked about at all. Is that how it works? That it just stops being a thing forever, and you know, we spend the rest of our time off with the Sea Devils and off cloning ourselves, and it's not that Tecteun dies and the Doctor has things unresolved. That's the issue. It's that the script literally drops everything to do with this, and the show just seems to stop caring about it. That's the issue. That's the weird drama. Would you agree, Gig?
Yeah, Chib is talking about a story that demands an examination of interiority, but he wrote a show that doesn't really care about examining interiority. That's basically the long and short of it.
That's much more succinct than what I said.
It's what we're doing here is what I feel like we can look back on past decades and see, particularly Doctor Who magazine do. It's like we're calcifying this kind of new version of a story around a story, even if the story, this sounds like complete nonsense. I can think of an example of what I'm talking about. Whenever a missing episode gets found, the fan opinion on it changes pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because now we've got the actual story.
We haven't got the story around the story. We haven't got the assumptions around the story. We've got the actual text. And then it shifts up or it shifts down in fan estimation. I feel like the reverse kind of happens right now, where we have the story, but as years go on and attitudes towards the era and the showrunner and the arcs and whatnot changes, it's kind of like the episodes themselves kind of shimmer a little. It's like you're out in the desert and there's a vision on the horizon, you know, it's like it shimmers a little bit. It's still the same thing, but there's kind of this glow over it now and we're seeing it a bit differently. I feel like that's happening. The more we learn about Chibnall and the more open he is about his era, the same way, with the other showrunners and other writers, I feel like we're going to, stuff like The Vanquish is not talking about any of this. Frankly, The Vanquish is not being interested in it is the issue. I feel like that will melt away a little bit because we'll remember, hey, he was investing his own backstory into this and it was about this and it was about that. But was it?
So what you're saying is The Vanquishers will become a missing episode, already has become, despite the fact that it exists and we can watch it anytime.
Yeah, let's listen on because he keeps getting more, he clarifies more next.
And so I think sometimes as adoptees, we're kind of naturally storytellers because we're always inventing, right? Like, what do we think the story of our life was?
I think it's true. I think that's really interesting you say that. And there's something about, that your storytellers, I know lots of adoptees who are writers, and I know quite a few. I think there's also about it always connects up for the Doctor with me because I think the Doctor is continually writing their identity and rewriting their identity. And yes, there's regeneration, but also even within they're moving forward all the time. They don't really seem to get that much value from the story of where they come from. It's really in terms of when you look at all of the Doctors in different ways, they're always looking forwards and moving forwards and what's next and where are we going, and there is no sense of a definitive home for the Doctor as expressed on screen in scenes across those 60 years, really. So that's really interesting. And the Doctor is the ultimate storyteller in that sense. They're telling a story about themselves. They're telling a story about the universe, plus as well, just the mirroring of, and it's there. And I waited to put it into Power of the Doctor, and it's really obvious. Is just the thing of the Doctor adopts people all the time, every episode, every companion, I'm sure there's a thesis to be had. I wasn't going to go near this, but there's a thesis to be had about Susan as well. What is that? That somebody else can be. But absolutely, adoption as an idea is really baked into Doctor Who when you look at it, and baked in accidentally. But what's exciting as a showrunner, when you come in, you're excavating the things that are interesting to you, and that doesn't mean they've been a major note before you, and it certainly doesn't mean they'll even be touched upon or kept consistent with after you leave. But for the moment that you are there, you go, this is interesting, and this is what I want to explore with this Doctor. So yeah, it's the storytelling thing. You're absolutely right. I completely agree.
Should have made Susan adopted.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Should have had that said in dialogue. That's great. I like that.
Yeah, honestly, that stuff about the Doctor being someone who is the adopter, someone who adopts people, that is possibly the most interesting thesis statement about Doctor Who I've ever heard Chib make. And it's when you think about how that is actually engaged within Survivors of the Flux, you get that exchange where Tecteun suggests that her adoption of the Timeless Child is a parallel to, the Doctor taking companions and stuff. And do I even need to go into this? Because when you look at how Tecteun is presented, and obviously being this megalomaniacal kind of evil scientist, and how we saw Tecteun experimenting on the child and how it's not really engaged with, and how the Doctor goes, I'm nothing like you, and it's never really looked into again. And I just feel that it's the case of taking a really great and powerful idea and just doing the most blur thing with it imaginable. I can't find an actual word for it. Blur is all you're getting.
Doctor is always about rewriting their identity. Adoptees are natural storytellers.
I do think that the Doctor as sort of the number one storyteller, storytelling a story of the whole universe, has been baked into the show for a while now. That's been sort of core idea of the Moffat years. And the question of who it is who gets to tell the story, who's the author of the events of the show, that's been bandied back and forth for a decade and a half.
I think there is an interesting conundrum in the question of how do you take a character who is constantly moving forward and has no consistent sense of home and actually suddenly make it matter to them and really important to them what their own origins were. Like what's a reason for them to suddenly be terribly concerned with the nature of where they came from if it's something they've never actually really been into before. But it's a question you have to answer. You could make a good answer out of it. I'm just not entirely sure Chib actually did that bit.
Next gig, you'll be happy because Chibnall himself goes into that Survivors of the Flux, Aswok, Tecteun premise to the Doctor stuff. So let's listen to that.
What happens in Survivors of the Flux, particularly in those scenes between the Doctor and Tecteun, because, you were talking about how, we get this idea like, oh, actually the Doctor has been just kind of picking up folks along the way, and Tecteun really turns that accusation around on the Doctor. When you were writing that scene and that confrontation, did you feel like that was a fair accusation to throw at the Doctor? Because it doesn't feel totally the same, and yet it is the same.
No, I don't. I sort of hope that none of that conversation between Tecteun and the Doctor is fair at all. It shouldn't be, because there's a power imbalance there. Tecteun is never going to be fair to the Doctor in that, because the Doctor's spoiled things. The Doctor has not been part of the plan, so there is no reason. And the way Barbara Flynn plays her, which is so magnificent, is petulant, authoritative, contradictory, desperate for approval, indifferent to the Doctor, moment to moment. So, which is really, really, we had long conversations, she and I really wanted that. I wanted that scene. So I hope it does feel unfair to the Doctor. And I hope the Doctor also is being put in a position where they're not necessarily fair to Tecteun, or they're processing in the moment some of this information. But it wasn't that scene is not at all, and that episode is not there for anyone to be fair to the Doctor. It's to go, you're a nuisance. You've ruined my beautiful plan. And it's also there for the Doctor to then call Tecteun on what they've done as well. I knew when I was writing The Timeless Children that, and really the plan was the kind of 3-season plan in terms of the arc was hint at something in the first season, play it very lightly. Obviously it's there in the Ghost Monument when the Whispers talk about the timeless child. And then in the second season, really dig into it and play that story out. And then the third season is play in that sandbox. What does it mean? What does it mean when we've got new information? What does it mean when the Doctor's got new information? Now, obviously, some of our intentions for the third season were changed, by the pandemic, but it's still there in that episode. No, I don't think Tecteun is being fair at all, and I love that. There's nothing better than one character being unfair to another and going, hang on, that's not it. Yeah,
right, because then everyone just can yell at their screen and be very angry.
Yeah, and they're selfish. She's a very selfish character, but there's also a selfishness to the Doctor as well, and those two people recognize a bit of each other in themselves, I think, in that scene.
I want to know, my question for Chris would be what he thinks the fundamental difference is then between them. There's a lot of very, very clear, very on the table parallels between Tecteun and the Doctor. And at the same time that Tecteun's talking about how she sort of made the Doctor and then sent her off to do her own adventures in the universe. Obviously, exactly the same time, Yaz is off doing her own adventures in Earth history, after having sort of been made an adventurer by the Doctor. And it seems to me like there's a lot more in common between those characters, especially that the text is interested in, than there is actually differentiating them. What actually is the difference between them?
Well, Tecteun is bad and the Doctor's good.
I think that might be it.
So that would obviously answer your question.
Really, what is it about the Doctor and Yaz's relationship that's supposed to be actually different to the Doctor and Tecteun's, or is it not? The thesis seems to be that it's not, and that in the same way that Survivors of the Flux is sort of a therapy session for the Doctor, confronting this thing in her past. Yaz then has to go to therapy because she's had her own essentially identical experience.
In curiosity.
Yes, possibly.
He often talks in circular ways, as we've heard from all the interviews we've looked at from him. So it's interesting to get him be quite specific and clear here. And it's shutting down a line of inquiry, which was, I mean, it's not the most interesting one in the world. But he was firm there, I suppose. So that's something.
Yeah, he's talking about that back and forth between the Doctor and Tecteun, like it's this really elaborate, dramatic set piece and dialogue that's woven in and complicated, and it's he describes the Tecteun is treating the Doctor like a nuisance, basically, and I feel, because they're his words, and I feel there's something about that is the emotional stakes of it are limited. So it just feels like Tecteun's being mean to the Doctor because she's mean, and the Doctor annoyed her, and it's like, I feel like if there were bigger, honest-to-God emotional stakes between these two characters, then you could get the kind of thing Chib seems to be describing here, like where you have two characters who are overlapped and interwoven and have contradictions and big, like, unresolved emotional grievances with each other, bound up in each other. That sounds like it could be really good drama, but I feel like it's just not on the screen. It's just not in that screenplay.
Yeah, and there were more screenplays after that too. There was even an extra one. So there was time. Next is more about this Aswok stuff.
It's interesting too, because the Doctor mentions, finally has that moment to be able to say, like, you had no right to take me. What if someone was waiting, to come get me? Yeah. What if, I was lost and all of these things? And, Barbara Flynn so beautifully mocks her in that moment and says, if, and you can really kind of see both angles of that, I think, which is really nice, because it's a terrible argument, because, right, there's no winning there for either of them.
Yes, I think that's the point. I mean, it's always exciting if you can get to that point in a scene or in a drama where you think, well, both of them are kind of right here. I can understand both of their points of view. Right. But the Doctor, for me, for the Doctor, she's angry because it means the absence of a definitive answer.
Yeah.
And for Tecteun, she's saying, no, I am the definitive answer. And right. Really, that's the thing. And those two points of view are never going to be reconciled. And so it's really that. I also wanted to make sure that it's there, in the plot and in the show, that it's like, okay, there is a mystery to this. Tecteun coming along it's not a full stop to that story. That's it breaks open the story because, well, why was that child there? Why was the Doctor there? Who, what, how? There's a whole other story there. And it's, and the Doctor is therefore abandoned as well. That's what's really important. That's an abandoned child who Tecteun can legitimately say, well, I rescued you, because, who knows? Right. The Doctor could be right in going, what if someone was coming back? But also the thing is, well, what if nobody ever did? And you just died there. And so, it's very, very deliberate to have those arguments and also to go, well, the myth of the Doctor starts there with Tecteun by accident, but there's who knows what's happened before that.
Right. There's still a whole world of story before that, especially once
a bazillion stories.
Right.
A bazillion stories.
You know what they seem to be pointedly not talking about? The fact that Tecteun wiped the Doctor's memory. Like, that's pretty much as abusive gets, isn't it? I mean, that's like... This is an incredibly horrible thing to do to someone, and I just feel like that in terms of...
Well...
this idea that, well, they both have... Okay, well, not the worst thing, but in terms of, like, arguments, and they're talking about how, well, both sides have a point, and, well, you know, it's just, well, you know, there's just no resolving anything. I feel like the fact that the conversation never really delves into... Between the Doctor and Tecteun, that whole interaction never really delves into the actual thing that needs to be addressed, which is the actual relationship between them, and the injustices that have taken place, and the things that Tecteun have done that have actually been really bad, and that the Doctor has a right to be, honest to God, really upset about, rather than the whole, oh, why did you take me from the tower? What about the whole, why did you imprison me in this blooming, like, secret agent service and wipe my memory and all that shit? Like, all that stuff's really bad, and it's just not getting hashed over at all. It's all this stuff that doesn't have anywhere near the same emotional gravity. So I just feel like it's just, there's a big hole in this whole conversation that I think Chib is trying to have here.
As ever, you've got the fact that the big abuse to the Doctor, like you said, was the wiping of memories, which is something the Doctor does.
Yeah, true.
in this series, like, very explicitly and repeatedly.
It's rotten.
It's interesting as well that Chris outlines the bajillions of stories you could tell about the kid before the portal, and you know, who, what, how.
What stories can you tell?
I don't know. Are those interesting?
Yeah, it's like you know, a story about someone drinking a cup of tea.
Right.
You could ask infinite questions about where they get the tea, who is the person drinking the tea, where are they drinking the tea.
You could write a really cool story that's set around someone drinking a cup of tea, but it's not itself. That one scene isn't a story, and you also don't need that seed in place to tell that story. Right? It's not a difficult idea to come up with separately.
When I was saying earlier that we have like this outside of the text vision of a story where like, oh, the story's about this, Rose is actually this, and then you have the actual story and you can actually poke at it a little to see, well, this is exactly what I'm talking about. What stories are there to tell of the timeless Doctor being at the portal? Like, what are we actually talking about here? No, there's not. What stories are going to get told there? Are we suggesting someone actually goes and tells like a story of, oh, so before the Doctor got to the portal, they lived on the planet Zimizam, and there was a bunch of blue people there, and they walked around. Like, what?
Yeah, if anything, that's a story that's defined by the fact you can't tell it.
Yeah.
Because it would just, there's just no point. I mean, the whole point of Chib writing it this way is that to open an ambiguous, unanswered space, you know, leave things unresolved. So that's the opposite of opening up new stories.
Exactly.
This is specifically creating a space that a story can't really be told about. And of course, the irony there is that sort of space already existed in the Doctor's past, because people were already avoiding telling that kind of story about the Doctor as a child.
And you can already tell the story of the blue people planet Zimizlam anywhere with any Doctor. You can do it with Shooty. You can do it in the next era. There's nothing you can tell before there that you can't tell elsewhere, unless you're trying to tell something specifically about the adoption narrative, in which case you're kneecapping the thing Chibnall is talking about, where like the ambiguity is part of the point. So I don't see this. It makes my head spin trying to actually unravel what on earth we're actually kind of proposing here. It's the same way that the very similar topic is, by introducing the timeless Doctor space. So not the timeless child being, but when, you know, the Morbius Doctors and Ruth and everything before Hartnell, like we've introduced a whole new enormous space, a new canvas for stories as they talk about. What? No, you haven't, because that already exists by virtue of the show Doctor Who already existing. You can already, if you want to tell a story about there's a bunch of green aliens and there's a crazy laser, you can go tell that with Peter Davison or Ncuti Gatwa or anyone. It doesn't need to be before Hartnell for some random reason. And in fact, it's actually closing off. Like Chibnall earlier in this discussion was kind of marveling at, we've never actually specifically seen this stuff. We've just got told about it. You know, we're told by important stakeholders that, you know, have reason to manipulate the truth, that the Doctor's backstory is so-and-so. We haven't actually seen it. But by actually seeing it, you're not liberating anything. You're actually doing the opposite, aren't you? We've now closed it down. We've now specified, the Doctor's backstory is this. They were this child at the portal and they were there. It's like this crazy cocktail of like it's handling ambiguity in the worst way possible, where we've actually closed things down and narrowed things down, and we've altered the telos of the Doctor's character in this insane way, where now Hartnell is destined to get the blue police box, and actually he was already like the Doctor before. So that whole journey he goes on with Ian and Barbara learning to become the kind of hero Doctor figure, it's kind of a bit crap now, isn't it? Because he was already like that beforehand. So it didn't really matter that Hartnell, he's just like a dementia patient who's kind of retracing the steps he's already been down now. I think it's this awful, bizarre reframing where we've just kind of, you've jammed ambiguity in the most nonsensical places and then you've taken it out of the actual core places. It's just this complete nonsense narrative, what we've actually constructed here with tying down the Doctor as this timeless being at the portal, then saying we can do stories before it, and then, saying, with the timeless Doctors now, everyone can be a Doctor. Everyone can already be a Doctor because we can cast new ones. It's just, none of this makes any sense to me. This entire huge timeless plan he's made, I don't see any benefit of any of it.
I mean, yes, I agree. I've not really got anything to add.
Same.
The only thing I do have, actually, is that it's a seed vault, right? Tecteun's space station.
With the tree.
Yeah. The idea is sort of like a outer space, out of the universe seed vault. So I suppose is the idea that this stuff that happens to the Doctor that they don't remember informs who they become sort of subsurfacely, like a seed, like it's the initial bit.
Oh, like it's a tree that always grows in the...
Yeah, like Tecteun's planted the seed of the Doctor by doing all this Is that what the show's gesturing towards? This idea that the way the Timeless Child stuff fits in is that it's an unconscious first nugget of Doctorness that grows out into everything else. It's very sort of...
I hate that so much.
Non-physical. The idea that who you are is defined by a bit of you.
It fits with this idea that people have an essence.
Yeah, an essence.
It's repugnant. I hate it. The Doctor's like an anarchic figure, and even in their more even in like the Pertwee years, they're still kind of an agent of chaos, aren't they? They're the interesting mix amongst unit. And then in so many eras, they're just much more, they're like the traveling revolutionary, and that's part of the spirit of the character. And I think it's part of the evolution of the character as well, which does actually exist. You can go watch the first 2 or 3 seasons of the show and actually see the Doctor didn't start like what they became, whether it's the cosmic, hobo kind of vision or the later hero kind of vision. You watch that one of the endings of the War Machines episodes, and you can actually see, the Doctor has changed. Now they do this. Now they step up. Now they do. Ian and Barbara have changed them. You can actually see the progression of the character like that, and then the character kind of is from there. They, like the series 8 finale makes a big statement on, they go around doing good, but they wander about, aren't they? They're wandering about, getting into hijinks and doing some good and doing some chaos and just traveling around. I feel like this geneticist timeless stuff is kind of imposed. It's almost like it's much more of like a fated hero kind of monomythical kind of idea onto the Doctor, isn't it? Where it's like they're born to be king, they're born to be the hero. They're born to become this. They're born to get the literal blue box TARDIS. They're born to go off and have time and space adventures and, sometimes shoot guns and sometimes not shoot guns and apprehend the baddies and fight the rhinos. They're born to do this. It makes all the actual Doctors on TV seem so stupid to me that this already happened before. And that they're born to, and then because this is all actually comes down to genetics, that's what Tecteun extracts out of the Doctor is the regeneration genetics. So they're actually genetically this seed, like Oliver is saying, they're the birth of they're the super specialist creation possible. And it doesn't matter how many times you mind wipe them, because the fact they keep bending back to the same, I'm a time and space adventurer and I go around in the blue box, that makes it fated, which, how can you read this separate from the genetic stuff, which is where the regeneration and all the Time Lord stuff comes from? It feels like they're genetically predisposed to be this figure, which I just find so awful and ugly, especially when how does this connect to the adoption narratives we're now playing with? This weird kind of geneticist view. And then all that is rendered so nonsensical by the constant mind wipes, by the fact, the Doctor throws the watch away and the Doctor mind wipes others and the Doctor gets mind wiped themselves. It's this
like, what is even the point of any of this? It's like we have this whole genetic predisposition storyline, but also we have these constant mind wipes the Doctor does to others and the Doctor gets done to themselves. It's like we're snapping, resetting. Like, it's unreadable to me.
It's an immaterial history of the Doctor where we already had a perfectly fine material one, is, I think, a way to sum it up.
The Ruth Doctor says at the end of The Timeless Children, you were never defined by who you were before, but she is... she's a version of the Doctor from before the Doctor was the Doctor, therefore defining the Doctor by who she was before.
The mind wipe thing really sticks to me now because I feel like part of the, at least something that I can relate to is kind of a, I'm not adopted, but I can relate to the knowledge you had of, the knowledge of your ancestry or your family connections being told to you one way, and then eventually you come to a point in your life, whether it's from your own investigation or your own accidental discovery or from someone telling you, you get the knowledge that, well, actually, we got to reframe some of this because you weren't quite told the truth there. The actual connection is this, or what actually happened is this, or you're actually this, or they're actually this. I think that's relatable for loads of people. I can relate to that, absolutely, even though I'm not adopted. You know, in other respects, I can relate to that. The mind wipe stuff plays in such an ugly way with that to me because isn't that kind of the same? It's the same sort of thing of like denial of knowledge, isn't it? It's like I'm imposing this denial of knowledge onto you. The fact that the Doctor just willy-nilly in the Chibnall era goes and hands them out, mostly to the women of the show, you know, oh, Ada Lovelace, forget all this shit about computers, you know, oh, no, you got to forget all this shit. You know, the fact that Doctor can so willy-nilly hand those out, and then the fact that Chibnall just, you know, kind of brushes off, oh, you can't actually equivocate Tecteun with the Doctor, they're totally different. It's just so incurious about the own ideas he's raising here, and it's so ugly, the kind of vision we're playing with denial of history, I think, here, the way the Doctor so freely does it and is kind of unquestioned for it. And then also we kind of use the mind wipes as a get out of jail free card for kind of the law we're impacting in the Doctor. That's like the climax of The Timeless Children is, you know, oh, all this new backstory doesn't actually matter. Forget about it. But you can't, it's not drama to do this.
In a way, the mind wipes are more pivotal for this new history of the Doctor than the actual events between the mind wipes.
Yeah.
Because the point at which someone's mind is literally wiped of all their fucking memories, that is immediately going to be definitive of everything that comes after. And it actually, you know, hampers or even cancels out the ability of anything before to matter anymore. So it's like the mind wipes become the only events in the Doctor's past.
It's such a weird conception of personhood free of memory like this. Even the way William Russell is used in the last episode, it's kind of this memoryless, mindless, you know, we're just charting out the person and the person matters because of what they are or who they are and not, you know, their own awareness in the moment kind of situation. There's something really rotten to me about how this era conceives of memory and identity.
Should we move on? We spent 15 minutes on that.
This is also about Aswok. They talk about her for a while.
Like for me, watching that moment when she is like so suddenly taken away and she's killed right in front of the Doctor, it feels so frustrating because it's like, you know, that argument will never end, right? There's no resolving any of this. But at the same time, it's like that choice is taken away from the both of them. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about that moment.
Because I think that argument goes on forever, otherwise, but also the Doctor has spent, has been on this journey since she's found out from the Master about being the Timeless Child, and has lived with that for a while and has now found some of the answers to those questions that have been nagging away, have been, bubbling inside her really during that whole season, during those 2 seasons, really. And as soon as she starts to get the answers, they're ripped away by a higher force. So part of that is the pain that the Doctor carries, which always feels so important. And part of it is the shock of, you can't ever know. So there's the pain for losing immediately this person who you've got a very complicated relationship with anyway. And then there's the second thing of, but that person was information. And I think, how do you know? It goes back to how do you know your own life and what are the secrets of your own life and where do you get this information from and how can you ever know? So yeah, it is. It's very, very tough and very, very harsh. And I'm really glad I did it.
Right. Well, I think it also helps reinforce one of the main ideas I think that comes out of this, which is the Doctor is all about what they do, right? Their actions kind of define who they are. And I think we're kind of leaving that in a really difficult and painful place, but also helping to set it aside is good because it, I think, reestablishes that aspect of the character.
Well, he said he was really glad he did it, but again, he didn't seem that glad he didn't seem glad enough to actually follow it up in any way. Because he talks a lot about the pain for the Doctor and how important that is. And obviously, giving your characters emotions to go through, it's a drama, that's a good thing to do. But again, he doesn't pursue that. I mean, what does that pain for the Doctor amount in the show? She's like, no, don't touch her for like 2 seconds. And she pulls her face, I guess that's the cliffhanger. And then the Vanquishers, where's it all gone? Where are the scenes? Where are the emotions to play?
But the imposition of Swarm and Azure, you've got this conversation between the Doctor and Tecteun, which, everything else aside, is very thematic. It's very clearly, it's coded in lots of ways to be about the Doctor's life and about all these intimate questions of identity. And then Swarm and Azure, these big cartoon villains, just sort of show up, and they literally stand in for the idea of time. And doesn't that sort of just blow out of the way the whole conversation that was happening there between between mother and daughter? When Swarm turns up and just destroys it's such a collision of this more cartoony, more arch and classically Doctor Who-y, but very silly kind of show that leaves the character drama all unresolved in a way that we never actually get back round to talking about.
Yeah, that's enough Aswok, I think. The last little bits of this interview, this great interview, are about what will happen in future regarding this era, basically. So this next question is a great question from the interviewer. Let's hear what she asks.
What do you hope other writers will pick up from this? Like if they're going to specifically pick up on the things that you've established, are there any things that you would like to see people develop or explore other aspects of the Doctor through this lens?
No, I think it'd be really arrogant of me, and I know enough about Doctor Who, and I know enough about the Doctor Who history. I think you have to be very okay with you do your work on the show during your time, and the moment you step away and the moment you stop, then nothing is in your hands, and other people will come in, will contradict it, will change it, will alter it, and that's really, it's more than okay, because it would be very arrogant of me to sit here and go, well, what I really hope is they then expand the story into this and that and the other, given that I have taken the works of others and kind of turned it inside out and questioned it and then remolded some of the answers. I haven't remolded the work because everything those people did, the brilliant work that everybody before me has done, still applies very deliberately. And I worked really hard at that, and even tying in things like Morbius Doctors and things that just as tiny little Easter eggs. But no, I don't expect. I have nothing to add or nothing to, no expectations, and I would imagine. I would imagine it will be ignored, contradicted, doubled back on. It could be anything, and also I think it's really important that for everyone, that's okay. That's again the incredible thing about Doctor Who, and in comparison to other shows or mythologies that are going on out there, it's very, very unfixed, mercurial, and it's but the thing that I always found interesting, and I think I tried to bring into the show, because that's what life is like.
Yeah,
you never know, and that thing of what your life is like, the definitive story of your life. You can't have the definitive story of your own life. You and that's why that line that you picked out, that we're all defined by what we do, is really the story of the era, the story, the story of the individual stories, and Tesla and Rosa Parks and all that kind of stuff, right down to people, in the Power of the Doctor as well. So, in terms of the Master or something, you can say what you want, but how we judge your character is on your actions, and I believe that as an indicator in life. It's certainly an indicator in drama, and it's a really useful thing in Doctor Who. And part of coming in was also to say those big thematic things for people, and particularly for kids who are watching, and kind of grappling with big themes via Doctor Who for the first time. It's like the most important thing is what you do.
What do you think of what he hopes other writers will pick up from his era, the timeless story, all that?
Well, I respect his answer there, that he completely acknowledges and understands that there is no real that future writers don't really have to bother or give a shit about anything he's done. They can do whatever they want, and he doesn't. And it's not his place to impose things on them. I do wonder, is there anything that he thinks might be cool for other people to do? But I think maybe he generally doesn't. Because before he came on the show, he wasn't bursting with ideas he's wanted to do in Who for a whole time, for his whole life, apart from the therapy thing, I guess. So it's not it wouldn't be in character for him to be oh my god, I just really hope someone does something with the division, dudes. I really hope someone tells me the story of I hope RTD writes about Tecteun. No, that's not Chibnall at all, is it?
No, he's humble and very accepting of kind of the limited nature of your run, I guess. All the showrunners are, really, all three of them.
I do wonder to what extent that stuff about it's what you do that what matters is borne out in the era. Because I feel probably in the broader strokes it is. But all the stuff we were talking about earlier, about all the stuff about the kind of geneticist, determinist vibes that he kind of writes the Doctor with, and sometimes the Master as well. I mean, the Master's whole new characterization in Chib Who is revolving around this sense of feeling almost existentially inferior to the Doctor, but by means of essence in some way. And the whole time, this child revelation making the Master feel oh my god, I am bad because I am the inferior, and stuff like that. And of course, his final episode, The Power of the Doctor, the whole challenge in that episode is that he's stolen the Doctor's body, and Yaz has to give this whole epic speech about how, well, you'll never be the Doctor. That wasn't obvious. So yeah, basically, it's him.
Any thoughts, Oliver?
It's interesting given we've talked about how the story ends almost open-endedly, and they talked about it in the interview as well, which means it's interesting, given it's open-ended, that there's no expectation of it being followed up on. And interesting as well that the Timeless Child stuff was talked about in terms of opening up bazillions of new stories. Interesting to do that if you don't expect anyone to do that.
That's a good point.
I dare say it might be more the fans at this point saying stuff about, it's opened up so many new stories. But that seems to be a thing that fans say a lot, and maybe that Chibs doesn't quite say as much, at least now. He's not really saying that kind of thing in this interview. I also think, with what he said in that clip just there about how he wanted to really he wanted to really impress upon viewers, especially kids, this particular theme that he's exploring through his whole era. That he wanted to really impress this on the viewers. I wonder how that comports with the open-endedness of the actual season-arching storyline, and the way that basically doesn't really arrive at much of a conclusion at all, or much of a thesis at all.
Yeah. What's really interesting is how Piedmont, the great interviewer here, responds to what Chibnall just said, which is an exact example of what we're kind of talking about. The fandom and Chibnall himself sometimes approach his era in slightly different ways, which I think is super interesting. Let's hear what she says.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you may have, I think I agree with you that it is really wonderful that writers can come in and play with, this very, very flexible story. But personally, I would love to see more about division and all of that backstory. And I would love to see more writers get into it, because I think what, at least the story of the Doctor as a timeless child, what it does so nicely is that, I think it resonates with me personally and with other adoptees as being very clearly a story about adoption, but also I know it's resonated with a lot of people in being a story that's in some ways also about colonialism and imperialism, appropriation. And so there are a ton of people who are, from marginalized identities who really resonated with that and feel like, it kind of brings the Doctor's story to them in a way that they didn't feel like it was before.
Right.
So I do hope that it's taken and ran with a little, but I totally respect that, for you having been the writer of it, that it's, like a nice thing to be out of your hands now.
Well, I think just one shouldn't have false expectations as much as anything else. It's like you can't guarantee. That's the thing that interested me, and I pursued that during my time. But it's not going to be the thing that's going to interest Russell, I don't think. I wouldn't expect that. I could be completely wrong. I know nothing, literally nothing, deliberately nothing. But yeah, I mean, are there thousands of stories you could tell in relation to Division? Oh yeah, completely. Are there stories about other Doctors you can tell? Yes, of course, but that doesn't mean that they should be at the center of the show moving forward, because actually that's the great thing. The renewal of the show and it is actually its strength. It really is. And I felt that when I came in, and feel it even more now. You just go, oh great, it's a whole massive hurricane of fresh air about to blow in. It's so exciting.
What do we think of that?
Okay, I have not quite nailed down how to articulate this. I think there is a distinction between wanting the show in future to grapple with themes of appropriation, colonialism, racism, of course, imperialism, and wanting the show in future to carry on Chibnall storylines because they sort of vaguely intersected with that. I feel, because you can have one without the other, I think is the thing. And I think there is a fanish impulse to kind of want the Chib stuff to be continued, even though it is not necessarily like the most clearest or direct way to actually engage with those themes. Because I think in several ways, the whole Timeless Child thing is orthogonal to, or kind of tangential away from, the actual core issues surrounding like colonialism and the genocide and imperialism and racism and theft of language and children and identity. All those things are such massive themes, and the Timeless Child stuff sort of skirts around dealing with those in some key ways, as does the whole Division business, I think. So I dare say, like, if I wanted, like, suppose I want Future of Who to kind of delve into those ideas in a huge way. I don't necessarily want them to be through the prism of Division, because I just feel there are huge limiters that puts on it. Whereas I think something that's become quite personal for a lot of fans is the idea, that maybe the paratextual idea, to link it into stuff we were talking about earlier, of this Division storyline as a huge representational link to those ideas, and the value of that, the sentimental value of that being something that's continued, is almost maybe something that's being prized, in spite of maybe the flaws that it has. Do you think I'm approaching anything maybe vaguely truthful with this?
Yeah, I agree. And I think there's a really fanish impulse as well to expect a sort of consistent system of metaphors with an ongoing TV show. Like, people go, well, if Doctor Who wants to talk about imperialism, it's going to use the Timeless Children, as if Doctor Who hasn't been talking about imperialism before the Timeless Children for absolutely ages, using a whole host of different metaphors and stand-ins and analogies. And like you say, it's just not that sharp of a metaphor, and certainly I can't imagine it would be very easily applicable to any other narrative context, or even particularly applicable to this narrative context. If you wanted to talk about imperialism, which, such a encompassing theme that it would seem stupid to bet against the odds of Doctor Who doing an imperialism related narrative in the next few years, it's not going to be with the same coding and the same set of ideas and the same fanish sort of toy box that Doctor Who has been using for the last couple of series.
Honestly, if we're talking about different metaphors that the show has used over time, I feel like practically the joke that Robert Holmes made in naming the Time Lord's intervention agency the CIA is a more pointed analogy, even by sheer accident maybe, is a more pointed strike against the whole actual, honest to God, real life imperialism than the mealy-mouthed concept of division is everywhere. We're all so divided by division. I just feel just saying the CIA gets more to the heart of imperialism as an actual real-world phenomenon, and that's something Robert Holmes did on a whim, practically. Robert Holmes was not some great, epic anti-imperialist writer. He's one of the most notorious racists in classic Who. But he's still, in a matter of an offhanded gesture, he does something that I think is more potent metaphor than, this whole great thing Chib cooked up. So, there are qualities of different metaphors that the show has used over time. You can pick and choose.
You're right, but an allusion to something from the real world, not just real world history, the real world present, an allusion to reality isn't sexy the way that centering the Doctor as the special agent of everything and the Master has this angsty relationship with her is, I'm not trying to be too flippant there, but I think that's a big core of it, is talking about the actual CIA is its own conversation, which maybe isn't escapist fun the way that, the Doctor is so important, but she's also not important. And, oh man, it's deep and, look at all this. That's kind of a little wormhole you can dip down in, and you can big it up by saying, and it parallels blah, blah, blah. But there is a kind of shrinking away sometimes, I think, among some kind of threads of this from the front on kind of stuff you're talking about. Like, imperialism of the Timeless Children is this very abstracted thing that's not connected to reality the way that the allusion to the real world CIA, well, the American one is, or the way that Demons of the Punjab is straightforwardly about these sorts of things. So I feel like there's a kind of something going on there I think there's a escapist, fun is the wrong word, there's a kind of escapist tunnel in these kinds of parallels, which I think some people find it easier to invest more into than just confronting actual reality.
Yeah, I think the way the division shit shrinks away from really making analogies for or parallels with actual dynamics of oppression or relations of power or even specific goals for the division, the organization to have.
Yeah.
They're just this abstract, we control everything just for reasons. Yeah, I think the way it shrinks away from really grappling with real issues like that, I think it's just, as you say, it is an escapist tunnel. I think there's an element of liberalism to it. I think it's just easier for kind of the whole centrist mode of kind of British media writers to write fiction that just doesn't actually deal with the politics in ways that are tangible, and it's just much easier to write like that.
Like a big thread of the Timeless Child anti-imperialist reading is that this institution took a child they experimented on and they mistreated this child, and they kind of built a society off the back of mistreating children. We've also got a bunch of Doctor Who episodes set in Victorian London. We don't have to imagine what if this happened, because the show itself already explores a lot of these things all the time. We have episodes with Charles Dickens in them, and we have I'm sure there's better examples of Thin Ice. Thin Ice is kind of there are episodes actually about racism, straight up, and there's episodes actually about certain people getting mistreated straight up, and they're not kind of analogies. They actually are about it. You don't even need to hide it.
Yeah, Thin Ice is lovely because it parallels the exploitation of a sci-fi thing with the big whale monster that shits bricks or whatever with the actual exploitation of people in the society surrounding it. So you've got the literal thing and the metaphor in tandem. That's a nice thing to do. It's a good way for Doctor Who stories to work.
That's just why I kind of find, I don't disagree. Obviously, there's a very easy anti-imperialist reading you can make in the Timeless Children. I think most people will agree with that. Of course, it's a society built on treating someone this way, and the society works this way, and it spreads the narrative this way, and they have operatives that work that way. Sure, but it's there's episodes also just about this stuff, the real versions of it as well, or less coded versions of it. So I just don't see what the huge I don't think Chibnall has kind of opened Doctor Who into talking about imperialism. I think it's been talking about that since a very long time. And it's not like he did that much with it afterwards either. So it's not like the special thing is how much attention he paid to it, because I don't think he did pay that much attention to it.
I wrote a little bit about this issue of when your metaphor gets too big that it doesn't really apply to the exact situation. Talking about Couplam and Praxius when I was writing about Series 12. And yeah, exactly what you're saying. It's you can do these big sort of precise one-on-one metaphors where it's actually got nothing whatsoever to do with it. Like Smile, right? The episode Smile is about social media and it's not got any social media in it. I think that's quite neat. You can do that. But you've always got the potential that if you're not writing very sharply in that sort of mode, then what exactly you were saying about the real life version of the issue you're talking about can get lost very easily. And what precisely the exploitation is of the, British Empire that the Timeless Children is talking about gets lost in the mix, I think.
Yeah, and I think this isn't unique to Chibnall either. I think you can make similar accusations about, obviously, the much-loved Zygon story in Series 9.
Yeah.
I think that has similar kinds of problems.
Of course.
Not that I don't hate that story at all, the way I do Time of Children, but, it's got similar kind of problems with the whole metaphor and the politics of it. So it's just something that you have to be vigilant about, I think, if you're actually going to try and write this stuff for real, and especially if you're going to go on a big crusade arguing that it should be carried on indefinitely in future eras.
Zygon's much better because it doesn't stop for 10 minutes just to have characters dialogue at each other. Anyway, and this great interview with Joy Piedmont and Chris Chibnall, it ends with them just having a nice exchange at the end where Chibnall says he liked talking about this stuff, that it was enjoyable for him to, get a bit more in depth. So that was that interview, which is Chibnall's big kind of retrospective on his time at Gallifrey One, and him going pretty in depth thanks to a bunch of great interview questions about the timeless backstory, Tecteun and Aswok, his kind of vision for diversity in the show. Great. I think it's the best Chibnall interview I've ever heard about his actual era of the show. So huge props to the interviewer for doing a great interview there. That was extremely interesting to go through.
Yeah,
props on the interview. It's a very good interview.
So in our the convolution discussion for the Chibnall Era commentaries, we listened to that great Radio Free Scaro interview with Chris Chibnall, which was from Gallifrey 1, 2023. And I said at that time, we'll go more into Gallifrey 1 stuff in our last Chibnall Era commentary discussion, which is now. And we just listened to that great Joy Piedmont interview with Chris Chibnall coming after Gallifrey 1 of 2023, with Chibnall reflecting back on his experiences at Gallifrey 1. So now, to round out and to really bookend all this Chibnall Era discussion, I wanted to go through the Gallifrey 1 2023 stuff itself, because as we heard in that interview just now, it really is kind of a bookend to Chibnall. If we think of his era really as starting with the San Diego Comic-Con Pillar of Hope panel, where he was kind of introducing his vision for his era and the show before Series 11 started, and then kind of ending in a way or kind of bookending itself at 2023's Gallifrey 1, where he was received with much adulation and love and warmth, and that was kind of a very nice capstone to his era. I think our first commentary discussion was on finality. I feel like this is just a kind of appropriate bookend to end on, is Gallifrey 1 2023 itself. To start with, basically, I was not in Los Angeles the days of Gallifrey 1 2023. We'll talk a bit more about that soon as well, the locale of it all. But I did, as much as I could when I was free in those days, stay on the hashtags, stay abreast of everything going on as much as I could. And so I collated, as I do, all the interesting stuff that I could see from Gallifrey 1, the interesting stuff from all the different panels and people talking to Chibnall and all the other interesting stuff about his era that came out at Gallifrey 1. I've collected and collated as much as I could, which is quite a lot that I think is interesting. And so I'm going to throw a bunch of it around and we're going to talk about it, and this will be kind of our ending, because the cherry on top of all this is that more commentaries sprang out of Gallifrey 1 2023, because Those were those great times where they project the episodes up in a big hall. The audience all enjoys the episode. Chris Chibnall has a microphone. Other important people have a microphone, and they live commentate on the episodes. So the commentaries on the Blu-rays that we've gone through for these 6 discussions aren't the only ones, because we have these great new ones to discuss. But before we go into all that, we've listened to 2 interviews kind of about Galley at this point. I want to talk about what Galley is a little bit. So Gallifrey One, it's been running a long time. This was the 33rd one, I believe, in 2023. It happens in Los Angeles around February each year. It's the biggest Doctor Who convention. It's been running for ages as well. It's a really big deal. What do you guys think of it?
I was actually surprised earlier this year to realise or sort of be reminded that it's actually American. Because I just went this longest time just assuming, oh yeah, massive Doctor Who convention, yeah, I'm sure that's just around somewhere. No, it's in America, and everyone who goes is American, except for obviously the guests. So yeah, it was just kind of a weird culture shock moment to think, like, why does America have this? Why does it work this way? That's
always had a very American flavour to me, so that's interesting that you could conflate it with things like the Big Finish Con, which do happen just in Derby or somewhere.
Yeah, I may be probably just conflating it with something like that. That would make more sense.
Oliver, what do you think of this convention?
I was aware of it from before as the American convention, and I guess I picked up that it was quite big. I'm not really on the convention scene, so I don't know that much about it. You said 33 years?
Yeah, it's been around for ages. The scale of it is inseparable from the state of it, in that it's in the USA, and there's lots more people there than in the UK. And it's in Los Angeles. It's People City. I feel strongly about this, but I also feel wary about saying it because I know how I sound saying it. I love Charles Dickens, but I don't want to sound like Scrooge here.
Just launch into it.
We've talked a lot about all the warmth and the adulation and all the goodness and gooiness and love and everything that Chibnall was surrounded with at Galley One, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It was a lot. All this love. When people were at Galley, also, lots of the people there were kind of tweeting out in a wondrous way, Chibnall is such a nice bloke. Oh, I just talked to Chibnall in the bar. I just talked to Chibnall walking here. He's such a great guy. They're right. It's not anything I believe them. I think their observations there are very interesting. Like, that's all. I'm not reading any narrative of stealth or anything into any of this in the slightest. Everyone is being their honest selves, and that's great. They all had a great time. Everyone's having a great time. That's all fabulous. Warm fandom, in-person fandom, all lovely. But when you are part of a group, it feels good. I've been to conventions before. I haven't been to Galley in the USA or anything, but I've been to different conventions. I know what conventions are like. There is a element of exclusivity to these things. If Galley happened in London, obviously it would still be difficult to get there. Well, for someone like me, who lives oceans away over in Australia most of the time, and for plenty of people in England, it will be difficult to get there because of their jobs, transport, their own, mobility, all sorts of things could make it difficult to get there. But it would still be a lot of people from around England could get to there, basically. But geographically, Galley One is over in Los Angeles. It's in a massive country, in a massive kind of city area. Lots of fans in America can't get there, though, themselves. The way that in England, it's small enough that if something's in London, a lot of people, it's still difficult, in terms of finances and mobility and everything to get there, but it's approachable in a way that in a country like Australia or China or the USA, it's difficult just because of the actual geographical scale of it. So a lot of American fans just can't get to Galley in the first place because of employment, logistics, distance, time. This goes doubly, triply, quadruply so for who I'd kind of call the core market of Doctor Who, which is the UK. And of course, even more so for people from everywhere else, Australia and, Asia and all sorts of other places. So sometimes when we talk about Big Finish, especially newer audios, we talk about something I find extremely interesting because it's kind of this understated current that I think runs through the discourse around all like Big Finish audio dramas of the modern era, which is that they cost a fair bit of money. So if you are listening to a new War Master box set, you paid a fair bit of money to be able to listen to it. If you've paid a fair bit of money on something, part of you is going to be predisposed to kind of affirm your purchase, isn't it? And I think you're going to kind of be generally, not always, you're going to be generally predisposed to probably be more positive towards your purchase than you might have been if you'd gotten a Warmaster box set for free, or if the Warmaster box set had been openly listable on a Spotify subscription you already had or something. That makes sense, right? You guys know what I mean.
I think that's especially compounded if you're buying a lot of these things from Big Finish, for example. Like, maybe if you bought one video game, you might regret that purchase. But if you've been doing if you've made it a whole habit to buy these things, and the costs have racked up over time, that's going to compound your maybe your predisposition to take a certain angle on them.
Yes. So it is a privilege if you have bought you know, 6 Torchwood Story Continues box sets, and yet you still are quite negative about them. That is a privilege that you could purchase them in the first place, and then to like kind of deaffirm your own experience. Do you know what I mean? This is not something everyone can do easily, basically, unless they're pirating. But that's a whole separate discussion, and you can't pirate a plane ticket to Los Angeles. Well, my point there is basically, I call it the Big Finish positivity effect. I think that those who have spent money or something, or those financially invested into something, are more likely to be positive and or communal about it in one way or another as a kind of affirmation of the money spent. So someone with more negative opinions on Walmart, why am I even, this is one of the ranges I actually like. I don't know why I'm using this one as an example, but someone with more negative opinions on Warmaster box sets or Chris Chibnall's era of Doctor Who, they're probably not spending a lot of time and effort buying more Warmaster box sets, or you know, saving up for a plane ticket to, I mean, they could be from another American state, let alone another country, saving up for the transport and, you know, the time to get to Galley, and, you know, all the logistics and time and effort and money to get there. So my point is, I think a convention like this inherently self-selects people with the capability, the money, and the kind of positive inclination and attitude to attend. I don't think it's like, obviously it's not any sort of like a representative cross-section you're getting of Doctor Who fandom, is it?
No, absolutely not. I think it's dangerous to treat it like it is a little bit.
Absolutely. You're getting people who, it could be people who are very negative towards Chibnall, but it's people who care enough about Chibnall and his era to attend in the first place, which generally tends to be the positive ones. You're getting people with the capability to attend, to afford it, to logistically get there, to have the mobility to get there, to have the interest in the era enough to get there, and so on and so on and so on. I think, yeah, this huge danger, especially with the way it's talked about online, is I think there's this kind of assumption that this is what the Doctor Who fandom is the people who are there. But no, I actually think it's quite a specific selection of people that go to Gallifrey One, or that can go to Gallifrey One, or that end up at Gallifrey One. I'm not at all saying this is a positive or negative thing. I'm just saying this is not an arbitrary group of Doctor Who fans. This is quite a specific breakdown of people who could go and who do go.
There's sort of two phenomenon at work here. There's the self-selection bias that you're talking about, in that if you're the kind of person who will spend, especially if you're going from the UK, hundreds of pounds at least, on a ticket to a convention to hang out with other people who like the show, and, you know, then you're more likely to be all sorts of things. But one of those is you're more likely to be a fan, and you're more likely to like actively really enjoy this stuff. You've also, on the side of that, or around it, connected but not the same thing, is you've got the sunk cost bias of the fact that
yes,
it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and it's a big time and travel investment, not to mention the fact that it happens yearly. So if it's a bit of a tradition for you, then you've sunk the cost lots of times, and you've sunk the time lots and lots of times over. And so obviously all those things brew together into into creating a less representative sample than you would get, say, if you, I don't know, polled viewers anonymously.
I've been to concerts before where I've taken the day off in advance, and I've showed up super early, and I've lined up way too early, you know, and I jostle in, and, you know, I get a really good spot up the front, and then I wait around for ages for the opening act to start, and then, you know, sometimes there's a second opening act, and finally the main event comes out. I've been to some concerts like that, and then it's not actually that great. For whatever reason, they're not quite on that night, or they're not as good in person as I was hoping or had been led to believe. When that happens, in the moment, I tend not to be like, fuck, this sucks. You know, I tend to be like, yeah, my brain is very much, and this is good, this is great. It was all worth it. Taking the day off was worth it. Queuing for 6 hours was worth it. This is all good. We're enjoying this. You know, my brain is more predisposed to be in that mode, and I'll generally be in that mode. And then it might be a week later that I sigh and I go, well, that sucked, didn't it? It's just too raw in the actual moment where my legs are sore. And, you know, when I've spent time and money to bring all this together, it's too raw in the moment to be like, this isn't quite going the way I wanted it to go. And I think that's a very human thing, isn't it? It's the sunk cost thing. I put the time and effort and money into this. I don't want this to be bad. And then when there's a community aspect of it, like if everyone else at the concert was really enjoying themselves and I wasn't because the guitar sounded out of tune or something to me, I'd probably be more predisposed to be like, well, it's meant to be that way. They're doing a jazzy sort of thing. Everyone else is enjoying it. I'm enjoying it too. And I think because I've been to conventions, I know what it's like. They really compound this. And it's almost like it's lovely. It's like this kind of drunken feeling of positivity bubbling up, and everyone is kind of happy with each other. And it's very easy to talk to other people about the shared interest. So it's everything kind of about the way a con works kind of emphasizes you to enjoy the focus of it and to like associate very positive interactions with it. But it's just to get there in the first place is a very specific thing. And so my issue with Galley, especially this year, was I saw some stuff where it's, you know, people go and they get the photos with Chibnall, the photos or whoever, and they basically more or less kind of flex about it, and they tut, you know, down a little bit on what are those complaining people online, you know, how pathetic, basically. What poor sods, you know, are crying about Chibnall, you know, he's such a nice man and I shook his hand and he's such a lovely, he is a nice man. I don't disagree with him, but can you not see the weird class element to what's going on here? That basically flexing that, oh, I got to be here and you didn't. It reminds me of, I remember, how specific do I want to get with this? Back in the day where there was lots of dramas between, you know, people who go through a lot of the Doctor Who filming type stuff. I remember there was one exchange online that's always stuck with me when one of those people is basically saying to another figure online that, insult me all you want, it doesn't change the fact that I'm in Cardiff every day and I get to see Capaldi every day and you're stuck in fucking Turkey and you don't get to. And I just get a huge sense of that with a lot of this Galley sort of discourse where there's this weird element of I got to be there and I got to meet Chibnall and I got to be with, you know, all the warmth and positivity and with all the fun and friendliness and everything, and you didn't, and it's pathetic for you to dislike Chibnall and to not have been part of this. Do you guys see what I mean here?
Yeah, I think the halo of positivity that everything is draped in with the circumstances and the conditions of Galley lead to, I think, the kind of the beatification of a figure like a Chibnall, like in this context, making his debut at like a con, and kind of everyone, I think fans relishing the opportunity to be performatively lovely and like gushing about Chibnall. Even if they don't think, like, even if they haven't been like the biggest fan of like his show or whatever, I think the opportunity to go, oh, Chib is just so nice and normal and such a great guy, and just, oh my God, isn't he wonderful? God, aren't all those people who hate him on the internet such cretins? Oh God, I am so much better than them. Yeah, I do think there is a certain impulse towards that.
I'm sure there are some people who can like claim tax or something on some of the travel there, like some of the actual employees of maybe Big Finish or, you know, the BBC or whatever. But for a lot of people, especially the Brits there, I kind of feel like, I mean, the fact you're a Brit and you're in America, there's like an inseparable wealth aspect to all of this. And so I just kind of find it a bit weird to the kind of, the dynamic of, you know, well, I think this is good and I think it's weird if you dislike and you think it's bad. It's a very specific thing to have gone there, basically. So we've framed all that. What I would actually compare it to is, Oliver, have you ever heard of the Who cruise?
Like a cruise ship?
Yeah.
Like a Doctor Who themed cruise ship? I've never heard of it.
Can you explain the Who cruise? I'm sure you've heard of it.
Well, I've heard of it. I don't know if I could explain it. I'm not really up to date on the details.
It's like this, it's gone on for years and it has very weird advertisements and things. It's like a cruise. It's like a cruise where like Doctor Who actors will be on, like Sylvester and Colin will be on it. And if you spend a lot of money, you can go be on the same cruise. And so like you get to enjoy a cruise and also Sylvester McCoy's on your cruise. And so you'll surely have a few chats to him because you're both on the cruise.
It's like, if you spend a lot of money, you can go hang out with a doctor actor. Great. That means you've got a lot of money to spend. I just feel like there's a kind of galliness to all of that.
I guess in the sense that there are barriers to being in that sphere of golden light with all the big family of Doctor Who, as we often talk about, like when we were comparing, I guess, the therapy scene in Power of the Doctor to conventions. I think being in that sphere where everyone is such a big cuddly group, there are like clear, like obvious barriers for people to actually be in that position.
And I know, like, the response to this will be, anyone expressing this sort of thing is just jealous of those who got to, they are. They would like more money so they could do this stuff. Yeah. I don't really get the point of that sort of response which I've seen. Yes, someone in England who couldn't afford to go to Los Angeles for the weekend would have liked the ability to do that. Of course they would. I don't really get the point. Yes, they are jealous and they wish they had more money. What's the point of that statement?
Well, see, jealousy is a moral flaw. So if you have it, you are automatically in the wrong.
I don't really understand. Like, of course, someone who couldn't afford to go there and would have liked to have been there would have liked to have been there, would have liked the money to get. Yeah, of course. So I don't really get the point of that kind of pushback on some of the stuff we're swirling around here. So with all that said, let's explore Galley itself with this kind of larger vision around it. Galley also doesn't allow recording. Galley pay gates everything. So if you're not there, you're not there. But the weird thing is, like, you're not allowed to take any photos or videos or record anything, and they will come at you, like the people working there if you do. But the strange thing is, like, they do totally allow you to have your phone out and to, like, tweet up, like, what's happening. So the really weird dynamic is you get a few people. Most consistently in my experience is Scribble Script, Kevin Bernard, who does a fantastic job of this. You get a few people tip-tap typing away, and they basically notate, annotate, write down what's happening in the panels and what's happening in the interviews and whatnot as they happen, which is fantastic and a really, really treasured resource. There's something a bit weird though, isn't it? Like, the recording is totally not allowed, but some people can wear their thumbs out, all but recording it in text anyway. Like, does this make sense to you guys? I mean, I get it, to try and you have to spend the money to buy a ticket here so you can actually see it. But I
think that unofficial note taking is like the degree of sharing that they will allow, because I think everyone keenly knows that they're missing out on something. So they hope it still preserves that imperative to try and get a ticket and actually go in person.
Yeah. So enormous respect and a thanks to, it's not just Kevin either. A lot of people do it. I'm going to be pulling from a lot of Twitter accounts here, but huge props to those people, because that they really are kind of liberating it from the clause of you have to spend the plane ticket to get over here. So huge respect to them. But to kind of frame this, something Kevin Scribble Script did say is in a tweet, for your information, since I've not gotten a good chance to say it, my con panel tweets aren't everything that was said exactly. People talk fast and I'm fast typing on my phone but have limits. I'm just aiming to get the highlights and share the experience with y'all. Highly recommend checking out other people at the con for their additional threads, etc. There's a lot of great coverage and I've tried to retweet a few people to share some of it. So, like, I've seen occasionally some of these tweeters kind of get attacked for, Chibnall didn't say that. Like, he used a different adjective, or, you know, it's completely unpaid labor they're just doing to be nice here. There's some paraphrasing going on, of course. That's the way it is. That's the best we got. So the things I want to talk about are on Friday, February 17, from 3 to 4 p.m, there was an interview between Gary Russell, who was the interviewer. Gary Russell, of course, used to run Big Finish in the old days, and Chris Chibnall, the Chris Chibnall. So that happened Friday. We'll talk about that. Then also on Friday at 5 to 6:30 p.m, there was the new commentary, the second commentary for The Power of the Doctor. We talked about the first commentary for it in our finality commentary discussion, but then there was another one with Chris Chibnall and director Jamie Magnus Stone and Ace and Tegan and some others. And then Jodie Whittaker had an interview that was gate crashed by Chibnall. So there's some interesting stuff said on that one. On Saturday noon, February 18, there was a panel called The Evolution of Writing for Television, which had Chibnall and some other screenwriters, which is pretty interesting, where they talk about the evolution of writing for television. On Saturday, 2 to 3 p.m, there was Doctor Who production stories, which had Chibnall and Jamie Magnus Stone and some other interesting people on there talking about production stories. Then on Sunday, noon to 1 p.m, there was a
panel called Film and Television Production in the 21st Century, which also had Chibnall, Jamie Magnus Stone, some other interesting people, which again had interesting stuff on it. And then there was another commentary on Sunday, February 19, 2 to 3 p.m. for Flux 1, The Halloween Apocalypse. Chibnall, Jamie Magnus Stone, and Carbonista's actor. So lots of interesting stuff. So to start with, the first one, the Chris Chibnall, Gary Russell. So tweets spread out. The moment we've all been waiting for, the Chris Chibnall interview at Gallifrey One. The man, the myth, the legend, Galley One. What does Chibnall say? I'm going to throw a few. We're not going to go tweet by tweet. I'm going to throw a bunch at you, and then if you've got anything to say, you'll say something, and then we'll move on to the next bunch. If not, that feels more effective to me. So, in Chibnall's words, the first memory of my life is Doctor Who. One of Chibnall's earliest memories was Pertwee Omnibus reruns. It gets its hooks into you, and here we all are. What I learned from Doctor Who was watching the credits and realizing who wrote something. Oh, that's what people do. You can be a writer or be a director, but I never thought I would be able to do it. One of Chibnall's earliest memories is talking about the Sontarans with his great aunt. Chibnall started the writer's room on Series 11 because, quote, from the start, I didn't want it to be about me, unquote. It, quote, felt important, unquote, to get diverse talent in. This, despite it was a legal and contractual nightmare to set up. Quote, I wanted everybody to feel like a team. I wanted them to make professional friendships. I wanted people who could make the show and continue to make the show across 3 seasons. That's Chibnall talking about the writer's room. The plan was to create a bench of people who could write scripts across the era, not just Series 11. And some of the Series 12 writers were from the Series 11 room. It needed to be a dialogue, what they wanted to tell, not just what I wanted to do. Some quotes from Chibnall. Chibnall also saying, I was certain I didn't want my time on the show to just be about me. I wanted a group of writers who were really diverse in terms of representation. It felt really important for the show to do that. And I found out it's really hard to write Doctor Who. It was a way to discuss the tone, what we're doing next. I wanted to feel like a team. That's your first sort of blast. What do you think of that stuff?
Okay, I think his desire to decenter himself is both, on one hand, it is very characteristic of him. I think on one hand, it is, in light of how we often talk about the showrunner role as a really great opportunity to showcase a creative vision, I think the fact that Chib was so eager to get out of the way in some ways, maybe is revealing about kind of what he was bringing to the show. But also when you look at the actual era and the actual writing credits and how much he ended up doing anyway, like how much of it ended up being him. Chibnall. It's like, well, he's like, he didn't really get his wish, so it's like the best of neither world, almost.
Yeah, obviously they don't talk about it in such terms, but it does look like the writer's room sort of didn't bear out, especially, he points out that a few of the writers carried across, but if the idea was to build a core team across the era, well, by the 3rd series, there was only one writer who wasn't him, and that was from Series 12, not Series 11. So it's interesting that it didn't work out, even though it was such a keen and central part of the plan from the beginning.
The next blast. So we heard the general ones, the writer's room ones. Next up, we have, it's sort of the same, sort of entirely different, is the unhelpful answer to the question of Doctor Who versus Broadchurch, writing and producing them, says Chibnall. The big production difference is the constant change of settings, which is the fun of it. On Doctor Who, Chibnall says you're flying on instinct. On the first Torchwood season, a lot of the ideas were Russell. The second was the most Chris Chibnall's vision. Sidebar, been saying that forever. It's one of the reasons I prefer Series 1. So vindicating and cathartic to hear that said plain. Anyway, back onto the tweets. It's nice going into new territory, and sometimes you need to build new territory, and sometimes you need to break walls to find it and go, oh, there's new territory. And that's Chibnall on the excitement of working on Torchwood. The last 3 episodes I wrote, that trilogy was what I felt that show was, and I felt free to write that now. That's Chris Chibnall on Adrift, Fragments, and Exit Wounds. The trilogy that closes out, well, it's not really a trilogy, the episodes that close out Series 2 of Torchwood. Chibnall saying, Torchwood was Russell's show. I was in service of what he wanted to do. Chibnall saying, it was Russell's decision to kill them off at the end. He's talking about Series 2 there. Chibnall saying, I wrote lots of episodes, but it wasn't my show. I don't believe he said that twice. I think it's just different Twitter accounts paraphrasing him slightly differently. Chibnall saying, well, the question is, what made you take the gamble of doing Torchwood? Chibnall saying, they told me we're doing a 9 o'clock spin-off of Doctor Who starring Captain Jack. That's all I can say. Do you want to do it? And I said, yeah? That's with a question mark. And Chibnall saying, it's nice going into new territory. He's talking of Torchwood. It's really creatively stimulating and refreshing. So those were his comments on Torchwood. Any thoughts on all that?
Yeah, it might be interesting contrast. His, I guess that question mark enthusiasm towards picking up Torchwood versus how he had to kind of be coaxed into doing Doctor Who like by Moff much later on in his career. Maybe different kinds of, maybe reflecting on the different kinds of stimulation that those two shows perhaps offer. Or I could be reading too much into that.
Well, those last 3 episodes especially, that he talked about in particular, have such a tone to them. Because they're, like you said, they're not really a trilogy. They're 2 sort of connected episodes and a separate episode that aired first. But they do share between the 3 of them such a sort of nihilism, hopelessness, that there's such a tone which you can't really do with Doctor Who, and Torchwood is built for. So I'm not particularly surprised that, especially when something like Broadchurch is so much more the nihilism than the travelling hopefully. I'm not particularly surprised he was more eager for Torchwood than he was Doctor Who.
Well, the next run of comments are about his earlier work on Doctor Who, like 42, Dinosaurs, Power of 3. So what is said there is Chibnall wrote 42 in the 6 weeks between Torchwood Series 1 and Series 2. It needed to be mostly set in corridors because the money ran out. Quote, you sort of didn't have time to go, oh, it's Doctor Who. He didn't get to celebrate it. The real-time aspect of 42 was RTD's idea. 42 was filled with logistical challenges, so he didn't really get to be as excited about, oh, I'm writing Doctor Who now. We're all 8 years old. That's why we're in this room. And we're still 8 years old. That's what Doctor Who does to you. That's a Chibnall quote. Here's another. Stephen was like, can you do another one, Amy and Rory, before they go and just spend time with them? Stephen said to the Cube idea, are you sure you want to go with this? Because that's a movie, and you could sell this to Hollywood for a lot of money.
The real dig of Power 3 is that it's so anti-Doctor Who-y. That's why it's such a good idea for an episode, is that you have to stay in one place and you can't go travelling. It's a very Doctor Who idea. I'm not sure it really works as a film. Lots of stuff turns up. It's not really a movie, is it?
More on Power 3 is Chibnall's asked, what did you like about the Power of 3? He says, Amy and Rory, it was supposed to be 4 episodes and they wanted to do 5. And Stephen asked if I could do another one, and that's when I pitched the Cube invasion. Then, Gary says, let's talk about Star Wars. Chibnall says, I've no idea what you're talking about. I'm legally bound. I don't know if you guys know about what's being talked about there. Oliver, do you know about Star Wars Underworld?
Yeah, it was the TV series that they finished all the scripts for.
Yeah. On the things we're talking about, it said about 200 writers were searched and they decided on about 7 for Star Wars, including Chris Chibnall and Matthew Graham to work with George Lucas. Quote, they wanted to do an HBO version of Star Wars. Chibnall says, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm not sure if I dreamt that. It was an incredible experience. We're all lifelong friends, that group of writers. Chibnall says he wouldn't have missed his unmade Star Wars experience for the world. And sidebar, so many directors and writers could now say the same, can't they? There are so many unmade Star Wars experiences out there.
Indeed.
More and more every year. Lindelof has one now as well. They're popping out of everywhere. Also, Russell T Davies, this isn't part of this galley stuff. This is just something I know. Russell T Davies was asked to be part of that show.
Oh.
Cool.
And he said no, but he was asked. Anyway, female Doctor, Timeless Arc, Fugitive Doctor, Rosa Thasman, let's forge on. So Chibnall wanted to do a female Doctor from the outset. There was a competitive list. I wanted to do a female Doctor, came before Chibnall choosing Jodie. There was a very competitive list of potential options. It was why not, actually. It was not why, says Chibnall on having a woman as the Doctor. It's insane to think there can't be a female Doctor. It's just wrong. Why shouldn't women and young girls have the Doctor to look up at in the way we have had?
There was a deluge of emails from parents of daughters when Jodie was leaving, devastated to be losing her, according to Chibnall. 2. Where are the role models for young boys? Chibnall says, you look up to the women. When I was coming in thinking it needs to feel inclusive for people who haven't seen themselves in these stories, it was why haven't these women and girls have a doctor they can look at themselves in? I think one of the amazing things in handing over the baton at the end was the emails, calls and texts from parents of young girls telling me it had such a profound impact on their daughters. That was so beautiful at the end.
Yeah, it's really good.
Casting a woman as the doctor was like maybe the best thing you did. It was definitely one of them.
It's nice to hear about like the actual tangible impact, because it's very easy to talk about how this will have such an impact on like girls everywhere, but it's nice to actually hear from Chibnall that it actually did. Like that's a thing. It's not just an idea. That's tangible.
Yeah, that's all awesome.
The thing people don't really talk about with the male-female role model thing and the assertion that young boys are now missing out on a role model is that Doctor Who's in a really, really unique position to guide young boys, especially from male role models to female role models, because it's the same character. So it's perfectly positioned to go, look, you can look up to this character as well now.
It's girls have a lifetime of almost having to identify with male characters, because that's such the normalized thing, at least in English and American and Australian pop culture, what's received. I just find it so kind of eye-rolling that, it's such an imposition to expect boys to do this as well. They need to be catered for with, characters that look like them and sound like them and act, but girls, what they don't, they can learn to identify with all the Luke Skywalkers instead. It's depriving boys, honestly, of like an empathy exercise in how they engage with storytelling. I think it's a really condescending kind of attitude towards young boys. Some of this weird attitudes towards they need to have.
Yes, they need Andrew Tate in their lives as a man to look up to. Remove all women.
It's basically, isn't it? Because we're talking about this, we're all talking about children here, and there's young boys and young girls we're talking about here. So it's just this weird kind of shadow half of this conversation whenever it happens is like, so what, young girls don't, like, why do the young boys get this? Like, why do the young boys need to be catered for in this way? And like the girls haven't been, in so many of these ways. So why I find it a really weird conversation, especially as it's a deprivation to only give people characters that they can identify with in these very like tactile, like almost superficial in some ways. It's a deprivation of their creativity and their empathy as well. You should be identifying with characters of different ages and genders and situations and everything. That's part of elasticity of engaging with imaginative like fiction. So I just find it really weird, a lot of this discourse. Anyway, back to Chibnall. The Timeless Child stuff, that season arc, was always in my head. The Fugitive Doctor was added later to set up where they were going. He credits Nida Manzoor, who directed Fugitive, for the casting, Ruth. She had worked with Joe Martin before. Really easy casting when people come in and are amazing, says Chibnall. It was just, we can go further with this, we can be pushing this. The more people who can feel seen as the Doctor, that's what we wanted to do. That's Chibnall on casting Joe Martin as a new Doctor. As showrunner, you're not carrying a vase across the room. Your job is to keep building it and disrupt it and change it. That's Chibnall quoting Moffat. He says the continuity changes, quote, come from a place of love. When you write any show, you're trying to find the person within it. It wasn't about having that agenda. It was about, oh, this fits and I understand it. The idea of the Doctor being a foundling shines with the Doctor being a mystery and an enigma. That's Chibnall on the adoptee story. Chibnall identifies the 13th Doctor as, quote, about positivity and about you can create the life in front of you and own your own trajectory. Your job as a showrunner is to keep building on the mythology. On adoption of the Timeless Child arc, it wasn't about having an agenda. It was fit with who the Doctor is, and he identified with it, and he wanted to leave a lot of mystery around the character. Chibnall, it was really personal, but I knew it would create a great emotional arc. I didn't come in thinking, oh, I'm going to make the Doctor an adoptee. Was it planned? Chibnall, it was always in my head. The decisions of the Fugitive Doctor came out when I was planning Series 12 and when we needed to set up what felt like a rug pull, but would also be a clue to where we were going at the end.
Any thoughts on all that Ruth and timeless stuff?
Well, he said it's about finding the person within it, and I would say he found about 6 people within it, specifically the Morbius doctors. He definitely found them.
It's kind of characterized there, like the secondhand tweet of Chibnall with Gary Russell that, I wasn't coming in to make the Doctor an adoptee. But the interview we listened to today with Joy Piedmont kind of felt the other way around to me.
Yeah, I think that...
I support it for what it's worth. Like, I think it's a good thing.
I think you can reach it a different way round. I think quite possibly you come in with this slightly vaguer idea of wanting to explore, lost memories and unexplored, unanswered questions about your own past. And then that comes from a place of adoption and bears out in something that looks like adoption. But the actual thought process of what you're putting into the show isn't necessarily, I'm going to put an adoption narrative in. It's more concerned with the questions that adoption narratives involve. Because it does seem like at least the broad ideas of the Timeless Child stuff have been with Chris a very long time and were...
And he must have conferenced with Moffat about it since Series 9 sets up so much of the Series 12 stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
With the hybrid.
Precisely, yeah. It was really nice of Steve to spend a full series setting up the Cybermasters.
Yeah. Gig, any thoughts before I read out a tweet you'll enjoy?
No, go ahead.
Okay. He carries the whole episode's emotion in his face. Chibnall on Walsh in Rosa.
I mean, that was most definitely borne out by the response to that episode. So, what else can you say, really?
It's enough to know it and to say it. Sitting on top of the TARDIS is a love story. They know they can't be together. They want to be together.
They can be together. Can't they? They can be together.
Okay, so that's one tweet. That's from one account. There's a few different reportings of that beat. That was from one account. It was there as a possibility, but it very much evolved over time. You can see it being tested in the first few episodes. Chibnall mentions arachnids as an example of early Thasmin, but also the ex-boyfriend in Rosa as an example of how it was very much open. Are you doing there what I think you're doing? Yes, I am. Oh, all right, I'll give it a go. Chibnall describing his interactions with Maxine Alderton regarding the Diodati Thasmin moment. My person's a bit different. There was a line in Villa where Yaz is against the door, and I said to Maxine, "Are you doing what I think you're doing?" And she said, "Yeah." On Thasmin, it was there as a possibility, but it evolved over time. Any thoughts on all the Thasy stuff?
Okay, as we have talked about at length, it's just such a fucking ridiculous way for them to be talking about a topic like that. I mean, this is your show, you're writing it. You don't need to be testing things. You don't need to be, am I doing this? Oh, will I do this? Oh, I don't know. Oh, maybe I'll do a little bit of this. Oh, maybe put a little line in there. Maybe I'll do a little bit of that there. No. God, don't be ridiculous. You can actually decide who this character is and start writing them and actually start giving them things. You don't need to spend 2 whole series just poking and prodding at maybe doing something a little bit down the line. And then when you get to I need to just regurgitate the whole Yaz analysis here again. We've been over this.
It's so bizarre to have an aspect to the character that should be so big being introduced by a guest writer in the episode before the finale of the second series with this character.
The last bits of this Gary Russell interview with Chibnall are, I felt a responsibility to everyone who's 8 years old and couldn't bear there not being a season due to COVID. That's Chibnall talking about Flux. I think the subtext was we just need a bit of time to get our next thing in line, says Chibnall on being offered the slot for an extra Centenary special with a sizable budget. What it gave us was Tegan and Ace, says Chibnall about the Centenary slot. If he hadn't got that runtime, there wouldn't have been space. He did ask Tom Baker, but it just didn't work out. Wanted to leave new Who Doctors for the 60th. It was fun, but incredibly experimental. It was a big risk, but it had to be. On Power of the Doctor, the story was already there planned. He had to make it feel Centenary-esque for BBC, but not to go too overboard. Wait a minute, am I allowed to bring back old doctors? He laughs. It was very late that he found out about RTD.
This is where I'm leaving it. She's on a hilltop, not in the TARDIS. Ended with a standing ovation for Chibnall. Sobbing emoji. And then there's pictures of the ovation. Chibnall did ask Tom Baker for Power of the Doctor, but he was unavailable. Ben Pickles did all the CG editing on the Guardians of the Edge scene himself. Standing ovation for Chibnall. This is from Scribble Script. His era was divisive, and I've heard many complaints this con, but there's clearly no ill will whatsoever to the man himself, who really won over the audience. And last quote, the story was already there. I knew it would be the Master, the Daleks, the Cybermen, and then I had to think of how to make it feel Centenary-esque, and I thought, oh, companions.
I like that. Companions is sort of the afterthought there after the Master, the Daleks, and the Cybermen.
What do you think of the standing ovation?
I think it's probably normal, I guess, for sort of an event like this, and kind of a sort of showrunner doing a whole big interview thing, like in front of an audience like that. Like, yeah, people clap at the end. It's not that weird.
And I think related to what you said, Neo, about the fact that this is more open and sort of directly talking about the show than we've seen this era. And I think the fact that they've held off on this kind of stuff until after the end means that there's a lot of built-up sort of, I don't know, tension. And then so having a big break and a sort of direct conversation with the showrunner is a bit of a release for people.
Yeah. I saw a lot of like social media messages. Maybe I'm the weird one. No, I'm right. There is something weird about this. I saw so many kind of in response to these threads and just, at the time of this talk and over the whole weekend saying stuff like, some people are going to have different opinions on his era, but there's no doubt he's a good man. He seems like a very sweet man. No matter what anyone has to say about his episodes, this boy's going to heaven. Very impressed with the man himself. You say what you will about his episodes, as some people will, but hey, this is a good bloke we're dealing with here. I saw so much of this, and I felt like I was like, this is a really weird... I'm not crazy. This is a weird sentiment. Why are we all asserting the base morality of this man? I don't get it. This is a middle-aged dude. Why? I just find it a bit weird. Why are we all asserting that he's a good person? Yeah.
I think there's an element of the fact that his, I guess the outlook that he expresses in doing these talks and stuff, it is very friendly to Who fans, I think. It's not audience hostile in any way. I think when he talks about how, I just had to do it for the 8-year-olds who needed a season on Who, I think an audience full of paying Who fans are obviously going to be, beside themselves with joy at comments like that and be like, oh my God, this man is one of us. He's like us. Oh my God, he's such a normal man. He's such a good man. I think it's just, he has clearly established himself as someone who fits in with them. And someone who shares their, adoration of Doctor, their fanishness. That's probably a good way of putting it.
Tell me if I'm wrong, or would you never see after a talk from Russell or Stephen an explosion of, hey, say whatever you want about their episodes, but these are good men. They're going to heaven. They're good people. You would never see that for Russell or Stephen. It's weird, right? It's a weird sentiment to express to Chip. It's not just that let's back off and be nice to him. It's that he's a good guy. I just find that weird that a big explosion of that happened that week. Was that ever in doubt? Did we all think he was a hardened criminal, or did we all think he was like a demonic figure? No one thought that. It's really weird. I don't know why.
Well, I think the implication is maybe that, from just how his era was received, maybe some people do actually rather think he's somewhat of a goblin, like this dark, evil, demonic figure who creates something like Ranskor Avkolos, or the Vanquishers.
It just seemed weirdly patronizing to me. This is a very successful, very professional, middle-aged man. I'm sure he's a good guy. Sure.
There's implicit condescension to it, I think, because Chib, he has something of a hapless bumbler persona, I think, that he projects a little bit. I think the way that, compared to Moffat, who was constantly snarking and self-deprecating and kind of witticism-ing and doing all of that, or RTD, who was constantly making huge, bold statements about everyone and everything and the world and society and stuff. I think with Chib, because he carries himself as just this utterly normal, kind of unremarkable guy, I think there is almost a tendency among the Who fans to kind of really worship that a little bit, that normalness, and maybe a sense of innocence that I think comes with it. The way that Chib he kind of exists as this innocent being who must not be sullied by our negativity.
He's
It's like a middle-aged man with decades of experience, like in entertainment. It's just so weird to use innocence.
Yeah.
Like he's not one of the 8-year-old boys like watching it. Yeah. Anyway, to wrap up, unless Oliver has any outstanding thoughts, I've got a final little exchange from this Gary Russell talk. Oliver, do you have any outstanding thoughts?
No, all my thoughts are mediocre at best. Go ahead.
So that Scribble's script, last little message about the Gary Russell talk, the standing ovation. His era was divisive, and I've heard many complaints this con, but there's clearly no ill will whatsoever to the man himself who really won over the audience. There was a reply to Kevin there, which said, "Thanks for these updates. Did we need another dig at the era though? ? Exclamation mark. And then Kevin replies, "What dig would that be? ? And that's the end of that exchange." It's like a hypervigilance, isn't it?
My only thought was that does the he's a good bloke come from the fact that people are sort of avoiding talking about the episodes themselves? Is that
like the immateriality thing? Maybe,
right? It's and then a comment like that sort of affirms it, where we're not talking about the stories, we're not talking about the show, we're just talking about the guy and how nice he is.
It's just such a weird, yeah.
Which, fair enough. I think you can talk about how nice the guy seems, but it's a bit strange.
Anyway, we're here for commentaries. That's why we're having these 6 discussions. Let's comment on a commentary. That's what we're good at. The Power of the Doctor again. So live commentary on Power of the Doctor, Chibnall, Ace, Tegan, Jamie Magnus Stone. So it's projected on a screen and the subtitles on and the crowd's all watching and, great fun. I think these would be fun to attend. Sophie Aldred introduces herself saying, "I'm Janet Fielding." Janet Fielding introduces herself saying, "I'm Sophie Aldred." Chris Chibnall introduces himself saying, "I'm Chris Chibnall and I'm unemployed." Now some facts emanating out. The shape of the hole in Dan's helmet is from a cut bit where his nose got stuck. They made a fake nose and everything. Dan is only in power a little because Bishop was busy with a stand-up tour when they got extended for one more special. Chibnall says it did give more space to, quote, the theme of what does it mean to be with the Doctor? What does it mean to leave the Doctor? The Quarunx, seeming like it could be the timeless child, was deliberate. Chibnall values companions leaving of their own volition and thinks resurrection of the Daleks imprinted on him. Okay.
Some parts. Or I guess some elements of the same parts in different ways.
It's, sidebar, I watched Resurrection fairly young and that imprinted on me as well. That's a hugely, weirdly impactful emotional beat in there, especially for Classic Who. And it's a beat that the Centenary kind of gleefully pushes against. So I don't know. We all watch the show differently. Chibnall quite loves the idea of the Doctor not being able to say goodbye. Yaz then knows the Doctor so well as to decide not to at the end, Chibnall says. Chibnall had an idea for an episode called Betrayal of the Daleks for a long time and loved the idea of a spy Dalek, hence the traitor plot in the Centenary. Well, of course, Rasputin is the master. That's been clear to me for a number of years. Why would he not be? Oh my god, the child in the train in the beginning was supposed to misdirect and make you think it's the timeless child. Sophie Aldred was really nervous because there was no rehearsals. Chris Chibnall says his edict for Series 11 on was not to go any quarries. So then he put them in the biggest quarry ever for power. I won't be doing that again, putting a Q at the start. Chibnall on the Quarunx, which nobody can pronounce. You can get antibiotics for it, says Fielding. So many things you put in a script and go, they won't let us do that. They won't let us put the master on all those paintings. It's like watching a fever dream inside my head, says Chibnall. Janet Fielding loves the fact that Sasha is so unhinged. Chibnall loves writing the master, mentioning that when he first saw the Spyfall rushes, great, he is that unhinged, so everything makes sense. Sophie Aldred commentating on a scene in the Centenary. There's 5 women in this scene, 3 of us over the age of 50, and we're not talking about relationships or shopping. Jacob Anderson, that's Grey Worm Vinder, loves Ace and Sophie, and he was so excited to meet her. He poured his heart out to her about how the Happiness Patrol really helped him through tough times as a teen.
Aw, that's good.
Isn't that great? Yeah, that's really cool. Russell texted Chris delighted and incredulous about Auntie Vanessa on BBC One in 2022. The Doctor knows she's going to go at the point for Yaz it becomes declarative.
Here it's not the center of things, but really it's building to the scene on top of the TARDIS that it is a love story. Chibnall also used the word unrequited to describe it.
Yeah, okay.
Chibnall did essentially say, this is Kevin's commentary on what he just said. Chibnall did essentially say they love each other while also using the word unrequited. Make of that whatever you will. I remember some healthy debate over those tweets.
Yes. Drama bomb.
Jamie Magnus Stone had the Master kiss a shard before they teleported out, but Chibnall cut it. He's not sure he should have, but it was filmed. The scene on the top of the TARDIS is a love story. That's a different reporting. Here's another reporting. Oh my God, I can't repeat everything Chibs just said about Thasman, but he very explicitly said the scene on the TARDIS was the culmination of a love story. I got a comment on YouTube on one of our videos when this sort of stuff was going on about a frequent commenter of ours frustrated by all these separate, slightly contradictory reportings on that Thasman stuff. That's the magic of Galley though, isn't it? Choose who to trust.
Choose your own reality.
Chibnall describes the forced regeneration as a callback to the War Games. The original cut of Power was an hour 50 minutes, with many extended scenes including the dance. There was a 4-minute cut of the Rasputin dance. They all wish they'd used the cut of Sasha dancing to the whole song for all 4 minutes on the Blu-ray's extras. The 2 glass chambers for the forced regeneration were an intended end-of-time callback. It's a callback to the Paul McGann movie, says Chibnall of how the Master exits the regen chamber with Frankenstein imagery. The Master is a bully who can't be what he wants to be. He can't get the love. Chibnall on the Master. Chibnall to Janet Fielding. I pitched this as Tegan does Die Hard with the Cybermen. Chibnall was concerned whether the Master's Doctor costumes would look like, quote, a mockery. Had talks with Ray Holman about it. Sidebar, isn't that interesting?
Yes, that's aged interestingly as well.
Very interesting. In light of Russell Davis, his comments on such things. Anyway, Sasha researched... Oh, he's so cool. Sasha researched what Troughton played on recorder in the classic series, found the song, and learned to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, love him. That's so cool. I'm so easy to please when someone does something like that, one of the actors, but come on, that's pretty cool. Are you impressed as Oliver and I over that?
Yeah, no. That's cool. It's cool. It's the Sasha touch. Yeah.
It's kind of. I feel like a dog and the keys are getting jangled in front of me. Like he watched an old classic episode and he did a cool thing relating to it. One of us, but hey, it has that effect on me. Anyway, Chibnall, you can't talk about this episode without talking about Mandip. She's the emotional through line in the episode, and it's the end for her too. This is the heart of him, I think. Chibnall on the scene with the Master, with Yaz in the TARDIS. Chibnall, I could not resist Adric. I could not resist. Moving on, the transitions between the Doctor's faces was inspired by an edit in a Super Eye Patch Wolf YouTube video. The McCoy line about watching Ace fly was about Chibnall's son going away to university, which he didn't realise until watching the cut. That's all I'm saying, Big Finish. Ace and Graham and their adventures.
But so is he proposing the Ace Graham Big Finish like box set range or something, like a spin-off?
I guess it's not actually clear if that's Chibnall, because there's a few people on this commentary, but Scribbles just tweeted that in quotes.
Oh.
And the last tweet was Chibnall quote, so I assume so.
Can it be that much worse than how Big Finish have handled Ace up to this point? Like, let's be honest.
Anyway, Chibnall's saying the thing I love here. There was a unit plan throughout the era. We brought it down and then brought it back. Completely ridiculous. Quote, unquote. So Chibnall said completely ridiculous, not me.
Snip, snap.
Chibs to Sylvester. That was beautiful. Sylvester, you wrote it. The Unleash the Volcano stuff was earlier in the script and moved to maximize the energy of the episode. Chibnall says the edits are as important as the scripting process. Can I just say I'm freelance? Was like, I'm leaving the BBC. That's me as Vinda. Chibnall. Where there's hope is an inverted Pertwee reference, says Chibnall. Yaz, you're not my doctor because you know the greatest strength my doctor has? She spent her life gathering friends. She can't help it and she is loved because she taught us to never give up, even if someone steals your very existence. That speech of Yaz sums up the era, says Chibnall.
It certainly does. Maybe not quite in the way he means, but it definitely does sum up the era.
Jodie's doctor is what she gives to everyone she comes in contact with. Yaz's speech really sums up her era. So even that, like different tweeters, one person saying Yaz's speech really sums up her era, then the speech of Yaz sums up the era. Like these little differences that you can read things quite differently though. Chibnall says, it's a thinking show, not a punching show, and sometimes you need to see that. Then there's an actual video of the Galley One crowd cheering at Ace getting the bat out in the TARDIS. Chibnall mentions a number of deleted scenes about the Master reenacting Rasputin's death, but says, at this point of the episode, you don't care, and so they were cut.
Why do Rasputin accept for the surviving all those deaths thing? Like, it seems to me like you've cut the most of the neatness of Rasputin being the Master. I guess you've got the hypnosis. But it's so out of the way that if you were able to cut the idea that he's been killed lots of times over and thrown in a sack and he survived, like Rasputin, there's sort of not much left of the Master Rasputin parallel in the actual episode. It's a bit bizarre.
Well, you see, he had to be Rasputin to dance to the song rather than Rasputin, which was clearly the more important part of this character.
I do think it was for the song and for the image, really, of like him looking like Rasputin. I don't really think there was like, I'm sure Chibnall had fun writing some of it, but I don't think he had a burning, ooh, I've got to, have him interface with the royals this way kind of thing.
Again, narrowly missing the obvious thing to do is very much on brand for this era at this point.
We had 2 days with Bradley Walsh. That's all we could get him for. That's why he stays in the TARDIS instead of going on the cyber planet. You can't touch that one. It dematerializes the TARDIS, said Sophie to Bradley in the group TARDIS scene. It's not real, he replied. Mentions of the cut Tunguska plot. That is Kevin, Scribble Script, didn't quite catch what was said, but maybe someone else did. There was a filmed bridge of Sasha crawling out of a sack after Rasputin's death happens before crawling towards the Doctor in the climax. Then we have the picture of, the big beam crashing down and the TARDIS's door is open and Yaz is carrying the Doctor away. Chibnall says of that was always the image that we had to get to. When you talk about the story across the 3 specials, she saves her life twice. Talking about the love story across the 3 specials, she saved her life twice. That's a different tweet. I always knew that was the ultimate scene, the 2 of them sitting and talking. Chibnall further says that scene was also the sentiment of the team saying goodbye to the show. Nobody else got to live our days. I think that's the ice cream scene they're talking about.
Yeah, the ice cream.
Yeah. Next, we have a spicy bit of reporting in that someone saying, whoever's yelling, just kiss her, you're so valid. Someone was yelling, just kiss her during some of these Yaz and 13 scenes. Then we got a little video of a scene with Sasha, Doctor, Vinda, and Yaz, and a tweet, which is an interesting point. Someone saying, still fucking obsessed with all the actors of color in this single scene, just killing it. So that scene is Sasha, Doctor, and Yaz, and Vinda, and then Ruth comes out. That's 4 actors of color there in that big scene. No Jodie Doc around, no Bradley around. So that's cool.
Refreshing.
Yeah. No, Ruth's face does glitch out into Jodie's a few times, but still, like...
Boo.
Yeah. Fair point. They were originally going to reference Tunguska, which would be Master's arrival, cut due to being too complicated. Hey, you can always do it again. That idea is always going to be around. I'm 1 billion% sure some book has done it as well, but that doesn't mean you can't do it again. I'm got to be right, don't I? Surely some Doctor Who book has done that incident.
Tunguska, but I didn't Chib do Tunguska in Series 11. There was a whole episode about it, right?
Yeah.
Conundrum, I think.
Yeah, that's Tim Price had to pull out of that one. So they're talking about the therapy group. Chibnall, I think we checked Anique Wills. She was having a tree felled or something.
Valid.
So, yeah.
There's 3 other explanations for the Tunguska incident. In Doctor Who. One in the book Birthright.
I've read that.
Which says it's a crashed TARDIS. Another one suggests it's the monking around, but a different TARDIS, I guess. And I can't believe I didn't remember this, but in the Forest of the Night, says that it's the most recent time that trees saved the planet Earth, because they absorbed the damage.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised there's no faction paradox thing. It sounds like the sort of thing a faction person would use. I'm sure it'll happen one day. Speaking of beauty, Chibnall, the editor came up with intercutting the Doctor with Yaz at the support group. Chibnall describes that as beautiful. It's sort of an egotistical thing. That's me coming home to Dorset. Chibnall on the regeneration. When David Tennant was filming this, he was texting Jodie, says Chibnall of the regeneration. And that's that. What a fantastic commentary. Well done moderating. Then there's, applause and whatnot at the Yaz carrying the Doctor scene from the Quarix beams. Then we've got a tweet in all caps. Chibs basically just said everything is building to them on top of the TARDIS. It's a love story, but they're two people who know they can't be together. Quote, it's their love story throughout the specials. Yaz saves the Doctor's life twice. That detail of the cushion that Yaz puts under the Doctor's head, that love off camera. I'm Shakifin, guys. Good old Russell always finding new talent. That's Chibnall on the towards the end of the special. That is quite funny of Chibnall. Good line, Chibnall. And apparently the whole room laughed when Chibnall said, good old Russell always finding new talent. So that's the second pair of the Doctor commentary.
There does seem to be a bit of a running theme. When he said, okay, that's me returning to Dorset, and that's me saying goodbye to the show, that's us saying goodbye to the show, this is me talking to my son. There seems to be a bit of a thing with this episode of things being Chibnall writing by proxy about his time on the show or his leaving the show, his role. And is how normal actually is that for showrunners on their last episodes or whatever? Because I feel people like to apply narratives like that to, say, Moffat, oh my god, I heaven sent and hell bent were about Moffat getting sick of writing Doctor Who, and it tends to be bullshit, I think. But it's something people like to apply. Whereas in this case, Chib is outright inviting those readings and saying, oh yeah, well this was me really.
No, I don't know. That is interesting. They've all got different personalities. Tweet from someone at Galley says, I'm tearing up listening to stories of how they all supported William Russell during the filming. Bradley was gently feeding him lines and John Bishop was sitting with him. Sage, it's lovely that we can still make space for our elder actors. Sophie, as we should. #Galley1!
I wasn't there. I don't know the precise details, but to do that kind of thing for the sake of a cameo feels a bit gross.
Yeah, it does feel like there's a tendency with the fandom to treat something like that as an unalloyed good, whereas, what's actually the point? There's something feels a bit like... See, framing it there as we're making space for our elder actors, that's one thing, but if it feels like you're having to actually... I don't know. It's just, I feel it's something to not uncritically accept, I think, is all I'll say there.
If William Russell was really, really eager to appear, and that required, a lot of assistance, then great, right? That's a good way of doing that. If the script says, and then the oldest Doctor Who companion we can get turns around, and it came from that point of view, that's a lot less comfortable to me.
It's just tricky because we can't really know. We get all these little secondhand reports of William Russell was like this, William Russell was like that. We don't really know, and what he got served was such claptrap in the actual episode that it's just all a bit uncomfortable. Here's an interesting one. This is just some miscellaneous little ones I'm reading out. Before Series 11, the Titan Comics writers were only given 10 script pages of each character talking and had to base their personalities off that.
Would not want any spoilers getting out for Series 11.
So, in the Joy Piedmont interview, when she was talking about Chibnall and Joy were talking about that book he got from a bunch of fans with all nice stuff in it.
Yeah.
Here's a tweet from a person which says, the book of letters for Chris turned out so well, by the way. I'm so excited to give it to him later. Thanks to everyone who contributed who contributed to it. There's like pictures of it, and it's like really arty, like scrapbooky, and it says "Thank you, Chris" on it. It's got like this nice photo of the Doctor and the companions like hugging, and it's like a word. Like there's lots of. It's just super big, positive, happy scrapbook thing that Chibnall got.
Aw, that's nice.
Keep those images in your brain, because next the same Twitter account tweets out like as a quote tweet to themselves. I gave it to Chibnall and he cried happy tears. He was so happy to hear how much we love him, you guys. And so isn't that cool? We heard the interview from months later of Chibnall talking about how much that meant to him, and now we see the tweet from when it actually happened saying we gave it to him and he was happy about it. So there's all your connections. A ton of effort would have went into this. It's a really impressive bit of craft put together here. How would you feel if you guys ever got like a scrapbook like this filled with a bunch of thanks to work you've done and all these little connections and things? I bet you'd cry happy tears as well.
Yeah, probably.
So it's a very sweet thing for Chibnall. I'm sure that is a very treasured item in his house now, and a very lovely thing to make for him. Jodie Whittaker had 2 interviews on 2 separate days. She's the lead actor. She should have all the interviews. That makes sense. She has lots to say. So some stuff from those. Chibnall rang Jodie up during lockdown and said, "This just feels like a truly terrifying episode. And I think the Doctor should say something." And that's how Jodie's COVID message came to be.
The idea of the Doctor being something like a character that could be reprised outside of the show, I feel like that used to be more frequent. Like, back when they did the Doctor Who proms, you'd have Matt Smith doing skits on stage, like with the kids and stuff, and the idea that the Doctor could be like done as like almost like a party piece in some ways, like a character who exists sort of in the real world outside of the TV show. It feels like the COVID message was like the last, I guess, reprise of that for like a really long time.
Yeah. What happened at the end of Jodie Whittaker's first panel interview? So she had 2. On the first day one, an interloper appeared. Chris Chibnall arrived. Of course, most people were happy he showed up, but I remember on Twitter that day, some sparks were flying. Some people were not happy that Chris Chibnall showed up because it was Jodie's interview, and then he was answering questions too, and it was all a bit decentering. So, it's never a dull day at Galley.
The sense of, I guess, if anyone's kind of bothered about like kind of Chibnall intruding on Jodie's space, like her interview, I think it's probably more born out of a general sense of Jodie not getting like her due in some way, like in terms of like being her representation, and all of the stuff surrounding the transition out of Jodie's era has kind of fed into that. I think a sense of Jodie being like overlooked, maybe like covered up by Tennant and 14 and all this stuff happening. I feel that contributes to the context of that that person on Twitter kind of getting mad about that.
Anyway, what else does Jodie have to say? When the Doctor rings you and he shows up on your phone, that's Jodie on the fact it was David Tennant taking the show over after her. Jodie's advice to her successor was, "Good luck, mate. Better be practicing your accent." Jodie, where I was at, I signed originally for 3 seasons, but it was always flexible. It was our decision to move on. It's like giving yourself stitches. It's a really heartbreaking decision, says Jodie on leaving. They brought Chibs on stage, says a Twitter account of Chibs being brought on stage. There's some photos of him there. He's, Hawaiian shirt. Chris Chibnall, told by the interviewer that she'd often read that Jodie was his only choice for the part. Chibnall says, "I don't think I ever said that. We had a list." Sidebar, I love this stuff because this happens. Something I see all the time on everywhere in meat space, like people in real life, and also on Twitter and Facebook and everything all the time, is often you'll get like a line or like a clip of a character saying a cool or interesting line in a film or TV show or something, or an actor saying a cool line, and then you'll get all these tweets or responses, whatever, saying, "And this wasn't in the script," or "And they improvised this bit," or "And they made this bit up." And most of the time, it's like completely bullshit. No, they didn't. It was in the script. No, it wasn't. And people just say this for some reason, or this rumor just gets started for some reason that, this was unscripted. And then everyone really likes that, and they start. It's like this weird little fake reality. And I think it portrays a really bizarre approach to acting and art and everything in general. Anyway, I think it's a kind of similar thing.
It's a very strange overinvestment into the reality of the story, where because the story itself can't be real, but you really need it to be. Instead, you make the emotions of the story a real thing that the actors feel. Like, what someone talked about, the 10th Doctor running towards Rose in Stolen Earth, going, this was his real reaction to seeing Billy Piper.
And there are a few, like, of course, there are a few examples where, like, generally, like, improvisation tends to happen more in, like, things kind of built around improv. Like, certain, you know, TV shows will have certain camera coverage set up for actors changing the blocking and improving more on that. That it tends to be where that happens more. But there are a handful of cases where, like, totally an actor has actually remade something in an amazing way. I think the huge example is, you know, the ending of Blade Runner, the first one, the amazing Tears and Rain speech, which I often see misreported as, like, improvised or, like, made up by the actor, which is, like, kind of, there was a scripted version of it that the actor, like, changed, not improv, but he rewrote it and then he presented it and it worked, and so they went with that. But that's not as sexy as a story of, oh, you know, Rutger just happened to say a much cooler speech and everyone gasped as the cameras were rolling. I don't know, it's a really weird approach to everything. But that's what I think of this is a roundabout way of saying, like, where did this idea that Chibnall only ever had Jodie in mind come from? He never said that ever. But I have seen people, like, before Galley say that. And I think it's just one of those weird things where it's like fans have just imagined this kind of everything was fated. It's quite Chibnall-esque, isn't it? Everything was fated and deterministically going to be this way.
Yeah.
It's complete bullshit. And I just love this because it's Chibnall himself getting weirded out by that in this situation, saying, no, like, Jodie wasn't my only choice. Maybe that's a really nice narrative, but that's not how it works. Some more tweets of, well, Gig, do you have any thoughts? We were just talking about acting for like 5 minutes. You didn't say anything. What do you think of all that?
Well, yeah, I think fans have a need for a need to believe in magic, I guess, and the magic of acting is one of those types of magic that fans like to believe in. So all the shit about, like, actors coming up with amazing speeches on the spot, or, you know, people setting up a magic moment where Tennant sees Billie Piper, he had no idea she'd be there, or, like, you know, or it was fated, you know, Chib was just so convinced that Jodie was the perfect actor that there was no one else even considered, and it went so well, it was so perfect, blah 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 blah. You know, it's just the need to believe in that mystique and create a bit of it to sex up the story of television, as it were.
It kind of devalues the actual work of, like, casting directors and, like, writers in general and everything as well. But, you know, hey, acting is the most tangible kind of part of a film, so I understand why that's what gets latched onto. There's photos of Chibnall hugging Jodie when he comes out on stage. Jodie bringing people to tears, talking about her fear of what would happen if her portrayal didn't succeed. Quote, I will be the reason that we don't get the opportunity we should. Jodie speaking of women. That's a super understandable fear, and it's really, really awful. It's just by virtue of the show not having cast a woman before, and Chibnall being the first, you know, properly doing the good of doing that. So a huge amount of pressure on her, absolutely. That must have been really hard.
Yeah, and it's unfair that she had to even, like, feel that way, you know, because, like, it shouldn't actually be contingent on, like, how the first woman as a Doctor went, whether any more happen. Like, that shouldn't actually matter, because it's a good thing to do regardless, and there are, you know, countless actors in the world and countless different types of portrayal. But nonetheless, it gets framed as this thing of, like, oh, it's a dangerous experiment, we might have to backtrack.
Jodie, what else does she say? The joy of knowing there's no limit, there's no restrictions, you can literally tap into anything you want to. If you believe in your negativity, you believe in your hype. It was a terrifying moment because unfairly, instead of representing myself as an individual, the chat was, can a woman? Jodie truly felt the burden of essentially all womankind as she was stepping into the role, and it was her biggest fear that she might hold other actresses back. Quote, when are you going to tell me who's after David? Please don't deny me my monologue. Jodie was on Russell the Davis, so she could have her actual passing the torch moment. Jodie, on one of the pieces of advice David Tennant, her predecessor, gave her, it's going to be incredible, but it's so incredibly individual. Jodie, the thing that between the Doctor and Yaz was easy because I adore her. That's Jodie speaking of the chemistry. Question, how would you like your era to be remembered? Chibnall, fondly would be nice. Host, what do you want people to take away from your series of Doctor Who? Chris Chibnall, it's a feeling. We want people to carry these adventures and the values of the Doctor with us and live great lives. Silence. Me shouts, we do. So nice moment from that Twitter account in Chibnall. Yeah, so that was the Jodie interview. The next thing I reckon it's what Oliver would have liked to have sat in on more than the previous commentaries and panels and whatnot, and I would have also liked to have sit on this one more. It's called The Evolution of Writing for Television. And so it's an American writer, Craig Miller, moderating a bunch of people, including Chibnall, and then writers from Lost, The Orville, Family Guy, Star Trek, Highlander, a bunch of shows, and they're talking about how TV writing has evolved. That sounds probably interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, right up my street.
Sure. So I'm just going to read out some of the interesting Chibnall bits from there. Chibnall said that he pushed more historical episodes for Doctor Who because he went back to the 1960s development record.
Well, like the record of Doctor Who, like how they were making it in the 60s. Like, okay. Well, yeah, fair. I mean, back in Series 11, lots of people were saying, oh, wow, this is just like the Hartnell era again. And it wasn't, but it also kind of was in some ways.
This Twitter person, Amanda Ray Prescott, asked the panel and Chibnall about genre experimentation, and he said he wants to write more not Doctor Who historicals. So, Born and Bred 2? Who knows? Chibnall says he feels like he has the worst credits on this panel. How many of you avoid commercials? Almost the entire room raises their hands. Somewhere an advertising executive just died. Great, let's do it again. None of those commercials advertising executive lines were credited to Chibnall in the tweets I'm reading from, so they could be from him, they could not be from him. I'm assuming not, because that Twitter account usually puts Chris before the things he said. So probably one of the other writers, or two of the other writers said that. Chibnall, it's all pivoted to the British model and it's not working. Is that a political statement? Or what is that?
What has?
I assume commercials, because that was the previous tweet, was the commercials advertising executive one. But listeners, if you understand or you were there, please let us in the know. David Gerald to Chris, you inherited control over the most popular sci-fi series in history. Chris, I love that coming from a Star Trek writer. It's got a tinge of, you know how Chibnall would write lines like, oh, a bit rich coming from stablemate. There's a little tinge of that kind of stuff to that exchange. Chris Chibnall went back to the creation documents in the BBC archives when he took over the show, looking at that and also where he thought the show should be now and where it could go.
Yeah, that's neat. Why not? Go back to the very original show pitch. That's fun.
Chris doesn't like the wording of eras of Doctor Who. He cringes when he hears the Chibnall era. And hey, in the Joy Piedmont interview we heard, that's the first time he seemed to get a little more comfortable with talking about the Chibnall era. So, evolution of writing for TV. There you go. Chris Chibnall wanted more historicals because they were a massive part of the creation of the show. The second series, Series 12, the BBC didn't want to fund the writer's room, so they had to do it themselves more informally.
Oh, that's interesting.
On the Radio Free Scaro podcast, we heard of like all the mess and how difficult it was to get the Series 11 one working and all the paperwork they had to go through. And so that on Series 12, they weren't allowed.
That must have been quite a kick in the teeth for Chib. You know, after putting so much work in to hopefully create this thing that could last all 3 seasons, have the BBC just go, no, this isn't working, fuck this, we're not funding you anymore, go away.
Chris on Centenary drafts, oh, I'm not sharing the first draft of that. On Dalek episodes, there's always a point with the Doctor and Dalek in the room, and it's like, why doesn't the Dalek kill them right away? So you have to dance around that. Chris, this is a weird tweet. Also, Chris wants to write a period show someday. He did.
Another one?
He did a whole show of it, and he's done other things that are period as well.
You can hardly blame someone for not knowing that Chib had written the previous thing.
Oh, I'm not at all blaming the Twitter person who I treasure and love for tweeting all this stuff out. I really appreciate it. I'm just, if Chibnall outright said it that way, that's just kind of weird and funny. Because he still talks about Born and Bred sometimes. Like, he's not forgotten it. The way that Moffat seems to sometimes get surprised if something old gets brought up. So, yeah, go back to period, sure. Why not? Why not? There's a whole generation of Gen X writers that have watched Star Wars and mistake it for life experience. That's not from Chibnall, but I just thought that was a good quote, so I chucked that in there.
Yeah, probably applies to Doctor Who as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's that, well, there's a famous book about it, a copy of a copy kind of orthodoxy with writing. Anyway, audience questions reminding me why it's not always great to go directly to the audience. Some have been good, but some are questionable.
Ooh.
That comes from the main Twitter account tweeting these exchanges out, 13 TARDIS fam, who did a great job cataloguing a lot of these Galley One tweets. I guess they understandably didn't report some of those questionable audience questions out of lack of support for them, and the thumbs only have so much time. But I am curious. What were they saying? That was that panel. The next panel is entitled Doctor Who Production Stories. And it's got a bunch of interesting people. Jamie Magnus Stone, Chib Era Director Extraordinaire, Arwell Wynne Jones, who did like the production design for lots of Chibnall Era, Chibnall, who did the Chibnalling for the Chibnall Era. My first tweet I've got for this panel is, excited to hear the panel on Doctor Who Production Stories, but not as excited that everyone on the panel is white and male presenting.
I suppose it's the... Yeah, I suppose it's just a fair thing to be disappointed about. Like, there are plenty of people who worked on Chib Who, for example, especially with Chib's push to get more diversity behind the camera. Yeah, but it's availability in it. You can't just magic everyone into one room.
I don't know how much as a panelist you actually get compensated. So, if it's not very much, then it's probably not worth bothering professionals who have more interesting jobs to be doing if they don't really want to be there. But if it's a lot of money, you really should.
Good point. Anyway, Chibnall, I got a note from the BBC when I had a character get stabbed that said, "No blood." They suggested it was an electro knife that cauterized the wound. And I was like, that's kind of worse, but okay, sure. That is funny.
Yeah. Good example of the strange pathologies around stuff and what can be explicit and what can't.
I assume we all know the story from Brian Fuller's Hannibal of that episode where this person is like flaying people and they're like flaying the skin off their back to like form into angel wings. It's incredibly grotesque and awful. And NBC were like, whoa. These people are naked. We can see their rear ends here. And so Brian Fuller thought about it and he said, what if I had the blood like drip down from, or the flaying and whatnot, and it covers up, the crack of their rear ends. And NBC said, sure. And that's what the episode came out as. You can watch it. It's all bloody and kind of smeared there. And so you can watch the flayed angels with their spines exposed. It's a crazy set of standards for such things. There's multiple WhatsApp groups. Not on that topic, on Who production communication.
Okay.
Says Chibnall. I adopt my apologetic tone. If we were doing something like this, how would we do that? That's Chibnall on coming up with a concept for production. I think the whole joy of doing Doctor Who is the teamwork. Part of the job of being a showrunner is get a bunch of geniuses in and get out of the way. The joy of it is communication. The tone meeting is both a reality check and an inspiration. I love tone meetings.
I was just wondering, because to hear him actually address tone meetings in such a positive way as well. I mean, often, because we've wondered throughout Chib Who, to what extent are they actually doing these at all, given the tone seems to be so uncontrolled a lot of the time.
Chibnall cites the motorcycle chase in Spyfall as something improved by handing it to Jamie Magnus Stone to figure out and find ways to do. When I was writing Resolution, we had a lot of conversations about the big build and the big set. I wanted to take over the whole studio and flood it with water. It becomes you need enough scenes in that location for the set to be worth the money. I want the Doctor to jump a crane. I can't have a fully functional live crane, but I want it. And then these guys came and said, actually that's 2 cranes because she jumps. Oh yeah, Chibnall. They lucked out and found a nearby crane yard. You start with a season plan and you can have a meeting, you can have coffee, and then it gets more and more crunched because things happen along the way that really you can't take into account, says Chibnall. Plan rigorously and allow for happy accidents. There's a lot of happy accidents that happen along the way. That's the joy of it. Chibnall says production is all about solving problems. And the weird thing about being the writer and showrunner is that you're just creating problems for other people to solve.
It's a good way to think about it, I think.
Yeah, that is interesting. The degree of playfulness you get to bring on this show is amazing, says Jamie Magnus Stone. For example, the cyber drone sequence in Ascension of the Cybermen was inspired by him watching drone FPV racing videos. Cool. The role of the director is so enormous, and not every director is like Jamie. You have to be adding something in every scene. You have to be very proactive, says Chibnall. Also, says Chibnall, it wasn't the logical decision to do Doctor Who after Broadchurch. The bonus of this is we got the Sea Devils episode, since they pushed the finale from Easter to October for the centenary. Here's a different quote or paraphrase of that. The bonus was we got to do the Sea Devils episode, which really was not in the original iteration of anything. Legend of the Sea Devils was not in the plans for anything. See how everyone reports it a little bit differently? Daleks, Cybermen, and Master were going to be at Easter with the regeneration. Eve of the Daleks was a total production solution last minute, and Power, a big extra special, in part to buy time for the 60th.
An Easter regeneration. That might have been fitting, mightn't it?
And of course, remember Eve, like we heard on the first Centenary commentary, there was going to be a train episode originally, but that didn't happen. Chibnall, can I have one set? Can I have 2 actors? And can I have, how many Daleks have we got in the cupboard? If I can come up with that episode in 24 hours, can I have a stay of execution for that episode? Chibnall on having to save the Eve slot when the budget fell through. The Davis comparison here for me is that I think one of his very, very, very best Doctor Who scripts, Russell, is Midnight, which was made at the 11th hour, for multiple reasons. And Eve of the Daleks, it's no Midnight, but I think it's pretty good for Chibnall's era. And so it's just interesting. It's such a common thing with writing, isn't it? That the good scripts often come out of the chaotic last minute, you need to do this right now. I guess that's what Davis tries to artificially manufacture for himself, doesn't he, with his procrastination?
I think I might have liked a lot more scripts in Chib Era taking that whole pared down one set, like 2 actors approach, rather than the global epics we kept getting. Like, oh, here's one country, here's another country, here's a fuck ton of teleporting around. Like, God, seriously, go small. Clearly it's Chib's strength.
Chibnall had to ask cast on before a script was ready for Eve. We already know that, but it's always interesting to hear again. Eve of the Daleks is a total production solution. It wasn't supposed to happen. They said they couldn't do his big budget ideas, sidebar the bullet train stuff, I assume, unsidebar. And we're going to scrap the episode, so give me 24 hours and 1 set to keep the episode. He wrote it in 5 days and didn't have the script done until the very end. Eve of the Daleks was not supposed to exist. The original plans featured many planets and a version of the bullet train in the centenary. Higher-ups told Chibnall it was expensive and best to not have an episode. He planned Eve in 24 hours to give a New Year's story. Chibnall talked to the great lead actress of Eve, who said she wanted to be in the special and understandably asked to see a script before signing on. She said, "Can I see one?" Not really. She said yes anyway.
So that's a total steamed hams moment, isn't it? May I see it? No.
So there was consternation about not getting to do the bullet train from the original Eve concept, so that was part of the reason it was recycled for the centenary. Daleks are designed to be COVID compliant. The most brilliant thing, they're always 2 meters apart, says Chibnall, who was also happy that the Sea Devils were easy to keep masked. Here's an interesting one for you. From Chibnall. Flux is a metaphor for COVID, a seismic event that disrupts everything. It affected everything in the story and in the production. Another tweet on that topic. Flux is absolutely a metaphor for COVID. We needed a seismic event that disrupts everything. COVID completely influenced all that thinking.
I think that was self-evident, like from the moment they announced it, really. Like they announced it was called Flux and it was a COVID-affected kind of mini-series. Like, yeah, like of course this huge blob devouring everything, this vague nebulous crisis of chaos. Like, yeah, obviously. I think because specifically the way COVID affected the production, them having to jumble up everything, that is very explicitly reflected in the Flux jumbling up places and time periods and shit. So yeah, nothing surprising there.
Luckily, Daleks and Sea Devils are inherently COVID friendly thanks to casing and masks. To explain what it's like showrunning Doctor Who, Chibnall said he had a recurring nightmare during production that, quote, the whole planet was going to explode, unquote, and he couldn't stop it and it was his fault, quote, and I haven't had it since the show stopped. Jeez.
It's a very Doctor Who-y dream, isn't it? Like it's the end of the world, phrase in Doctor Who terms.
Kevin Bernard phrases that as Chibnall used to have a recurring dream with a countdown where the planet was about to explode and he had to stop it, but it would explode every time. The dream stopped after he finished working on Who. He wonders if it inspired Flux. I sympathise with Chibnall. That massive responsibility must have been really, really hard. Responsibility for so many people's jobs. And I know he cares a lot about, we've heard how he shouts out the COVID compliance officers and things. He does care about all the jobs that seem to be swirling around in his way. So yeah, that must have been really difficult as a leader. Chibnall cites Demons of the Punjab as an episode that had to be substantially rewritten late due to production considerations.
Interesting. I do wonder what would have to have changed. I mean, there are weird little bits in that episode, like the guy who gets shot and no one is able to tell that he was shot.
Well, it came out pretty well. It's one of the best written episodes, so nice work, Vinay. And
yeah, I would not have pegged it as one that was Orphan 55'd, so.
Umbrine's house in Demons was built for the episode after they found a field with poppies to film in. Demons was originally a lot more expansive, and for unmentioned reasons, they had to pare it down last minute to, quote, just a field and a house, unquote. That last minute change gave us the episode we have now.
I wonder if Vinay had a whole more sweeping historical vision in terms of depicting different angles of scenes in the conflict.
Well, it came out really well, so...
Yeah, I think the small scale suited that story.
If I heard correctly, Chibnall said costume designer Ray Holman found the exact fabric that actual Rosa Parks wore for Rosa. On creating the Pating, once it was decided it would be CGI, they had to rewrite the script entirely to accommodate what's possible with budget, timing, and so on. How do we do most of the episode where the creature isn't in it? There was a moment when the Pating was going to be a puppet. But whatever it was made of, it was important to Chibnall that the Pating was small. You can't put a price on revelations like those. That's really interesting. Imagine a puppet Pating.
Yeah, it would have been cute, I think. I would like to see that.
Spyfall and War of the Sontarans is, Chibnall quote, always what Doctor Who was in my head. Spyfall and War of the Sontarans are always like what Doctor Who has been like in my head and now it's on screen, says Chibnall. What we came in to do, we did. Since the beginning, I said that we need to live in a place of risk. If we're not taking risks, we're not doing it right, says Chibnall. Chibnall adds Village of the Angels to the list alongside War and Spyfall.
The gothic, the monster focus, I can see that. There's a lot of...
It's just really hard to picture Spyfall as being anyone's platonic ideal of Doctor Who because it's just such a mess.
There's no other... Spyfall is a really, really specific Chibnall era thing because it has the weird bifurcated plot lines and location spanning stuff. That's what his kind of tropes of his era is to me, like the Centenary and Flux and Praxis and Resolution. That's like what his era is to me is that. That's not really something I see other eras doing. So it's weird. Yeah, that's interesting.
It's also an ostensible riff on another major franchise. So
yeah,
weird as an example of this franchise when it's a parody, sort of, in theory, of another franchise.
Chibnall says, we avoided doing Weeping Angels until Village of the Angels because we had been warned it's impossible, like writing a chase scene with monsters who don't move. Do you think, well, Oliver, you're the expert, do you think it's overstated how difficult it is to do like an Angel episode that isn't a Moffat one?
Yes, I think it's overstated. I don't think it's impossible at all, but I do think they take up a lot of narrative space, and because you can't, talk to them, and they don't particularly have motives, they force you into a very certain kind of narrative. But that said, I don't think that they're difficult for the reasons that, it's hard to write a chase scene. It's actually very easy to write a chase scene with a Weeping Angel, because you've got rules. You've got a set of interesting rules for how the chase scene is going to work, and I think the not blinking stuff in Village of the Angels is really quite good. When they're going through the tunnels and they're climbing out of the walls, and Jodie gets that lovely moment of trying to race one of them, going, "Look, I'm just gonna hope that I can outrun you. Let's see if this works." I don't think they're that hard to write though. And I think they're actually, there's a reason that they get so many little one scene, little set pieces in other stories, like Time of the Doctor and God Complex and stuff, is because those rules jump off the page, literally sometimes, and sort of write the scenes themselves.
That's what the next tweet is about that. It says,
We avoided doing Weeping Angels because Stephen kept saying it's impossible. Remembering what Moffat said while writing the Series 5 two-parter, I'm in the middle of writing a chase sequence with things that can't move.
Well, if even Moff had trouble, then, that maybe makes a bit more sense.
On plans for Series 13 after COVID began, we had to reimagine a structure, we had to reimagine the stories. In the end, we had to reimagine everything from the ground up. Flux was about 80% studio builds because of COVID. Prior to COVID, they did about 1 studio build per episode and the rest on location. We made 6 episodes for the price of 10 in the previous year, or probably 8 for 11 if you count the 2 specials. Chibnall on COVID production. We filmed for a year and did not shut down. I think we're the only production in the UK that did not shut down. He says volumes should be written about the amazing work of the COVID supervisors. Jodie has a great understanding of how production and TV works. She helped them make hard days. She'd say, if I go there, that's going to cost you 2 extra setups, so I'll say this line this way so you can get this. I was like, yes, you're a genius, says Jamie Magnus Stone. Jamie also says Jodie would say, do the singles on the guest cast first, and I'll be the one to race my coverage at the end. Incredibly generous. The reason the show didn't go down was because of her. She was so conscious of the responsibility, her rigor and selflessness. She just made everything possible. That's Chibnall praising Jodie's selfless COVID isolation and bubbling for the last stretch of the era. Jamie Magnus Stone says, I'll always be changed by this show. It's always going to be part of who I am. It will mark you forever in the most wonderful way. Chibnall says, I'm just crying over what Jamie just said. Then Chibnall says, what I'm feeling is that what I came in to do, we did. Chibnall says it felt quite radical and that we need to live in a place of risk. If we're not taking risks, we're not doing anything right. Another report on this was Chibnall, it's hard to speak because I'm crying in what Jamie just said. Also, what Jamie said was he feels like they are in the companion support group now. They had their time with the Doctor and it has forever changed them, and now they get to look back on it forever. Chris on life outside of Doctor Who. I knew I had a dog because I saw it on Doctor Who. Jamie Magnus Stone feels like a companion who has had their time with the Doctor. That show marks you forever in the most wonderful way. It's as much fun making Doctor Who as you can imagine it to be, says Chibnall. The moderator thanked Chris for being there and noted how genuinely happy he seemed to be during the weekend. The panel ended with a standing ovation and with Chris moved to tears. Chibnall wanting to do Who came from, quote, really wanting to do an iconic BBC show that matters. It has to be new. It has to keep representing the BBC. That's what's so brilliant about the new Disney deal in terms of what it says about its place in television. Chibnall says Who often shows the BBC's state, intentionally or not. Apparently I have a wife and children. I know I have a dog because I saw it on Doctor Who, says Chibnall. That's another reporting of that. It's as much fun making Doctor Who as you want it, as you can imagine it to be, Chibnall says lovingly. Quoting Moffat, I don't miss the workload, but I miss the work. And then Chibnall walks away because the panel ended. That was a pretty interesting panel, it sounded like.
A perceptive comment about Who showing the state of the BBC, like, even if it doesn't mean to, I think that's a kind of throwing a bone to the sort of the school of analysis of Doctor Who that kind of uses it as a lens to view how, I guess, the state of the UK is doing and just generally everything like that.
It is more, the galley stuff feels more open than the production has been beforehand. I still get a sense of closed offness, which I'm not sure is as deliberate as it was before. It seems more like sort of gently moving around questions, not quite dodging, but maybe not giving full answers in all situations. But I suppose often you just can't give full answers.
Well, remember the Flux story breakdown video we ended our last commentary discussion with was like ostensibly an explanation, and it was did it explain that much in the end? Like, sometimes is it hard to explain things when they're kind of unexplainable in some ways, perhaps?
No, I think it's a good point, actually. I think it's a good way to look at the whole thing. I think often some of the things that we might want explained just don't really have very satisfying narratives behind them, probably.
The last things I want to look at, there's like 6 tweets from another Chib panel, and then there's the last commentary, and that's it. So this panel is called Film and Television Production in the 21st Century, from Sunday, February 19, noon to 1 p.m.
And that's Chris Chibnall and Jamie Magnus Stone and some other interesting people talking about making TV in the 21st century and all that entails. And so a couple of interesting points from that one are Chibnall saying, if you want to be a writer, write. It's not going to be perfect at the start. Maybe not ever. Chibnall says, editors are the superheroes of stuff and often unsung. Chibnall names the Dalek Cybermen glance when the master dances as a favourite moment. If you want to be a writer, you can just write. You can start now, writing scripts and just practicing. Don't expect it to be perfect, just start, is another Chibnall line. Well, it's another reporting of that Chibnall line. Chibnall says, be delightful, enjoy the process, and don't get too attached to the results and persist really in the end. And that's it from that panel. But I thought there'd be more, but it was not so. The other guys talked a lot.
Chris, I think with writing advice, a lot of it tends to be the same, just because so many people have written so much over history, and the advice tends to be the same, and the ways to do it tend to just kind of fall into a pattern.
Sit down, write more. It's going to be bad. Try to make it less bad.
Before we launch into the very last thing we're looking at, which is a commentary for Flux 1, the Halloween Apocalypse, there's a couple of just bits and bobs worth throwing around from random bits across Galley 1 2023. One is, tweet, this is the second interviewer who said Jodie was Chris Chibnall's only choice and had to be corrected. Where is this coming from, lol? We talked about that, so just funny to hear that again. Here's another Jodie thing. Jodie on recording for Doctor Who Redacted. The best part of doing audio was I didn't have to learn my lines. They were right in front of me. I think Jodie's got a strong career in Big Finish coming up for her. If she enjoyed that, she gives eternal amounts of Big Finish coming for her.
Yeah, and I'm sure it was very refreshing after the stuff she was given to do on TV, the speeches in particular.
Yeah. Jodie, the relationship between the Doctor and Yaz was sort of an extension of that chemistry and relationship me and Mandip had. Is that a Twitter thing? Jodie's reaction the first time she heard the phrase Thasmin. And Jodie, who I wanted what the Doctor to be was being created. It came from someone who knows me and saw what I wanted to do in the audition. That's Jodie on working with Chris Chibnall. Okay, let's close things out with the final commentary we're going to discuss. We've looked at so many Chibnall era commentaries. This is the last one, Chris Chibnall on the Halloween Apocalypse. So this is Chris Chibnall, the active carvanista, and the director Jamie Magnus Stone. After the Halloween Apocalypse aired, Moffat texted Chibnall to say, so it's like the pre-titles of 20 episodes all in one. I never replied, jokes Chibnall.
That description of it from Moffat, I'm reminded of when RCD described Power of the Doctor as like a 12-year-old's vision of Doctor Who. Like, I think they're both good at coming up with these descriptions of Chib episodes that make them sound like incredibly novel things, even though what they're describing is not necessarily what you want out of an episode.
I must apologise for the 4 bears joke, says Chibnall. After saying the scene with 13 at the computer reminded him of the 11th hour, you're always sort of rewriting Doctor Who scenes. Sometimes you write something and it feels like another scene someone else did, and I'm never sure if that's good or bad. Chibnall also says the Weeping Angel sequence is one of his favourites. Observation Outpost Rose was named after a dead friend of Chibnall's as a memorial, but everyone assumed it was a reference to Rose Tyler. I love that you bring up that Yaz is still a PC. Yeah, it comes up every so often.
Yes.
Chibnall about the orange captions. You put these captions on later and think, how many million light years should it be? The pitch was the universe ends in episode 1.
If you're doing Doctor Who as a 6-part serial, blow up the universe in episode 1. That's not bad. It's not bad, sir.
Chib's got notes on how scary this episode would be for young kids. The Doctor's presence is what makes it not as scary for the kids, especially Jodie. Chris, what do you have against Soup? Nothing, I love Soup. That's how amazing of a writer I am.
No one loves Soup more than him.
Chibs fought to keep the guy with the eggs scene in. I've literally blocked out all the COVID trauma from filming, says Chibnall. COVID made shooting in small scenes like the attic cabin really hard to shoot, so they tried to avoid it. Antigone mentioned, Chibnall called it Doctor Who fanfic now. Chibnall made sure that they got the same hammer that David had to hit the TARDIS with. Hey, how come I get so gooey and happy when Sasha gets the recorder and learns a song, but getting the same Tennant hammer doesn't do anything for me? It's the same thing of respecting past Who, isn't it?
There's something more personal, I think, about Sasha learning like the Troughton tune on the recorder versus just getting a prop back, you know?
Self-motivated and sort of additional.
Learning something versus getting the prop. Both are hard feats, but different sorts of things. I loved writing this sequence so much. Chibnall on the Weeping Angel thing. Jacob Anderson asked to have dreadlocks because he knew how much it would mean for little kids watching it.
Cool.
He's great, isn't he, Jacob Anderson? All the anecdotes with him are nice.
I think they should just bring him back.
On a freelance basis.
Yeah.
Pockets that are bigger on the inside is canon. The purpose of this scene was to show the progression of Yaz between Revolution and Flux. She's so in control of this scene, and it's so different from how we met her in The Woman Who Fell to Earth. That's Chibnall on Yaz rescuing Dan.
Oh, from the cage. He's in a cage on Carvey's ship.
Chibs when the Sontarans showing up. Yeah. He's such a fan bit of this. So Chibnall loves Sontarans. He wanted filthy Sontarans when they redesigned them. He went back and watched The Time Warrior for research, and then he went off about how great The Time Warrior is. Basically, the brief for the series was the universe ends in episode 1 and we unravel what that means. Chekhov's hammer used in the first act and comes back at the end. Chibnall's final remark, I just loved watching this with you guys. Some different reporting. Moffat texted Chibnall after Flux 1, lovingly dragging him about all the title card timestamp sequences in the episode. Chibnall says you're standing on the shoulders of giants when you're writing classic monsters. The quarry used in the beginning of Flux 1 is the same one used in the Centenary. They cross-bordered their episodes, as in they shot out locations at one time. The Williamson intro in Flux 1 was filmed later into their production season to accommodate the location/schedule. The Doctor's presence is what makes it not scary, with Jodie in particular. That's another reporting on that bit. They knew the air date for the episode about 18 months in advance, which is quite rare. They could plan for it a Halloween episode.
Halloween, trick or treat.
Carvanista's actor tried a lot of accent for Carvanista. Carvanista was probably legally obligated to provide Dan with a blanket in the cage, says Chibnall.
It's a funny thought.
Adding the extra doors to the TARDIS made it easier to film everything in order, which Jamie, the director, prefers. She's basically the Doctor in this scene. That's Chibnall about Yaz in the I'm the Yaz scene, saving Dan from the cage. We put these captions on later and thought, how many trillion light years away should it be? That's another different paraphrasing of that bit. Chibs gives a shout out to the creator of the Cloister Bell, a very useful tool. The ending of Flux is kind of a broad church ending by showing us all the characters and threads we'll see again. This also cements it as the first episode in a serial. That's so true. It really is. Broadchurch does do exactly that same thing. Yeah, that's fascinating to think about. It gets very different music, but it's the same thing of, ooh, you're looking at everyone, and ooh.
I think, wouldn't Flux have worked better if the universe exploded in episode 1 and the rest of the series was a bit like a murder mystery? And so, yeah, you run to the Sontarans and the Doctor goes, aha, you did it. And they go, oh, no, we didn't. We're invading the past. And you can use the episodic different monsters each time so that there's an active search going on to figure out who did it, rather than just sort of wobbling from one event to the next.
It's like a who killed all the Daleks moment.
Yeah.
Who do you think?
Although I guess that's sort of series 5.
I think something that plays... See, that Halloween Apocalypse cliffhanger feels to me kind of different in its actual impact from the kind of the Broadchurch style ending, which like other shows do as well. Like I watched this kind of Netflix show that I hate called Dark. They did that a lot. They had these musical montages where we'd see all the different characters doing whatever the hell they're doing at any given time, and there's usually some kind of lame sort of loose link between all of them. And I think with the Halloween Apocalypse version, I think a lot of these characters, we've only just met them and they're not actually doing anything of interest in that sequence at the end of Halloween Apocalypse. They're just sort of like, one of them's just sort of standing around looking ominous, while they're in this montage. And I just think it just lent itself to the sense of, well, we haven't given you reasons to actually give a fuck about most of these people yet, but we're just using the montage to try and suggest that you should. Whereas I think in a show like Broadchurch, usually you build up the ensemble and then you do your big montage, don't you? So I just feel it just contributes to the sense of Flux in general being this really compressed whistle-stop tour of stuff that usually needs a bit more space to actually work.
That's it, by the way. We've gone through every available Chibnall Era commentary, even the ones there's no audio for.
Oh, wow.
It was quite a gargantuan task to go through all these. I love looking at commentaries, though. I love audio commentaries in general, and I've really, really enjoyed actually commenting on them with you two. It's been really fun, sort of an exercise.
I would say the ones where we can actually hear them talking to each other are more fun, I think. The ones that have been reported secondhand from Twitter.
The most enjoyable bit of the Twitter ones, apart from occasionally the actual good, interesting insight to me, is when we get like 3 in a row of everyone reporting something differently.
The legions of Liverpool.
Just a tiny little mishearing. And then if that happens to be in one of the threads that gets more popular than one of the others, then that becomes the narrative.
Yeah, it's quite a kind of power they wield, these people doing the great labor of notating all this stuff down in that. And I think this is why I saw Kevin Bernard occasionally would get some pushback like, you're reporting this in a way that makes me mad. You're framing so-and-so this way. You're framing so-and-so that way. It's like such a weird thing because I guess you could argue that, like, of course, because he's a human being, he's paraphrasing it the way he's going to paraphrase it, or maybe he heard something this way, or even just like the adjectives are used in certain bits. It's where you get like the insanity, like that guy going, how dare you insult Chibnall in his tweet that was like praising Chibnall. So I get that, but it's like they're doing all this for free, this like gift of sharing these observations with us. And so few people do it. Like I pulled out tweets from everyone I could find really doing it. And there was like 6 or 7 people all up. So few people are doing this, all the galley attendees. And it's like unpaid labor they're doing to share this stuff with us. Their role is kind of as opinion leaders, and that they're the ones sharing the information in the first place. They're really affecting how we receive it. There's no real thesis to what I'm saying. It's just really interesting. I totally disagree with it, but I can see the bristling at them just because there is a lot of power, I guess, they're wielding by tweeting this stuff out. But hey, they're the only ones doing it. Like, they're the ones choosing to take this task onto themselves. So my position is deep thanks to all of them for doing it. And hey, if you're really stuck on like trying to decode, just try and read all of it like I did.
I think the responsibility lies with us as people reading them to actually read them with some awareness of the context and the fact that people aren't, perfect recording machines, rather than to get angry at them for doing the work, and maybe, putting their own spin on it. Like, of course they will. That's completely natural. Not something to get mad about.
They're the heroes, because if like this handful of people hadn't done that, there would be none of this. It would just be really even vaguer stuff of you hearing later, like weeks later, people going, oh, I remember when Chibnall said this, and then this is from ages ago, and so people are misremembering even worse. It's all kudos to them. They do a really important thing, I think.
Especially when you consider how few proper audio commentaries this era actually got in the end. It's good to have a bit extra.
Yeah. And so that ends our series on the audio commentaries of the Chris Chibnall Doctor Who era, as well as our coverage of the interesting Chibnall interviews to sprout out in the months after his era ended, particularly at the 2023 Gallifrey One convention. So please hit us with all your thoughts on all these commentaries, the interviews, the convention stuff, our own thoughts on any of these things, anything we said or didn't say, anything in your brain we would love to hear about. We have some plans for some other not Chibnall era Doctor Who commentaries that we'd be interested in doing something on, but let us know as well, what did you think of this sort of series we did? Are there other commentaries or particular eras of commentaries you might be interested in us doing something on? Let us know what you think for anything like that. And as always, thank you so much for listening. It's been really super engaging to dive into this sort of stuff and to comment on it. So thank you for listening along. We've enjoyed doing this, and please let us know your thoughts. Cheers.